So, the guitar through the mixer works. Just thought I'd let you know. Yeah, that works. That works pretty well, actually. Yeah. Not bad. Yes, it do. It do be working, though. Yeah, no, that's definitely good. That was awesome. Oh, sweet. Yeah, thanks, man. So, drummer, you want to hear something very strange? Check this out. Ready? So, here, you can hear this. You can probably hear the strumming. Yeah. But if I cut the mixer back in, it works. And then you can, oh, hold up. It kind of does it. It's not. Nice. All right. Well, that's working. It's primitive, but we could get it done. Could get that up and working and get it better later. Let me cut that out. So, welcome. Hello, and welcome. I'm glad you showed up for the concert. Yeah, there you go. I just got to do a regular sound check here for the stream audio, and then I think we should be good. Let's see. Yes, multi-streaming is working. Yes. Time to watch Delta go burr for the last time. That's right. That's right. Today marks the last launch of a near 60-year history of Delta and Delta family of rockets launching from the coast, amongst other places. Today we got a Delta IV Heavy launch, the NROL-70 or L-70 mission for short. There is a 90% probability of go today on the launch, so we should be good, man. It is a little bittersweet, but you know, hey, it is what it is. You know, Delta IV is a great rocket. I think it's an amazing machine. Personally, it's one of my favorites. It's just another rocket that I grew up with being retired. That's weird. Don't like that. But, hey, whatever. It is what it is. Life goes on. You know, I wouldn't be... like I said, it's bittersweet. I would be more upset about this if there wasn't a good replacement for it. But if you think about it, right? Delta may be going the way of the dodo, but we got better rockets to replace it. There's Vulcan, which is Delta derived. A lot of Delta IV's manufacturing found its way into Vulcan's manufacturing. And then we got New Glenn coming too. So, you know, one rocket down, two rockets take its place. Two better rockets take its place. One of them being, well, actually both of them being partially reusable. So, you know, it stinks to see an expendable vehicle go out like that, but it being replaced with partially reusable vehicles is good. That marks a huge shift in the industry, which is great. So, once again, it's a little bittersweet, but hey, Sometimes you got to take old Yeller out back. You know what I mean? Any workers planned for today? Yeah, most likely. There is going to be a lot of space news. So workers, we'll probably do Delta coverage, and then we'll work on we'll play workers for a little bit, and then we'll do space news kind of at its more or less normal start time. Let me just make sure I have the suppressor on. There we go. Payload fairings on Delta IV Heavy are the last piece of Titan-derived hardware as well. Yeah, the trisector fairing. Yep. So here's, courtesy of ULA, this is the rocket that's launching today. The L-70 spacecraft is up at the top with its trisector fairing. It's a three-shelled fairing as opposed to a clamshell. Clamshells open up like this. This one is going to do that. That is a special type of fairing that is designed for whatever L-70 is. I guarantee you that's not what it is right there, but let's just say that that's what it is, right? There's a payload attachment fitting, the Delta Cryogenic Second Stage, or DCSS, with a RL-10C21. Interesting, a C21. Huh. How is Newglen's considered a replacement for Delta IV? Theoretically, any rocket still flying is a replacement, right? You'll find out. In good times. And then we have 3 Delta Common Booster Cores with R68A engines in the first stage here. C21 is just a B21 engine after the assembly line was restarted. Yep. Yep. Okay. So, the ULA cast should start here real quick. It should be popping up here in a moment. Let me just tee this up. How long until the launch? AP, we're looking at about 30 minutes. It's scheduled to go at 53 past the hour. So yeah, about 30 minutes. ULA should begin the cast in about 5 here. And yeah, this little bit of stats for the launch here, courtesy of Next Space Flight. This is the 68th launch attempt overall from any country from 2024. This is ULA's 160th mission and their second mission of 2024. For Delta IV Heavy, this is the 16th Delta IV Heavy to fly and its first mission this year. Stylish beard, looking good. Oh, thank you. This camera makes it look patchy, Forlorn. It makes it look a lot less full than it is. I don't know how to feel about that, but yeah, whatever. It ain't gonna bother me. First, you mean only. I mean, you could be used interchangeable kick, but, you know, in our incessant drive for, you know, being technically correct when it's entirely not needed, sure, you could say it's its only launch. Yeah, this is the last one. There's going to be no more after this. Delta is being retired. Delta's first started flying in the early 1960s. And yeah, they've gone through a lot of different iterations since then. There was Delta 1. Well, they started with Thor Able, the Thor IRBM, then Thor Able, then I think Thor Agena, I think, after that. And then there was Delta A, B, C, D, E, and F. And then there was Delta 2, Delta 3, and then Delta 4. I'm just sad we don't get a Delta 5. Here comes the SLS rant about how SLS is a Delta booster from EJ. So if you've heard this one before, you probably just mute for the next 5 minutes. I don't think personally, this is EJ's personal opinion, and this is me hitting the copium pretty hard. I don't think that this is the last Delta launch. I think SLS is a Delta rocket. Yep. Yes, it's shuttle derived, but it has a Delta upper stage. If that's enough to constitute a name change between Delta 2 and Delta 3, and carrying the nameplate to Delta 4, even though Delta 2 and Delta 4 are nowhere near each other, then that would mean that SLS having a Delta-derived upper stage means that SLS is Delta 5, or a Delta 10,000 if you know the naming convention. No, you're not changing my mind. You're assuming we listen at all.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Then why are you here? Yeah, that's a good time. Sure, RJ, yeah. 1973 video, Concorde chasing an eclipse. That's cool. ULA is live with the cast here. No music just yet. I'm going to do an audio test to... hang on. There we go. I do have permission from them, just in case anybody's wondering. Let's see what we got. No, it's even better. Sat pass, yeah. How cool was yesterday? That was a pretty good time. What's the cargo being launched? This is the L-70 mission. It's a National Reconnaissance Office mission. So, what is the cargo being launched? Yes. Yes, cargo is being launched. Good question. Moving on. Will this get marked on YouTube?
Discovery,
should be all right.
Go at throttle up.
Launch director. Launch vehicle
You sound stuffy. You need to start slamming some vitamin C.
We have ignition.
Coffee has vitamin C in it, right?
And we have liftoff of the United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket.
Time is the launch. 30 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrea Lenhoff. I'm a systems engineering leader at ULA and your host for the final Delta launch carrying NRL 70 for the National Reconnaissance Office. I'm here at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, where liftoff is currently scheduled for 12:53 p.m. Eastern. In addition to watching our webcast, you can also follow live mission progress at ulalaunch.com. The count is currently in a planned hold. We have 2 planned holds in our launch count, which give our team additional time to resolve any issues prior to entering the terminal count. At this time, the team is not working any issues and we're proceeding towards an on-time liftoff. Live mission coverage will continue through payload fairing jettison, which occurs about 6.5 minutes after liftoff. To tell us more about today's mission customer, let's go to ULA's Ben Chilton over at a viewing location on the causeway.
Ben A.
Thanks, Andrea. I'm Ben Chilton, an ordnance engineer at ULA, and I'm joining you from the ITL Causeway just a few miles south of Space Launch Complex 37. There's a lot of people out here on the causeway that have come to watch this last launch of the Delta IV Heavy, and it's a beautiful Florida day for us to witness this rocket take off. Today's mission is for the National Reconnaissance Office, or NRO. The NRO is the leader in developing, acquiring, launching, and operating the nation's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance satellites to secure and expand America's advantage in space. The NRO-L-70 mission will strengthen the NRO's ability to provide a wide range of timely intelligence information to national decision makers, warfighters, and intelligence analysts to protect the nation's vital interests and support humanitarian efforts worldwide. Back to you, Andrea.
This is the 16th and final flight of the Delta IV Heavy rocket and ULA's 160th launch. Here's more about this heavy lift rocket.
He's a beast.
Designed by ULA's engineering team and built by our skilled technicians, the Delta IV Heavy rocket, once fully stacked, stands 235 feet and weighs 1.6 million pounds fully fueled. At the base of the rocket is the triple booster first stage, powered by 3 RS-68A engines, which together produce more than 2 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. Atop the center booster is the Delta Cryogenic Second Stage, or DCSS, powered by an RL-10B2 engine. Spacecraft are encapsulated inside a 5-meter diameter metallic tri-sector payload fairing. With production of the final Delta complete, the rocket travels from ULA's factory in Alabama to the launch site in Cape Canaveral on ULA's rocket ship. Once in Florida, ULA's launch operations team begins a series of events leading to today's countdown. The process begins by transporting and lifting the booster and DCSS onto the launch table at Space Launch Complex 37. Then, the encapsulated payload fairing is lifted and mated to the DCSS. Once fully assembled, the launch countdown begins when 40 hydraulic cylinders at pressures nearing 3,500 psi raise the Mobile Service Tower, or MST, about 8 inches. The carriage transporter system then moves the MST to its launch position, approximately 345 feet north of the rocket. Weighing in at approximately 10 million pounds, the 100-foot wide, 300-foot tall MST protects the rocket and payload from weather here on Florida's space coast.
You think that's going to show up on Gov Auctions, the MST?
With the rocket on the pad, the
it.
launch team transitions to fueling and other final preparations. Across the interstage of the Delta IV Heavy rocket is the American flag and the Space Force, Delta, and ULA logos. Note the number 389 inside the Delta logo, signifying this launch's place in Delta history. Additionally, on the fixed umbilical tower, we see mission artwork. Provided by the NRO, the art features a snow leopard, representing the NRO's quiet strength and providing an advantage to community, the nation, and its allies.
No, that's just a VO guy, Bugogi. So that's not AI
minus
voice.
25, T minus 10. PNA, LC.
Toto, you're talking about engine out capability. You could have, I'm not sure about with Delta. With Delta, not so much because you only have 3 engines. But rockets, a lot of rockets nowadays have clustered engines, so you could have one pop and the others can compensate for it. This one, not so much. Which is why you see kind of part of the reason why you see Delta scrub all the time, because you have to be absolutely sure be absolutely sure that this thing is good to go. Now, simultaneously here, 3 engines total, 1 engine on each booster is a lot more simple. So think about it for a second. It's actually pretty simple comparatively to an engine with 9, right? It's easier to start 1 than it is 9. So there's a trade-off here. This rocket's a little bit simpler to fly. It's simpler to make it work, but you absolutely need to make sure that it's going to work. I mean, you pretty much need to make sure it's going to work anytime, because most of the time when the rocket's doing something you don't want, it usually results in an explosion that you don't want. But for this rocket, I'm not so much. But other rockets, sure.
Advocate and leader for the Office of Space Launch and in the broader space launch community. Chip was the OSL director for the first Delta IV Heavy launch, so it is only fitting that the last Delta IV Heavy launch is dedicated to him. To our leader, mentor, and friend, Godspeed, Chip. MD out.
LC concurs. LD?
LD concurs.
MD?
MD concurs.
ABE, are you in a position to perform the task as the anomaly team has directed?
Affirmative.
Roger. T minus 8 minutes. ALC, configure CCTV for launch monitoring.
Today's flight is also dedicated in memory of
CMA,
colleagues who are no
configure
longer with us.
CCTV for video
Let's
recording.
remember our teammates.
Roger.
Today's flight is dedicated to Doug Thompson, Mark Cox, Brent Bonar, and George Lucian. After working as a pipe fitter for high purity systems, Doug Thompson joined Boeing's internal upper stage program, later transitioning to the Delta program. Doug supported many Delta rockets and facilities during his career, including Delta vehicles launching from the Cape's Slick 17 and Slick 37 and Vandenberg's Slick 6, in addition to solid rocket booster and payload facilities and the machine shop. In his personal time, Doug and family traveled throughout Florida and Georgia, enjoying his passion for motorsports, including drag racing the '63 Corvette he built himself. He will be missed.
This guy's a G, man.
As a U.S. Army veteran,
that's awesome.
Mark Cox began his aerospace career in 1984 at McDonnell Douglas, then Boeing, and eventually ULA. Following his transfer from ULA's Pueblo site to the Decatur, Alabama factory, Mark was instrumental in establishing the metrology lab there and in standardizing measurement and test equipment calibration across all ULA sites. He was respected by his peers throughout the industry and developed many personal relationships over the years. Always resilient and positive, Mark encouraged his teammates to face adversity while continuing to care for others. He will be greatly missed. Godspeed, Sergeant Cox.
Sir?
Brent Bonar joined Aerojet Rocketdyne as a space propulsion mechanic in 2006 and contributed to the safe delivery of nearly every RL-10 engine through his last mission, NROL-68, in 2023. A loving husband, Brent was also a tireless volunteer, deeply committed to helping others, including 3 trips to the Bahamas in 2019 to support residents following Hurricane Dorian. This effort led Mark to logging more than 600 volunteer hours and being recognized as Aerojet Rocketdyne's 2019 Volunteer of the Year. Brent was kind and generous and a role model to many people. He will be missed. George Lucian began his career in 1960 as an electrical systems engineer with the General Dynamics Corporation, following his time at the University of Nebraska, where he earned a bachelor's degree in mathematics. In 1964, after working at the General Electric Company on the Apollo program, George began a new chapter at the Goddard Space Flight Center, followed by a move to the Kennedy Space Center. During his NASA career, George was an engineer, branch chief, division chief, and assistant launch manager, all in support of NASA's Expendable Launch Vehicle Services program. His career spanned 60 years and more than 400 launches. George was an invaluable team member, a mentor to many, and a true friend to all.
I like trains. Yeah. Oh man, what talent.
T-minus 5 minutes.
That's really cool. That sucks. Some of those guys looked a lot younger. But man, good stuff. There's always good people out there. Just gotta go and find them. I don't think so, Jax. They're gonna go into a planned hold here for probably about the next 20 minutes here. Planned hold is just basically stopping the timer for a second and making sure that everything is good to go before you initiate the final count.
This is Delta Mission Control at T-418. We anticipate entering the hold in just a few moments.
H3 needs the boosters though, guys. So I mean, I don't know if that counts. I mean, by that logic, SLS would count too if you want to go by that nomenclature.
T-minus 4 minutes and holding. This is a 15-minute built-in hold.
LC switch to not ready position.
Launch coordinator switched the rocket
Since
into
1960,
the
Delta
safing
rockets have been an integral part of America's space program.
We don't know yet.
The on-orbit assets it has launched have improved life across the globe. Let's take a look.
Why are they getting rid of Delta IV Heavy? Well, they got Vulcan. Vulcan will replace it.
Following more than 60 years lifting historic missions to space and becoming a pillar in American rocketry, the Delta program is coming to a close with its final launch. Here's a look back at some of the groundbreaking firsts and iconic missions launched on Delta rockets. Delta quickly established its record of excellence in the 1960s, launching Echo, the world's first communication satellite, Tyros, the first space-based weather observatory, and NASA's Pioneer and Explorer scientific spacecraft. The introduction of the Delta II rocket on Valentine's Day 1989 ushered in the GPS era and a capability that improves life on Earth every day, from navigation to banking, agriculture, and beyond. The beloved Delta II earned its place in history with 155 flights, with 8 of those missions to Mars for NASA, including the Spirit and Opportunity rovers. The Delta program's commitment to vehicle improvement to meet customer needs culminated in the Delta IV family of launch vehicles with a wide range of increased capabilities. Delivering missions for the Space Force, National Reconnaissance Office, NASA, and commercial clients, every Delta IV launch has been successful. As America's trusted heavy lifter, the triple-barrel Delta IV Heavy launched the first Orion spacecraft on an uncrewed shakedown cruise and sent the Parker Solar Probe to surf the atmosphere of the Sun.
What a monster. I love it. I love
The
this rocket.
16th and final flight of the Delta IV Heavy rocket carries NROL-70, capping off the incredible legacy of this program.
You guys remember Delta II?
The Delta program has been an important part of
Delta II was like Falcon 9 in the late 80s into the early 90s. It was a very low-cost vehicle and an extraordinarily capable vehicle for what it is. Not reusable, because that meta would come a little bit later, right, with Falcon. But these rockets, Delta IV, Atlas V, Atlas III, Delta II, these were all rockets that really kind of paved the way to a burgeoning commercial market. These rockets were designed around the dot-com boom, and then unfortunately never got to do exactly what they were designed to do. I mean, Atlas and Delta have had a pretty dang successful career thus far, but these rockets were designed to launch a lot and launch for low cost. That's part of the reason why Delta IV has hydrolocks in the first stage with no solids attached unless you're in the medium configuration, right? The reason why is because, hydrolocks is a pain in the butt to use, but if you use it a lot, it's not that big of a deal. High launch cadence was what these rockets were designed for, which ultimately, because the demand went to nothing in the 2000s because of the dot-com bubble, right? It ultimately became very expensive to launch these things. But they did pave the way to low cost. They did pave the way and pioneer kind of low cost commercial applications, something that eventually Falcon 9 would come and, take hold of. I think it's a very good thing a very interesting thing to say that, rockets like Falcon 9, these rockets paved the way for rockets like Falcon 9 to exist. They really did, for better or for worse. But they are awesome vehicles. Delta is a really, 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 really cool thing. It lights itself on fire when it launches. It's really, really cool. But yeah, I'll stop ranting here for a second and we'll jump back into the cast.
Up and down a heavy vehicle, been able to support on console and been part of the day of launch activities. So I've seen it from a unique perspective. Those memories will always stick out.
We took a lot of lessons from Delta. Aluminum skins, machined, brake formed, welded together with friction stir welding. The first time we used that was on the Delta IV program.
One lesson learned from Delta IV that will stick for our future launches is our record of mission success and our focus on mission success, making sure that all of our launches accomplished what we wanted and delivered the payload for our customers.
So you saw that Delta IV stack standing behind him. So interesting thing, I think something that's important to understand is, Delta doesn't look too big if you compare it to other vehicles, but those three RL-10s that are in that, or not RL-10s, RS-68As that are in the first stage, you could stand inside of the nozzle. No, I have not stood inside of one, but I've stood next to one. Yeah, can confirm. You could stand inside of that right there. Look at the dude on the scissor lift right there. You don't grasp the scale of this rocket until you stand next to the thing. Now, some of us probably won't ever get to do that, but yeah, these RS-68As are as big as shuttle motors. They're huge. Very, very, very big. In fact, the RS-68A is derived from the RS-25. It's supposed to be a low-cost, expendable version of it. Interestingly enough, it's a hydrolox motor that's open cycle with open cycle gas generators and an ablative nozzle. The nozzle is actually heat shield. They make the nozzle material for Delta out of heat shield because you're only going to use it once. Did you stand next to it when it was fueled? No. We are held at 4 minutes. That is a planned hold. The count will resume at 50 past the hour. Nice, caveman.
After liftoff, the Delta IV Heavy will head east from Space Launch Complex 37. Here's a look at today's ascent.
To mitigate the fireball created by the hydrogen-burning Delta IV Heavy rocket, the staggered engine start sequence begins with ignition of the launch table HBOs, burning off the excess hydrogen injected into the flame duct. Next, the starboard Delta IV Rofi lights, igniting its RS-68A engine. Then, the center and port RS-68A engines ignite to generate more than 2.1 million pounds of total thrust to lift the 1.6 million pound triple-core rocket off the pad. Shortly after liftoff, Delta begins a pitchover to attain the proper flight path while minimizing the pressure the vehicle experiences during flight. Delta then reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound, followed by the rocket reaching maximum dynamic pressure as it travels through Earth's atmosphere. With propellant depleted in the port and starboard boosters, the engines shut down and the boosters jettisoned to shed their weight. The remaining booster engine then throttles to full power to maximize performance against gravity losses.
I know what you mean, Shatter. What are you gonna do?
Once propellant levels deplete in the center booster, the engine shuts down and the booster is jettisoned from the second stage.
Hydrolocks,
the vehicle now weighs approximately 6% of what it did at liftoff.
Shatter, thank you for the 48, buddy. I appreciate it.
Following jettison of the center booster, the Delta Cryogenic Second Stage, or DCSS, main engine ignites. During ascent, NROL-70 is protected inside a 5-meter diameter metallic payload fairing. After traveling through the densest part of Earth's atmosphere, the payload fairing is jettisoned.
Trisectors,
The
man.
Delta IV
Titan
Cryogenic
derived.
Second Stage carries the last payload to launch on a Delta IV rocket to its final orbital destination, where it will begin its national security mission.
Does he follow the YouTube chat? Yes, I do. I'm popping back and forth.
As we continue the countdown to launch, let's head back over to Ben Chilton on the causeway.
The trisector fairing is derived from the payload. What's the payload? Yes. Here, back to Ben.
Of this magnificent rocket. We're about a mile and a half from Slick 37, and when we reach T0, it'll take about 8 seconds for the sound to reach us, though we'll already be able to see Delta lifting off the pad. Currently, the weather conditions look great for launch, but I'll pass it back to you, Andrea, for the Space Launch Delta weather forecast for today.
Thanks, Ben. The forecast for this afternoon's launch is looking good. The probability of violating launch constraints is 10%. Ground winds are 14 to 22 knots out of the southeast, and the temperature is 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Our primary concerns for launch today are ground winds and the cumulus crowd rule violation.
RLM, verified red line monitor.
If you hear Andrea going cumulus, that's because if she has the control loop on in your ear, it's hard to talk and listen at the same time. Sometimes your brain doesn't do that very well. I do that all the time. So if you're wondering, like, what the heck she's hearing the ground loop. That it's really hard to talk and say and listen to the loop at the same time. You're gonna be like, "Did I basketball?" Yeah, it's a bet. That happens. That absolutely happens. There is a payload. That's right, Shadow. Yep, the payload is yes. Hello, my vans over in YouTube. What's up? Yeah, Yellow, it's a pain in the butt, man. So, we're looking 90% probability to go. If you see that those clouds up there that kind of look kind of long and wavy, those are high altitude clouds. It's cumulus up there.
Minus 8 minutes.
We remain in the planned 15-minute hold as we continue towards liftoff.
Yes, Betterhand,
In a
yes.
few moments, launch conductor Scott Barney will pull the launch team for the final go to pick up the count. 28 engineers and managers are pulled for system status and readiness to proceed. This is the final status check for all Delta vehicle systems, ground systems, spacecraft, and the U.S. Space Force Eastern Range. The vehicle system readiness pull includes electrical systems, hydraulics, pneumatics, propulsion systems, flight control, and propellants. Let's listen in as Scott Barney performs the final pulling.
This is Slick 37B, Weibus, Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. ULA is not military. ULA is a commercial provider, Xanax, providing a service for the U.S. Department of Defense. You warped. Oh, geez, bless you. Yeah, 4 daughters. Yeah, you can't get a word in edgewise, can you?
Till minus 7 minutes. Status check to proceed with terminal count. First stage systems.
Here
propulsion.
we go.
Go. Hydraulics.
Go.
Locks.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Second stage systems. Locks.
Go.
LH2.
Go.
Electrical systems. Airborne.
Go.
Ground.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
RFFTS.
Go.
Flight control.
Go.
Com.
Chat.
Go. GCQ.
Go.
Operation support.
Go.
Pneumatics.
Go.
Umbilicals.
Go.
Hazgas.
Go.
ECS.
Go.
Red line monitor.
Go.
Mechanical engineering advisor.
Go.
Quality.
Go.
Ops safety manager.
Go.
ULA safety officer.
Go.
Vehicle system
Discovery,
engineer.
go at throttle up.
Anomaly chief.
Hey, Talon.
Go.
Range coordinator.
Clear to proceed.
Launch director.
Launch vehicle is ready to launch.
Mission director.
You have permission to launch.
MD has
Proceeding
permission to
with the
launch.
count.
Let's roll.
AL 6. ALC verified T0 is set for 1653 Zulu.
Verified.
All right, that's good.
Pulling is
MEQ
complete
established
and the
swing arm
team
lock
is
pins
go
full.
for launch. From T-minus 4 minutes until
Swing arm
liftoff, you'll
pins
hear
are
Scott
active.
Barney and the team performing the final steps in the countdown procedure. Several critical activities occur in the final minutes before launch, including verifying fuel tank levels and pressures in the 3 boosters and DCSS, in addition to arming the flight termination system. At T-minus 1 minute, the Range Operations Commander confirms the range is in a green condition for launch. At T-minus 15 seconds, the launch table HBOs at the base of the rocket are ignited to burn off excess hydrogen. At T-minus 7 seconds, the starboard
Not home
engine
box
is
office.
ignited. At T-minus
Yeah, you were
5
thinking it.
seconds, the
Don't lie.
port and center engines are ignited. Once the Delta IV Heavy lifts off, you'll hear flight commentator
minus
Rob
5
Gannon
minutes.
providing launch
5 minutes.
vehicle ascent data.
TD verify SV configure for launch.
What are those towers? Lightning
TD on
rods.
net 1, SV, configure for launch.
Roger.
So those 2 towers on either side, there's actually 3. There's 2 on one side, 1 on the other. The oil rig looking structure here, that's the fixed service structure that carries fueling and electronics to the vehicle, amongst other things, and HVAC for the payload fairing. These 2 big guys right here are lightning towers. There's a lot of lightning down in Florida. If you don't know, if you're from overseas or something, a lot of lightning, a lot of thunderstorms down there. It's tropical climate. You get tropical climate conditions. Thunderstorms like crazy. I don't think I need to explain why lightning hitting that is a bad idea. You do not want that to happen. All right? Just take my word for it. They tried that once during Apollo 12. It didn't end well. Well,
T-minus 4 minutes
kind
and
of
counting.
did, but kind of didn't.
Minus 355.
Ground pyros enabled.
So the ground pyrotechnics are the separator
350.
systems that they're in those boxes right there on each booster. There's 4 on each.
The countdown clock is resumed and we are
Clock's
go for
resumed.
launch at 12:53 p.m. Eastern.
Buckle
With
up, chat.
liftoff approaching, we're raising the volume on our launch team so you can hear the
Yeah,
final
pretty much,
preps
Boogie,
taking
yeah.
place.
What are we launching today?
Minus
This-
332.
The NRL-70 or L70 payload, Urban. What is it? Yes, it is a payload. You're right.
325.
Second stage lock, secure at flight level.
Yeah, Alex, it's fine.
Minus 307. Minus 249.
FTS internal.
Flight termination system is on internal power, being powered by the batteries on the vehicle. It was great, Limpard. Yeah. We'll talk about that later.
CBC locks at flight pressure and flight level.
Okay, common booster core, liquid oxygen tanks. These three right here, those smaller tanks right there, they're at flight levels and flight pressures. You got a full tank of gas. That's what he's trying to tell you. Drone footage. Great shot.
T-minus 2 minutes. The rocket, payload, ground systems, and eastern range are go for launch.
Vehicle internal. Launch sequencer start.
All right.
If you just joined us, I'm Andrea Lenhoff.
CBC
I'm your
LH2
host
at
for the
flight pressure
final
and
Delta
flight level.
launch today. Liftoff is currently scheduled for 12:53 p.m. Eastern.
SCS launch enabled.
Flight control system is enabled. Count. Auto sequencer was initiated.
STS armed.
Flight termination system is green. Inside of 90 seconds. This is the last of this rocket.
OCU's
They
armed.
have replacements.
SCS count started.
Flight control system countdown started.
T-minus 1 minute.
Go for main engine
T-minus
start.
1 minute.
Rock report range status.
Range green.
Okay. The range is basically the air traffic control
Minus
tower
50.
for the rocket. Range reports green. Let's send it. $40 seconds.
Second stage LH2 secure at flight level.
Hydrogen on the Delta cryogenic second
Minus
stage is
30.
at flight level.
Status check. Go Delta. Go NROL 70.
All right. 20 seconds.
Minus 15.
Rofi ignition.
Rofi ignition. Hydrogen
10.
burn off.
T-minus
Start.
10, 9, 8, 7,
68 's full.
6, 5. We have ignition. 2, 1.
Lift off.
And liftoff of the final United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket, carrying NROL 70 for the National Reconnaissance Office and closing Delta's 6-decade legacy of excellence in space.
Last Delta IV. Onward to oblivion. That's normal. The fire gets stuck in the low pressure areas. You're getting a little bit of hydrogen burn-off coming
has that
from the
been
gas
power
generator
level?
dump. That's totally normal. It'll go away as they get higher up.
Still operating at enhanced power level.
No, Junie.
You are hearing the voice of Rob Gannon providing launch vehicle ascent data.
Parameters look good. Flight control surfaces look good.
Pitch over.
And we have fired the isolation pyro valve on second stage reaction control system. And first step in readying that system for operation.
They were priming the DCSS reaction
it
control
looked good.
systems using a pyro valve, which is basically a one-time use valve. You basically stop and then
we
it's
passed
on and
through
that's it.
Mach 1 and Mach 2. Normal strips there. Everything looks good.
Maximum dynamic pressure.
All three boosters operating as expected.
A little windy up there. The vehicle's skitching around a little bit.
All three boosters operating as expected. Everything looks good. And we fired the pyro valve, pressurizing the reaction control system on the second stage.
Second stage pyro valve on the reaction control systems is activated. Can you tell what
What
orbit
we're looking
this is
for is
going
going
into?
to closed loop guidance.
Sure.
Kept it 3 or 4 seconds, and we've started closed loop guidance. Vehicle maneuvering as expected.
Closed loop
All
guidance.
3 engines continue to look good.
Indicating that the vehicle's working off of the inertial computer. Basically using the acceleration of the vehicle to navigate.
And we are 3 minutes to Corbico.
And 2 millimeters to the microphone.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Space.
And the vehicle is now 1/2 its liftoff weight. All 3 engines operating normally. Everything looking good.
3 minutes in, everything looks
And the
really
vehicle's
good.
now 29 nautical miles in altitude, 64 miles downrange, traveling at 5,300 miles per hour. Everything continues to look good. And we've just passed through the Kármán line, reaching 100 kilometers in altitude.
62 miles up.
Everything looking good. 2 minutes to Corbico. Coming up on throttle down on the strap-ons.
Side boosters are now throttling down in preparation
And
for
we've
shut-off
begun
and
throttling down the
separation.
strap-on boosters in preparation for cutoff.
What he said.
We've now achieved min-power level on the strap-ons.
I always call them attachable boosters for a very good reason.
And cutoff. We have cutoff port and starboard boosters coming up on strap-on set, and we have strap-on separation. Disturbances look good. Throttled up the core booster. We're now at EPL on the single stage booster.
It's good separation.
And we've re-enabled steering following separation of the strap-ons. Everything looking good.
We just heard confirmation of port and starboard booster jettison. We have about a minute and a half until we reach our next
And we've
mission
started
event,
LOX
booster
phase
engine
chill
cutoff.
down on the RL-10.
Thermal conditioning and priming of the second stage engine, the DCSS, has started.
1 minute to Corbico. Housing temps respond as expected on the RL-10, and we've started LH2 boost phase chill down. Housing temps responding as expected. Flight control disturbances are small, and the core RS-68 continues to operate as expected.
How does it roll with one engine? Gas generator exhaust. Yep. There is a thrust vector controlled dump on the gas generator to get it to roll. Yep.
About 20 seconds
Smart.
to our next mark event, throttling down the core booster in preparation for Pico.
Beautiful. Stand by for center core booster cutoff.
And core booster is throttling down, coming up on booster engine cutoff. And we have Pico. Cutoff on the booster, everything looking good.
Look at the nozzle. Oh, that's awesome.
And state operation occurred right as expected. NEDs have deployed.
Nozzle extension is working.
And we have pre-start.
There we go.
Start and full thrust. RL-10 is up and running normally. Everything looking good.
Sweet. There it
Enable
goes.
steering of the second stage. Second stage operating normally. Coming up on
I have a model of it, J-Speed, yeah.
fairing separation.
Trisector fairing. Altitude is 146 kilometers. Velocity is 6.4 kilometers
10
a
seconds away
second.
from fairing sep.
Flight azimuth was 95 out of the hole there. 95.2, indicating a
5
eastward,
seconds to fairing
eastward,
sep. And we have fairing separation.
eastward velocity.
Disturbances look good.
So 90-degree flight azimuth.
Upper
pretty
stage is
much.
operating normally.
Trisector
And
separation.
once again, steering has been re-enabled after the separation event.
This is Delta Mission Control.
That guy's
at
on the
T
gram.
plus 6 minutes and 55 seconds.
Get off the gram,
We
dude.
just heard flight commentator Rob Gannon confirm the successful completion of the early phase of today's flight, and all systems continue to operate nominally. While the mission has just begun, we did just see liftoff of the last Delta rocket.
See, he's smiling.
ULA
He knew he
President
got
and
caught.
CEO Tori
See?
Bruno.
They knew. He was on the
Good
gram.
afternoon.
What
a
the
lot
heck?
of you know that the Delta IV Heavy is, of course, the most metal of all rockets, setting itself on fire before it blasts into space. But I also want to talk about its tremendous contribution to our nation, to exploration, to national security. The Delta IV Heavy still today flies missions that no other rocket can fly. Soon Vulcan will pick up that mantle, and we're going to retire this venerable rocket that has made so much important work for our country. And I want to thank everyone who has been involved with the Delta IV Heavy. We have many employees who are here for the very first Delta IV launch, who are still here now for the last Delta IV launch to send off this great vehicle into its well-earned retirement. Thank you all.
See that guy? That guy with the mustache is a combination of Woody and Buzz Lightyear rolled into one. Seriously, he's the CEO of United Launch Alliance, and the guy straight up in his spare time has a farm and horses. So he rides around on his horses, does cowboy things, you know, after work, and then during work he goes and works on rockets. He's like Woody and Buzz Lightyear in one person. That's pretty rad. It's pretty rad. Guy's also a metalhead. Seriously, he posted pictures of him at a Sabaton concert. All right? A Sabaton concert. Okay. That's the kind of guy we're dealing with. All right. Hell yeah. I'm here for it. That's awesome. Yep.
So it's exciting to see it, but bittersweet, obviously, to be the last one. This Delta Heavy configuration is obviously a fan favorite. I know you've seen the most heavy metal of rockets. So definitely a unique and cool configuration. What is it about the Delta Heavy that makes it so special?
Well, so two things. It all boils down to the mission capability, so which is lift capability in many ways, and then on orbit. But the lift capability, the no solid motors, pure liquid, the 3 strap-ons, the slow, majestic liftoff. It's just inspiring.
Yeah.
And there's nothing like it. You know, it makes your heart go.
I really felt it. Like, I feel like more than any other rocket launch, you really feel it in your bones and in the vehicle. So it's just such a cool thing to see, and kind of sad for it to be the last one. So speaking of last, let's talk a little bit about first. So earlier in January, we experienced our first Vulcan rocket. Went off pretty flawlessly, in my personal opinion, which is kind of a big deal for the first one. We also have an exciting time coming up with the first crew flight test coming up here very shortly, actually. So with all those firsts, you know, we are looking at one of our lasts with the Delta configuration in the Delta Heavy. So what would you say was this program's greatest accomplishment?
The greatest is hard to pick.
Just pick one. Or a handful.
So if you look at all the national security things, intelligence, the GPS constellation, everybody uses GPS, right? And you know, the mapping capabilities. I mean, you want to know where you're driving. You want to see what your house looks like in satellite view. Everybody can do that in part because of the satellites.
And every day, we use it every day, right?
Every day it's touched all of us. Yeah, it's amazing.
It's such a cool thing. I mean, working at ULA, you know, just to be a part of that small experience that we have here, but know the huge impact that it has. I mean, just an exciting time.
Yeah, we're enablers.
We are enablers, and we work on rockets, which is really cool. Yeah. Well, Bill, that's all the questions that I have for you today, but I do appreciate you joining us, and just really thank you for being here for this exciting last, and looking forward to a year of firsts for us and many, many more coming here in the future.
Absolutely, to mission success.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Well, we're just about to log up here for today, but before we do, I do want to thank Ben Chilton and Rob Gannon for their support of today's broadcast. You can follow more about ULA and learn more about our rockets at ulalaunch.com. However, before we log off, let's look at one more majestic look of that last Delta launch, lifting off the pad for the very last time. Thanks for joining us. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. We have ignition. 2, 1. And liftoff of the final United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket, carrying NROL 70 for the National Reconnaissance Office and closing Delta's 6-decade legacy of excellence in space.
What a monster. Ah, man, I love that thing. I'm gonna miss that. Well, that's it. I have a tie between my two favorite Delta IV Heavy launches. It's Parker Solar and EFT-1. Yeah. Yeah, Parker Solar and EFT-1. Parker Solar because I stood next to that Delta IV Heavy. EFT-1 because that was just a cool mission. Hey, Lev, thank you for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. End of an era, dudes. Wish we could have gotten a Delta for the Garden. No. Please hold. There is still one Delta IV booster left. It was the test mule booster from the beginning of the program. It's the Air Force has it, or the Space Force now. Yeah. That ooh, EMD switcher. Very nice. That could be used. I'm thinking about what's around. There are some DCSSs around that aren't, obviously for SLS. Like, there's a 4-meter variant floating around at an Aerojet Rocketdyne facility. I forget where it is, though. But there's enough parts to build one stack. One. Better than nothing. Kind of amazing you knew exactly where it was. I wouldn't be who I am if I didn't, man. It belongs in a museum. It's already in a museum. Keep an eye on that auction site. Yep. You gonna buy that TE truck? Dude, I could if I would. All right, AP. Good night, man. Yeah. The museum belongs in a museum. It really does. Yeah, that CBC is not in the best of condition. Hey, WD-40. Thanks for the raid, man. Did you get a good view? We got a pretty decent view on the stream, dude, but I heard it's a little high overcast down there. 10 letters. I just got out of work. Did I miss the launch? Yep. Joshua, I spent this morning watching the Eclipse VOD from yesterday. Actually, absolutely incredible you were to get such a good Eclipse footage from such a cheap camera setup. But I got to say, nowhere near as good as seeing 100% totality in person. After what I experienced yesterday, I absolutely, completely recommend that you see it sometime. Yeah, I got a lot of that yesterday. Guys, I couldn't. It was choose between go to totality and drummer not getting on his flight home. So, yeah, it is what it is, man. Totality, obviously. Drummer could have waited. We looked into moving his flights around, but those plans didn't culminate. So, what are you gonna do? Y'all should have planned that better. Yeah. There will be more. I'm not worried. I'll just have to be around in 2045. That's not that far away. It's only 21 years away. No problem. And then there's one in 2027, I think, that's going to go over Spain. So might have to take a trip to España. I know people over there. I'm sure if I showed up on Alex's door, he'd be like, yeah, come on in. Why are you here again? Look at this picture from Sawyer. Excellent picture. WD, did you respond? Beautiful view. Lost it right before separation. Nice, man. Nice. You can stay at my place for the next totality. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. But yeah, we got good enough footage given the circumstances here. I think our footage was fine. I don't know, Tessa. I'm from Spain. We could have a sleepover. Sí. Mucho queso. Your camera was great. Thank you. I've gotten caught up on on the ISS shot and the Starlink shot too. We'll talk more about that at Space News during Space News a little bit later. Lavi had a very good picture. Yeah, great picture over there from Lavi. Very, very nice. Did a good job. Yeah, that sucks. But hey, like I said, bigger and better rockets are replacing it, so it's okay. Well, Shatter, you know, you want to fly us out there? You know, like, you know, we just need to, okay, all right. Shatter, I got a plan. We find an airplane and then we fly it to Australia. Yeah. Who are we hiring as a pilot? Don't know. We'll figure that one out. Gary, you could probably help. Yeah, see, I think with all the talent in this chat over here, I think we could get that done. You will get Scott Manley. I think I have people here there's people in this chat that have a little bit more experience than he does. Get a hold of coffee and we'll all go. That dude, I'm in. I'm serious. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get it done. We'll get Scott going too. When is Space News? Space News should be around 5 p.m. Eastern. Was launching? The last Delta IV launched. Just a second ago. That was the last one, marking about 60 years of Delta missions. Yeah, Clayton, there you go. Grab DOS on a live view, stream the flight. We had a pilot rent an A330 for his retirement flight. Cost him around $500K for 120 people. That's a good idea. Well, whoever's interested in Slick 37 can get it now. Yep. To be honest, good riddance. The thing is Scrub Central. Going to see it was a burden on your wallet. There's a reason why I just cover launches remote, Sawyer. It gets expensive very, very quickly. This is a picture from Sawyer, guys, over at NSF. Fantastic. We don't know for sure, Nova, but we don't know for sure. Yep. It is what it is, guys. We'll get the next eclipse, okay? What was it used? What was used for solid fuel? There's no solid fuel on Delta 4, Lenko. It's 3 boosters that are using hydrolox, and then the upper stage is hydrolox as well. Hydrogen, liquid oxygen. I missed the fun. Any chance of a quick replay? Yeah. Give me one moment. All right, here. This is a replay.
Rope ignition.
T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. We have ignition. 2, 1.
Lift off.
And liftoff of the final United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket.
What a beast.
Carrying NROL 70
I'm
for
gonna
the
miss that
National
thing.
Reconnaissance Office and closing Delta's 6-decade legacy of excellence in space.
Nice clean flame. The flames on RS-68s burn a little bit orange, guys. It's because they're running a little bit fuel rich for temperature control, which kind of is par for the course with rocket engines. Yeah, what a beast, dude. Oh, I'm gonna miss that thing. What is the superfluous flames? So if you look right here, here, and here, see those? There's dumps on the RS-68. Oh, cool. There's dumps on an RS-68A. Here, I'll show you. So the R-68A was basically derived from the space shuttle engines, but it's supposed to be a low-cost variant of it. Here, let me see if I can find a better picture. Here we go. This one, that one will kind of work. Let's see if we can find a better one. Yeah, this will do it. So if you look, it doesn't look very complicated. That's because it isn't. Delta IV has 2 power packs in it. One is for hydrogen, one is for oxygen. And instead of like trying to take the gas generator exhaust and put it in the engine, it just dumps it overboard. It's very simple. For nozzle cooling, they made the nozzle out of heat shield. It's made out of heat shield. So it's an ablative nozzle. The nozzle burns off over time. So it's kind of, you fire it once and that's it. So what's that fire coming from? The fire is coming from the dumps. So this is dumping gaseous oxygen out the side, and that down here, the other one is dumping out gaseous hydrogen. And what happens is that, you know, those dumps go out and they find the hot exhaust and they light on fire. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, why are the flames going up then? Why are they going up? Well, in these little pockets right here, there's low pressure. The reason why there's low pressure is because, well, the nose cones on the rocket and the booster push the air out of the way. So you tend to get a low pressure pockets of low pressure here between the exhausts. So you get your gaseous oxygen and gaseous hydrogen dumping out of these gas generators, right? And they find some heat and they combust. And when they combust, the flames get stuck in that pocket. Like, think of it like a tide pool, but kind of with aerodynamics. I know that that's a different fluid medium. I get it. Like, water isn't air. But similar ideas. They get stuck right here. That's why those flames are there.
Port and starboard strap-on still operating at...
As the vehicle gets higher in altitude, the ambient pressure goes away because you're flying out of the atmosphere. So the flames do subside. If they are basically expendable SSMEs, why doesn't SLS use these instead? They're not human rated, Shaw, and clustering RS-68s notice how these are kind of far apart from each other? Clustering RS-68s any closer than this is going to cause some thermal issues. You don't want one engine melting the outside of the nozzle. Yeah, through heat convection. You don't want that. That would be bad. Especially if they're sitting next to two gigantic solid rocket boosters, which also put out a lot of heat. Yeah, stuff likes to catch on fire. Do launches show up on the Richter scale? Probably a little bit. Hello, first-time viewer. Your channel's really cool. Thanks to Katie. Right on. Yeah. I like rockets. Rockets are my thing. I use this Twitch stream to teach people about rockets and engineering and aerospace and civil, mechanical, electrical. A lot of different things. And I use video games to teach it. Or we just cover a launch. I mean, that as well. What qualifications do I have? Oh, I'm a huge nerd. Don't worry. Yeah, just in case that question gets teed up. I'm a huge nerd. I spend my days off stream reading about a lot of different things. Yeah, big nerd. Oh, nice one, bro. There you go. Cool. Do they examine the light coming from the exhaust to confirm the burn quality? I mean, Slappy, to an extent, they probably did. They're probably not going to do it with this Delta launch because there's not another one after. But every launch is heavily instrumented. Well, not heavily instrumented. It's pretty well instrumented, and every launch is filmed, right? Filmed and documented. There's a very good reason for that. It's so you can kind of look to see how the vehicle is performing. Basically, NASA, ULA, SpaceX, they're all filming in super high definition. And before it was like super high definition, before they, like filmed these launches in 4K, et cetera, they were shooting in IMAX basically. They used IMAX cameras for imaging the launches, for imaging like ignition sequencing. Like when you crank the key over and turn it, right? The reason why is because, yeah, it's a pretty dang violent event, and, you can use it to see if something didn't go right, or maybe there's something you haven't taken into account. Maybe it's going to do something you didn't know, or you're going to learn something new. That camera is not an engineering camera. This is just a camera. A lot of the cameras are on an isolator mount. This one is clearly not. It's picking up the vibrations, and that's why it looks like it's underwater, because it's artifacting the heck out of it. But you do see some plume interaction here. Note that, see that the shocks are lit up on that engine? This kind of dotted line thing going on here. That usually is some type of ice or something falling off the booster and interacting with the plume. Or it could be a chunk of the ablative nozzle coming off. That right there would probably, like, once again, they're probably not going to do it because this is the last Delta. There's really nothing left to learn, right? But there was some type of plume interaction here. If there was another launch, they'd probably go and look at that. And who knows? ULA might do that, just to figure out what happened here and see if it'll affect other vehicles. But yeah, they do film in pretty high definition. Not that camera. But yeah, even on this one, that's not an engineering camera. We still saw something happen right there with that right engine. Yeah, see that? Yeah, this propulsion system in this vehicle is all obsolete at this point. ULA is using Vulcan now, which is using methane in the first stage. Methane and liquid oxygen instead of hydrogen and oxygen. But yeah, there's always something to learn here. There's always something to learn with every launch. Even when you're in the operational phase, there's always something to learn. Every launch should get instrumented, because flight data is the best type of data that you can get to learn new things. Should you ideally learn new things when you're doing operational missions? No. You don't want to, for instance, learn that SRB O-rings in cold, windy weather don't work very well during an operational mission. You don't want to learn stuff like that. You don't want to learn that dropping an SRB and causing a microfracture in the casing could cause it to explode during a launch. You don't want to learn that. That's a bad thing. That's also learning too much. Just want to learn a little bit during every launch. Just a little bit, you know. But yeah, every launch, even SpaceX, who launches on a day-to-day basis, every launch is documented, and all the telemetry. This is actually super cool. So SpaceX is in Hawthorne. They have a database, big server rack. The server room is ridiculous. I've seen it. Server room is ridiculous. One, because it has a model of a T-1000 in it, or a T-800, excuse me, a Terminator and a Xenomorph in the server room, and it says Cyberdyne Systems on it. But like every SpaceX launch, all the telemetry gets uploaded into the server after every launch. So it's downlinked from the vehicle, gets uploaded onto the server, and then that telemetry is checked against every other Falcon 9 launch ever. And if there's a red flag with the launch, right, the footage also gets downlinked into the server as well. And if there's a red flag, like something did something weird with the telemetry, it'll show up, it'll send an email to the engineer, and the engineer will go and look at the footage to see if there's anything weird. That's one of the reasons why SpaceX is able to achieve such high flight rate. Every single Falcon launch is checked against every other Falcon launch, at least from a telemetry standpoint. SpaceX's insistence on heavy instrumentation and checking against every launch and well, the software automation behind doing all that is part of the reason why they can fly as much as they do. Yep. The Datum Center. That's right. What was the eclipse like? Dark. It was awesome, Jens. Really cool. I didn't get full totality here. We got like 90% partiality, but I understand that's not the same thing. The next time an eclipse rolls around, I'll figure out a way to go see totality, okay? Hey, Eagle, tier 2, 49 months. Thank you. So, yeah. Yeah, every rocket is heavily instrumented. Every rocket, well, it's not like they don't go crazy. They don't have like redundant sensors and stuff, but everything has sensors on it. Like you don't, here's the thing about rockets. It's so complicated and there's so much stuff going on so ridiculously fast. You're going to need sensors to understand what everything is doing. And the reason why you want to instrument everything is because with a rocket, if one thing goes wrong, it's particularly like in propulsion with plumbing or whatever, one thing goes wrong, it usually results in an explosion, and not the kind of explosion that you want. A rocket engine is an explosion, but it's an explosion that's being forced through a nozzle and shot out the back. So if you're exploding in one direction, you're good to go. But if something goes wrong, you usually end up exploding in multiple directions. Or worst case, detonating in multiple directions. Even a detonation in one direction is a bad idea with a combustion rocket engine. That's really bad for it. Yeah, if you're exploding in multiple directions, something's probably gone wrong. And that's why they have all this instrumentation. You got to make sure it's right. Now, simultaneously, can you be 100% sure that it's going to work? Well, no, nothing is 100% certain, right? But that's why you have the telemetry to check. Spain will get totality in 2026 and 2027. Well, quiero ir al España en 2026. ¿Sí o no? ¿Qué? All right. Anyway, let's switch over to workers and resources, guys. We will do space news probably in about 4 hours from now. Hi from Notodden, Norway. Hey, Eric, what's going on? That was Portuguese Spanish. But understandable. Hey, you understood it. Good enough for me. Place was awesome. Thanks for the recommendation. Dude, no problem. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. I did tell you to go there. I forgot about that, Eagle. Yeah, dude. I'm glad you liked it. You got more pictures? Oh, you got more pictures. And because I told you to go there, I'm going to show one of these pictures on stream. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do. It's beyond my control. I'm going to show them that picture. Yeah. Yeah, I don't hate that. Slappy High from Australia, right on. The last Delta launch was incredible, in tears. It was a good time. It's a good time. Yeah. That's a good time, too. That's Johnson Space Center in Houston, guys. If you're ever in Texas, head there. They have stuff that you might enjoy. Oh, nice space hardware there, bud. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, guy. All right. So, I am going to head off to play Workers and Resources now. Oh, yeah. Yeah. All systems. Absolutely. Have we talked about Sierra Space's drop pod tech, Halsey? Yeah, that's going to happen at 5. Let's play some Workers now. Workers and Resources. Which is, yeah, the most disgustingly punishing city builder I've ever played. We're going to play that for a little while. We'll do Space News a little later in the night. Now, before we do that, let's see. We do have a Starlink tonight. Starlink 648 launching out of Slick 40, which is down the street from where that Delta just launched. In about 10 hours and 28 minutes. No guarantees that I'll be able to make it to that. I got to get back in the groove. Took some days off, but we should be, you know, we'll aim for it. We'll aim high. All right. I'm going to do Space News at 5 just because of this. It's just Starlink. Yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Ravioli, 35 months. Thank you very much. Delta 4, so Eric over there in the YouTube chat, Delta 4 was the rocket that transformed you from an av geek into a space nerd. It was the space shuttle for me, dude, because it's, you know, that whole falling with style thing. No, I'm not calling it flying. It does something when it gets... The space shuttle did something when it got near the ground. I don't know if that could be classified as flying, but yeah, I'm right there with you. I like everything, dude. If you guys don't know me, I like any type of mechanized thing. It could be a tractor. It could be a space shuttle, which is basically a flying tractor. Or at least aerodynamically, it's about as good as a flying tractor or a steam engine. Either one. Steam engine with wings. Yeah. But I like anything. Any type of mechanical things. I usually enjoy. Like a lot. Like I got a problem. Like I can't stop. Can't stop. All right. So let's change up the title here. Let's see. All right, let me change the title over there on the YouTube side of things. We figured out a way to do it and not have to end the stream. We'll switch over to gaming, save that out. There we go. We're changed over there. Change the category on the Twitch side of things. Hit the bookmark for drummer. There we go. All right. Let's switch over. Wait, you're streaming on YouTube now too? Yeah. Yep. Got a YouTube stream going as well. You love all types of rockets, but Apollo is what got you into space. Something about a machine that big being made in the 60s and flying to the moon just baffles you. I mean, geek, Saturn was like dudes TIG welding in a garage. That's what gets me, dude. That would be like you or me in the shop trying to put one of these things together on a jig manually and like hand machine lathing all the parts. How that worked, I have no idea. How did you do that? How did you get that to work without a CNC machine and not have problems? And not even designing on a computer. It's designing on a piece of paper. It's like, you did what? Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine some of the machinists that made some of those things, dude? You know how good you have to be to make the same part twice on a machine? Like, it's pretty nuts, man. That's pretty good. It's pretty healthy fabrication skills. I wish I could, dude, I wish I could fabricate like that. Yeah, Eric, yeah, shuttle had its things. I'd say the program was flawed. I still think the shuttle is an insanely good design. Like, if you're going to do a partially reusable orbiter, the design doesn't get much better than that. I think the people running it are, well, I won't repeat that in polite conversation. The people that ran it were, sorry, I went to talk there and just no sound came out. It's weird, right? Like, that's weird. Are you aware who Jack Black's mother is? Yeah, she worked on the Apollo program, Hoovian. Yep. Oh, W, you're in both chats. Okay, I got you. I came too late to space flight to see Delta IV in its prime, but I did get to see its last 3 launches at least. Yeah. The slide rule. Yeah, it's impressive, dude. Had a friend that used to make parts for the Skunk Works in Burbank many years ago. I mean, Racer, such talent, dude. Such talent. Like, look at that ULA, that one of the tributes from the ULA cast, dude. One of those dudes just worked on rockets and was just into pro stocks. Like, all right. Yeah, Cats, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying I know nothing. I see nothing. I know nothing. You know? Oh boy. I love the shuttle, but incidents make you a little skeptic. Once again, Eric, think about it like this, right? The space shuttle is a semi-truck. It's a truck that flies into space. All right? It's good at doing that. If you try to use it for anything else, it's not good at doing that. You don't go camping in a semi-truck, do you? No, you don't. Right? The best thing for a semi-truck to do, the way that it's going to have less problems, is if you use it like a semi-truck. Think about it. Right? After Challenger, they decided to use their space truck as a space RV. Lone Star. That didn't work too well, did it? Just saying. Yeah, Cats, I got you. Yep. Right. Yeah, but do you think the overall design would have been better if the Air Force didn't have the crazy once-around requirements? No. No, not at all. RJ, you can make anything work. NASA could make a tuba that flies into space if they really want to. It's just making a tuba that flies into space there might be easier ways to make something get into space, you know? But could you? Sure, why not? Like, I don't know, you make a rocket look like a tuba, that'd be kind of cool. I mean, it's got the nozzle already, you just turn it upside down, it'd be good to go, right? Like, maybe a French horn, I don't know. Could you? Sure, absolutely. But why? What are you trying to do? Even then, right? Like, if you establish stakeholder expectations, it's just a matter of testing it and making sure you understood what you made. That's where I think they went wrong. The shuttle, which was designed to launch 4 times a month, at least from baseline stakeholder expectations from the systems engineering from the project, they planned on ramping to 1 shuttle launch a week. That's why they built 4 orbiters. Orbiter has a month turnaround. You build 4 orbiters, you can launch once a week. Pretty straightforward stuff, right? So that makes sense, right? So they launched it 4 times for a test flight. 4 times, that's it? That's it. Something that's going to be launching, with each orbiter launching 12 times a year, 48 launches a year, stakeholder expectation, you test it 4 times and it's good to go? No, that's not how you do that at all. Yeah, Cats, that would be nice. Yeah, well, I mean, Hellfish, that's what happens when you design the most complicated vehicle ever conceived by man on a shoestring budget, with a budget that's correlative after inflation adjustment to the Gemini program. Yes, you heard that right. NASA and the Department of Defense developed the shuttle for Gemini program money. Yeah, after inflation. But yes, it's about the same. You can go look. I've looked at this. I've gone back and looked at the cost studies. The shuttle, I'll say that one more time just in case anybody really, like, just you didn't hear that one. We're just going to let that sink, and maybe even that bathtub in, okay? The shuttle was designed with money after inflation that equates out to what the Gemini program was developed for. The Gemini program, a much simpler program. Think about that for a second. And when you look at it like that, you're like, huh. Oh, that's why you had problems. It's like you got the budget for a Pinewood Derby car and they want you to build an F1 car. Okay? Two different things. Anyway, I'm going to switch over to workers. I could talk about this for the next 12 hours. I've done it before, but I want to face the wall now. I mean, yeah, you guys can go look at these numbers. Feel free to double check me and fact check me. I know that's what the internet's good at. Please do it. I want to make sure I'm conveying the right information. But as far as I can see, if you look at NASA's budget during the development of the shuttle program from 1972 to 1981, because that's when development, from inception to test flight, right? Look at those numbers and stack them up against the Gemini program. It's the same. You have to adjust for inflation, but it is the same, which is still like, oh, yeah, no wonder that didn't work. In fact, I would say that NASA did a pretty damn good job given the circumstances. Like, it's pretty impressive that you made that work with like no money. All right, let's get the tunage going. Let's get workers up and running. Space News at 5 p.m. That's 3 hours away. Let's roll. Yeah, maybe Elfish. Yes, I've seen it. Have you watched the Netflix documentary on the Challenger disaster? Love to know your thoughts on the shuttle director basically saying sacrifices were necessary to progress spaceflight, and he wouldn't change a thing if he had to do it over.
Go at throttle up.
Yeah. Valkyrie, I have thoughts. None of them are good. Carlos, thank you for those 10 subs. I do appreciate it. Carlos, let me read that again. I'd have to go back and watch, or not Carlos, who said that? XB. Love to know your thoughts on the shuttle director basically saying sacrifices for never. I'd have to hear the context of that statement, dude, because at face value, that sounds stupid. If that XB, I'd have to go watch it. But if that statement was taken in the context in which you said, and which I'm understanding, if spaceflight is, you need necessary sacrifices for spaceflight, etc., etc. First of all, safety is not correlative to safety. They're not safety and reliable missions are not mutually exclusive. SpaceX is proving that you can do both of those things pretty easily. Second of all, if you think that human sacrifices, so people sacrificing lives for the space program is a good idea, why don't we go ask Challenger and Columbia's crews? Oh wait, you can't, because they didn't really have a say in this matter, now did they? And I think that's the more important part. If people want to go gung-ho and want to be cavalier with the space program, make sure you know what we're signing up for. You know what I mean? Do you think the crews of the 2 shuttles that were lost knew, you think I expected that thing to pop like they did? No, absolutely
Discovery.
not.
Go at throttle.
It's not supposed to do that. You know what I mean? I don't think that's wise. I don't think that necessarily putting a price on human life is something that we have to do when running a space program. That's stupid. That screams programmatic management failure. But, once again, I'd have to see the context for the statement. So, I'm going to play workers now. Hey, Rambo, 11-month resub. Thank you very much. Let me switch back over here. Ever played Juno? Yeah. Yeah, I've played Juno before, Eric. Yep. Not on stream, though. I'm a Kerbal player, dude. I haven't been playing much Kerbal, though, lately, because I've been really, really into this game. So, let's go. It was great, Pogo. Yeah, how about you? Like, there's rolling the dice and acceptable risk, Cats, when you go to launch, and then there's just being stupid. Challenger was just being stupid. 2 launch constraint violations. It's too cold and it's too windy. The cold is not what did Challenger in. And XB, if we're talking about the documentary I think you're talking about, the conclusions from said documentary were entirely idiotic and ignoring the programmatic problems. If you think Challenger failed because of those O-rings, you are off your rocker. The O-rings were fine. They had failed in the past and shuttles got into space just fine. It's the wind that got Challenger. Because a failed O-ring hadn't been tested in high wind shear conditions. That's what did Challenger in. It's important to learn that and understand that. Most of the documentaries I've seen about Challenger failed to reach this conclusion, which is absurd to me, which tells me that none of the people involved in making said documentary have read the Rogers Commission in its full extent, which is a little bit shocking, but hey, what are you gonna do?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, exactly, Hellfish. That's what I mean. The shuttle program was a programmatic management failure. Not the design, not the system. The system is fine. Shuttle works great. If you use it correctly. Using your truck as an RV is probably not a good idea. You know why? It's not an RV. It's a truck. You want to go camping in your truck, buy a fifth wheel and tow a camper. Anyway. Yeah, XB, I'd have to go see the context of that. But let's play workers. We can have this discussion a little bit later during Space News. Oh yeah. All right. I will be taking a look at that one. Let me balance the audio.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Poison gifted us up a floating disc. Yep. Thank you. So I started working on the big sports hall. We did get tourism up and running, but it turns out that tourists need a lot more. Tourists need a lot more things. They need just as much things as citizens here, which does make sense. They got food and meat though. Got plenty of that. So we should be starting to get some revenue from tourists, which is good. I have a bus on that route bringing tourists in. So what did you do in the last stream? I got the hotel running. We started the farm harvest for 73. And I think I commissioned a couple of more projects around here to be worked on. Yeah, we started building the sports hall because one of the requirements here is that the tourists want to participate in sports, so I think building a sports hall down here is good. The other thing is that if I want to increase my labor here from building out these flats, got them, We're gonna need another supermarket, another store down here, which is fine. That's okay. We can build another one. I'm thinking build it right here. We have the space to do it, and then save this area for more things. I do not know, RJ. All the tourists are named American and have a spy in the name. I also think if we're going to expand the population, we're going to have to build out the police station and the bigger hospital. I also started building out the car dealership because we are profitable. I got to the point where I could refinance the two $1.5 million loans, just one more loan, bro, into a single $2 million loan that basically made our monthly payment go from like, the monthly payment go from $52 a month to $36 a month. We will end up paying more in the long run because of the interest rate, but that will give me more liquidity in the short term, which means we can start to commission these building projects. My favorite movie? Oh, I don't know, Pigeon. Depends on the genre.
Discovery, go at throttle.
I'd say Blues Brothers is probably at the top. Are we arbitraging? Arbitraging? Arbitrage. I don't know, man. We could. I'm not sure I have enough liquidity right now, all systems, to be able to do some arbitrage. To do some arbitrage. I cannot say that word correctly for the life of me, dude. I just don't know what that's about. I can't do it. I don't know. We'll just say we're going to Arby's and we'll call it a day. I've been on a Banish kick recently, but I may have to check out this game. AC, this game is Cities mixed with Factorio, mixed with Transport Fever. If you have stuff to do, don't play this. I'm dead serious on that. Also, those launches yesterday were sweet, dude. Town is looking hench. What's up, Rig? Fun fact, in French, a referee is called an arbitre. Oh. Interesting. We're going to Arby's. Let me check the market index. I don't even know if that's what that's called. We can buy alcohol for $4.50 and sell for $4.90. Not bad, mate. Been a bit crook, but getting there. How are you? I'm all right, man. We can buy it on the dollar for $4.50 and sell for 494 rubles. That's pretty good. Same with aluminum as well. That's like super good. And then if we move alcohol from dollar to ruble and then crops back from ruble to dollar, we can make a good amount of cash there. Let's do it. All right. Let's adjust the train route. Delete that. So we're going to need it. We're going to need it to go to the NATO border. Load alcohols. Wait until loaded. Right? And we want it to unload crops. And then we have to, because of the train tracks, how I have them set up, make it go to that waypoint right there. And then make it go to the NATO border, or the Warsaw Pact border, right? And then we need to load crops here, and then unload alcohol. And then go back there. Because the difference between buying and selling an alcohol and buying and selling, because there's a difference between buying and selling alcohol, buying and selling crops. Crops are much closer to the same price. Alcohol is a $50 difference. For every ton, we're gonna make 50 bucks, which is pretty good. So let's go here with the train and send it on its mission. Look at bitumen as well. I can't move bitumen with the train because we're using boxcars, but let me check. Bitumen is buying at 743. Buy at 743 and sell at 615. I don't want that. That's not that. No, we don't want to do that. Other way. Buy at 680, sell at 672. That's an $8 difference. That's not bad, but it ain't a $50 difference. There's a $50 discrepancy there between alcohols. What is bitumen? Bitumen is tar. Clothes have a $200 difference. Let me see. You can buy clothes for $24.43 and sell them for $26.50. Okay. Yep. We should probably do that, rig. Well, I only have that train set to do one trip. We'll adjust it after it does one trip. But we're going to make some cash. So, like, check it out. We start with 55, right? I guarantee you we'll... I mean, how many tons can that train move? The train can move 300 tons of alcohol. So we do 302 times 50. Look. See what I'm talking about? So that number should go up to like 65 when we're done with this. Actually, delete that stop and then just have it go back and forth. Yeah, okay, hold on. We went to 0. So, wait until loaded. Uncheck that box. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Go to the next stop. Pause the game for a second. No. Why? Why are you like this? We gotta fix this or else happiness will take a dookie. Alright, hold on. I have it set to load 30 alcohol at this point, and it's not doing it. We're well beyond 30% here. We didn't have enough liquidity to get this done. Alright, let's do that then. That'll get us where we need. And then pay that thing out. Set that to 100 for next time. Save. Yeah, I saw the power, guys. I saw it. Yeah, look at the ruble versus dollar difference, man. Unbelievable. We can, if we just do this a couple of times, we can actually make a lot of cash real quick. How's the harvest going? Nice. We got most of it. Oh, the truck's got a good deal of this stuff, man. Very good. Very good. How much crops do we have? 4 tons. That's definitely going to be useful. Tell me that thing is online. Okay, good. 4,000 tons, excuse me. Yeah, that's, we're going to try to go to Arby's here. We're going to go to Arby's. I can't say that damn word, so we're going to Arby's. You understand? I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. Drummer, go to sleep, dude. You've been awake since yesterday. Don't worry about it. You slept a bit on the plane. Plane sleep is never good sleep, dude. You gotta learn that. Plane sleep sucks, all right? You only sleep on the plane if you absolutely have to. Okay? Chat, back me up on this. Plane sleep, never good sleep. Never. Thank you. Arby's, why not challenge your stomach to a fight? Yeah. All right, we're gonna let this go here. Look at that. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'd like a double roast beef and cheese with a Jamocha shake and curly fries. Okay, that'll be $3.50. $3.50. Joe, I can't fit in an airplane, man. That's my big problem. Hey, we're up into the 100 G's. Oh, yeah. The only way I can sleep on an airplane is with lots of alcohols. Yep. Global market report, iron ore rises. Okay. It's unloading and loading at the same time, Bitter Hen. See? Dobre. Dziękuję. That's Polish. Well, it's the same thing in whatever. Okay. What language do you want? I only know 2 languages, man. English and bad English. There probably is, Simon, but I have to set it to the waypoint again. That's what I had on the A330. The only thing is the emergency slide is there, so the legroom is off to the side, so it's not that great. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Klingon? Yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, we got Klingon. Yeah. 156 on the export because we're going to Arby's. Pigeon, we'll clean that out in a second. I'm almost getting to the point where I can fix it. Or at least clean it. That's right, Housley. The waypoint let it reverse. Yeah, if I didn't add that waypoint into the logic for the train route, it would have gone all the way around the map because that's the only loop that it registers. Trains won't turn around unless they're at a stop or a waypoint, which is... We figured that one out the hard way last time with Nyakigrad. Unable to get electronics. Yeah, that should fix it. The happiness will go back up. It was just the heating problems that I had for when we bankrupted ourselves here. Now, see, we're unloading here. Who am I talking to? Two chats, dude. Two chats, man. The oil's definitely helping me, Clangbang. We're working on a solution, Flacken, don't worry.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Sneaky, that total eclipse yesterday was, wow, tier 2, 68 months. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I only got like 95% partiality here. We didn't get totality, but yeah. I wasn't really sure about the hype for the eclipse, and then I saw it yesterday, and I'm like, okay, yeah, we're gonna have to make it a thing to go and see one of those at some point. Off topic, opinion of Ozzy? I like Ozzy Sawyer, yeah. Anything that you'd hear on a classic rock radio station is pretty much what I'd like. Pretty much on par. Yeah, Ozzy's cool, man. I hate monkeys. There's a border monkey once bit his bloody head off. Yeah, 4 and 5 for real. Yeah, the Starlink pictures were really what kicked it off, man. That was so freaking cool. Yeah, Wolfie, I'm borrowing, but we will arbitrage. Yeah, we got to set that to 100 next time. All right, cool. I got a hangnail, dudes. I'm sorry. It's pissing me off. Freaking every time I tap the keyboard, it hurts. I think I got it, though. Sorry about putting my fingers in my mouth. Yeah, Sneaky, she good, man. We got 53 footers. And I made one of them a different color because it's cool. It is okay, Sneaky. I took the hangnail and I removed it through the anus. What? Couldn't you make alcohol from those crops instead of trading? Well, yeah, of course. But I got the crops to make alcohol over there. Those crops are just to exchange money. Because the exchange rate between crops is a way lower change than the exchange rate between alcohols. See what I'm talking about? I made the hangnail face the wall, yes. Did you have to crank down any video settings for this? I fired up for the first time on my 2080 and it's running like a slug. I just got rid of depth of field, caveman. I always just shut off depth of field because depth of field is stupid. Depth of field and motion blur. Yeah, 187 for sure. Have you considered keeping the sun cam going all day with a live stream? Could be cool. 415, now that I know that we have that capability, I was thinking about maybe going and looking at some planets or something. Putting it out there. Yeah, I mean, if we could see sunspots, we could definitely see the rings of Saturn. As far as I understand, in this game, you have to pay the labor for working. So if you pay laborers for producing crops and then pay the laborers producing alcohol, don't you have to consider the cost for that too? You don't pay people, Pigeon. Their payment is having a place to sleep and food and living services. The work is the working labor is currency here in this scenario. Yeah, you pay for imported labor, ironically, yes. Yeah, I'm buying, yes, Wolfie, that's what I'm doing. I ticked the alcohol price. We're not going to make any money this time. See how crops buy for 31, sell for 33? Buy 501, sell for 504? That, we evened it out, but that's called arbitrage. You can make some money off the differential pricing between currencies of goods. It's like basically a self-correcting thing in the market. Super useful, actually. But now we're trading 1-to-1 to 1-to-1, so it's not. I made some money off of it. We probably made about 20K off of it, and now I gotta pay back the loan here. But we did make some cash off of it. Let me just check the loans here. We got to move a little bit more crops around until the loans are paid off, but that's no problem. The reason why is because 483 tons of crops doesn't equate out to the same price as 300 tons of alcohol. So we're gonna have to move crops around a little bit more, just enough to get the debt paid off, which is no big deal. That's fine. We can zero it out. That's why I stopped telling the train to load alcohol, because we're not going to make any more money off of it. We could buy for 501, sell for 504, but we basically corrected the market. It's really only good for a one-time thing. But that's what I was worried about a little bit earlier when I said I don't think we have the liquidity to do arbitrage. We didn't right now, which is why I took a loan out against that. But see, we got to pay off these loans quick, because if we don't, then the interest is going to build and we're not going to make any money. That's why you don't take a loan out for arbitrage. You need to have this. You straight up need to have the liquidity to do it, or else find a way to pay the loan off quickly, which is what we're going to do now. This is a dollar loan, Flykin, not a ruble loan. We're gonna have to zero it. We'll just let the train do its thing. Here, let me pause for a second. You said clothes? Oh. Alright, well, how much clothes can this thing hold? 300 tons of clothes. We could buy for 2,400 and sell for 2,675. That's 200. We could loan against it. Let me zero out. Let's zero out what we have, and then we'll check clothes again. Clothes would be super expensive. I'm not sure a loan will be enough to pay it. Bitumen has higher. I know, but I can't move bitumen in bulk. You have to be able to do it. You have to be able to do this in bulk. You need to move a lot of it to really get the short-term benefits of performing Arby's traj. It's opening day, Creeper. It's sunny outside. SpaceX just confirmed that there's the launch tonight. Cool. Yeah, I'll let the train do its thing for a little bit. How's the sports hall coming? Oh, it's built. Wow. All right. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Nice, we got most of the crops that time. That's pretty good. Free cars are coming. Yes. Will we get a second city eventually, Varigor? Yeah, absolutely. Or, I mean, I'm kind of for just expanding this city even more. Like, how cool would it be to have flats, like, going up the mountain and stuff? We kind of have to... That's kind of the only place I really can expand even more because, we got to keep away from the pollution here. So we could expand up this hill, and up into the mountains, which, I mean, I'll admit it, I kind of want to do that. I already cleared off this hill for more housing eventually. But, yeah, eventually we might need a second one because what I'm kind of pivoting towards is that, I mean, we know that the fuel costs are going to get crazy. I want to put a refinery complex out here, and it might be better to have a village over here in Viscovice, or Viscovice, or whatever. I'm sorry, I can't say that name, to service it. So, yeah, we're going to need more. Is there steel in those mountains? There's coal right there. Yeah. Coal is right there. There's iron up here. That's why I put an iron mine down. But we don't have the labor to support either one of those. I barely have the labor to support getting this stuff, like having this stuff work right now. So we do need to expand this city. Can workers take trains? You can take... workers can take any forms of transportation as long as you build it. Yeah, you can make a subway as well. Call to arms? Maybe after Space News if I'm feeling it, dude. Sure. Cool, happiness is going back up. I'm not sure what the unable to get electronics thing is. We should have plenty. Yeah. There's no kindergarten. There we go. How's your debt these days? We're buying it down. We are profitable. It's just going to take some time. I'm trying to do arbitrage. I'm trying to do arbitrage right now to pay it down faster. Hey, all right. Nice. Yeah, the train is buying it down slowly, but it's, yeah. If we get enough cash to trade on clothes, guys, we're gonna make a ton of money here. The clothes are 24 to 26, 24.50 to 26.75. That's $225 profit per ton. And we have 300. Yeah, that's 60 G's. 60 G's profit per train load. But we got to make sure that we trade back on something that's 1-to-1 and something that holds an equal amount. Or equal value, I guess. That's the way to do that. Value. So we might not move like 300 tons of clothes. Maybe we'll move 100 tons of clothes and then figure out something that's 1-to-1 that has equal value that we can fit in this thing. Because I have to make multiple train trips here. To get this to even out. What's the train doing? I think it can get to the fueling from there. Can we get an Ah? Going to fuel. It's getting there, Pigeon. It's getting there. Ding-a-ling. How's our crop count doing? We were at 4,000 tons, 3918. All right, we're good. She got a full tank of gas now. Garbageage. Yeah, it's when we trade garbage around. We need another garbage truck. I'm thinking get another snowplow, dude. Seriously. So we can plow faster. Those things plow way quicker. But another garbage truck might not be the worst idea either. I need more technical offices. That's the real truth here. We'll wait until our currency is balanced out, dude. Loads to explosives with this train is probably not the worst idea. Buy clothes from NATO. Because I'm looking at the prices here. They're actually super close to each other. So clothes we buy at $432, sell at $25.90. So $24.32, sell at $25.90, and then, or no, $24.49, $26, $24.32. Let me just do some calculations out here. $676 minus $449, $227 of profit, and then explosives. What do we lose out of that? $25.90. So $590 minus $432. So it's $158. 227 minus $158, which means we're making 69. Yeah, 69 bucks off every ton. Yeah, that's not that much. But that means we can make 16K every train trip, you know? Rather than having to do, for one alcohol run, having to do like 20 train runs. Nice. Nice. $674 to $730. That's only 56 per. Oh, wait a minute, right here. $26.39 to $26.90. That's only a $50 difference instead of a $227 difference. Yeah. Buy clothes. Buy clothes from NATO. Sell the Warsaw Pact. Oh, no, never mind. 29 to 23. That's not good. We need something that's similar in price. So electronics. Oh. No, there's nothing that's really going back and forth that's a similar unit price. Did you succeed in making healthy profit? Yeah. Yeah, we're not doing the worst right now. What about unhealthy profit? That's what arbitrage is. Yeah, Pigeon, I'm doing that, but I'm taking it to the next level. I'm buying something low from one currency, selling it high on another currency, and then buying something that's the same price from the second currency to the first currency. So, like, say, all right, this is weird to understand, so just bear with me here. Say NATO sells one banana for 10 bucks, okay? One banana. Just say hand banana. 10 bucks. And NATO, if I sell it to NATO for 20, right? If I move one banana from NATO to Warsaw Pact, I make 10 bucks, right? Now, if NATO and Warsaw Pact sell apples, right? for $10. You could buy them for $10 at Warsaw Pact and sell them NATO for $10. Well, that's 1-to-1, right? So if I buy a load of bananas from NATO, sell them at Warsaw Pact, I make a ton of money. And then if I buy a bunch of apples here and then sell them for the same price back at NATO, right? I make money. You don't just move currency around. You move currency and you make profit, but you get to keep the same currency. The whole point is to find something that has a different price, buy that, make money off of it, and then sell it something 1-to-1 back. And you'll make, you push on the second transaction, but you make money off the first one. You can do that in this game, but you got to be careful because the prices adjust to the market. Or if you make slight money on both transactions, which is why I'm trying to find stuff that unit pricing here that that'll change. How's the debt looking? We're buying it down. Here, pause for a second. Yeah. You completely paid off the 2 million? No. That's still there. I have 1.8 mil left on that. These are dollar loans that I use to take out to get some cash. Arbitrage. Yeah, we'll have these paid off super fast. It's just gonna take 4 or 5 runs with the train to get this to work right. Yeah, Jens, figuring it out slowly, but I'm figuring it out. No, gotcha. Yeah, no, I'm good, but I'm not that good. That vehicle maintenance building has a lot cleaned in. I just really wish it would repair this and stuff. It's okay. Repairing that truck. Bouncy off the waypoint. Yeah, Jens, if we were... Dude, look at that export. 233. If we didn't have those loans right now, we'd be making a lot of money. What's next to build? We have to build out more population to get that food factory going. We get that food factory going, even if we're partially importing crops, we'll make a ton of cash. Food doesn't have necessarily a high unit price, but the food factory can make a lot of it if it's going into overdrive. So even if we're importing crops here and there, we'll still make a lot of money on export there. Still haven't managed to build back that second silo. No. Got one of the dollar loans paid off. There we go. Yeah, we don't really need the second silo. Yeah, unless it's for additional grain storage. You know, in which case I can have a train. We could have a small, like, switcher train just move from one to one. Yeah, it's because of that road, it's not going to let me really do that, huh? Yeah, we'll just... Would a forklift path between the silos work, like, for self-balancing? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Could maybe do it if you had a node on the road. Yeah. Found a job opening. Yeah, that's broken. If it has a connection Yeninator, okay. Cool.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hazanko, 69 months. Nice, comrade. Yes, you've been promoted to reproductive planning and planning reproduction planning correlation planning department. Congratulations. Hey, it's me checking in to let you know that I'm alive and day cool is amazing. Alright, Bree. Good to know, thank you. Oh, jeez. Oh, Jens, yeah, you'll like this game if that's the case. Oh, Nikes. Oh, all right. Well, let's start doing it. Oh, Weight Crush, we, yeah, it's still, I still love the... Yes, I still love the Now that I have a little better, like, dexterity in the game, yeah, it's just, it gets more fun and more fun once you figure out what you need to do. Still some coffee left. Ah. Good news, the new Fiat Pandas are in. They really aren't, though. What are you talking about? Of course they are. Oh, Liquid, you're talking to me. Yeah, you're talking to somebody else. Yes, sell the cars. Yes, sell them. We want you to go fast. Get our construction depots on that little stretch of road right there. Get some labor on the little stretch of road, and then we build a gas station right next to our auto dealership. How far are you off from producing cars? The distance to the moon. Long way. Yeah, long way right now. We're getting there, though. You gotta be a little bit slower in your implementation. What's the next big thing that the city needs? More population. And then, Tom, after that, I need... Not only do we need more population, I need a better way for them to get down to that. So we're going to have to look into whether we want to expand buses, stick with car-centric, which we could do, or a tram or something. I'm thinking eventually just implement everything. We also, a big pressing issue that I need is a technical office. We need a technical office sooner rather than later. Like a big technical office. I'm thinking about putting it right here. I'm not sure we can fit that thing that way. Oh yeah, that's right. I did want to put it right here. Cool. Cool. Did you ever get radios up and running? No, I don't. I have the space for the radio station, Contra. I wanted it right here. I did not have the liquidity for it at the time. I don't have the cash. That's what part of what I'm trying to fix right now. What are you researching right now? Bitumen production and advertising. Pigeon, I think we should gear up for the oil over here. After we get this system, you know, with people getting down here, food production stable and everything, what we should do is begin an infrastructure expansion project. Get a highway, a right-of-way for a highway, and a right-of-way for some tracks down here for the oil. Yeah, we should absolutely do that. How much did you earn from tourism last month? I can check. $3,600. That's not... Hey, it's something. Just have a small hotel. Is the silo gonna get 100% filled? No, probably not. Does it charge by the hour? No, you bring tourists in and they buy stuff. They buy goods. They're injecting currency into your economy. From what I understand. And handling tourists is basically just like handling citizens. They need everything that the citizens need, and that's about it. Hey Grizz, what's going on? City's come a long way. We're making progress, dude. Yeah. Definitely making some good progress. How much tourists spend is depend on the ratings. Oh. It looks like they're looking for some culture here, so. These freaking museums are huge. Can fire spread to neighboring buildings? I don't think it can. I think that was just bad luck when it happened to me before. Frickin' snow, man. I hate snow. I hate the snow. I hate the rain. I hate the sleet. But most of all, I hate the snow. Did you ditch the iron mine? Iron mine? I didn't ditch it, I just never did it. Reason why is because we don't have the labor to do it. I barely have the labor to keep occupied what I have already. One thing that I've learned is that you don't want to focus too much on expanding here. You need to go incrementally, and you need to make sure you have the labor pool to support the industries that you already have. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta check something. So I ditched it? No. I didn't even start it, dude. I want to start seeing these parking lots full of cars, baby. Seriously, 924 rubles. Yep, we'll have that second dollar loan paid off. Actually, that will be paid off in time. Here, guys, ride the import-export train real quick. I gotta go use the restroom. Snow. Snow sucks. Super nice day outside, dudes. It's so nice out there. It's first day over, it's first couple of days over 60 degrees. That's 15 C in like a couple of months. It's yeah. Yeah, it's nice. I just was sitting out looking at my backyard. I'm like, dang, man, I got to make sure that my lawn is good. 75 here. Oh, Havoc's nice, dude. Nice. Impressive. Most impressive. The sunny days is coming. Yeah, once the sunny days start coming around, guys, we'll start getting more automotive streams. Oh, that reminds me. Oh, I shouldn't say because it hasn't happened yet. I shouldn't say. I may have a line on some parts for the Coronet. May. We have to see how this pans out. And when I say parts, I mean that's what I mean. I'm not saying anything else. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying nothing. Maybe if you go over on the YouTube stream, you can rewind it easier. I already said enough. I might have a line on some drivetrain components for the Coronet for short money, so yeah. Anyway, how's the roads going here? That road's finished. Yeah, Mercs. I might have a line on a junk, basically rusted out Ram, and that's got it's still got a lot of meat on the bone. Just saying. Here come the clips. That wasn't the exact thing. Let me put it to you like that. But Jens, one is the building train. Yeah, so Geek, basically what I'm trying to tell you is that in the summertime you might need to come out here, help me out with another project here. You might need to help me out with another project. We might be getting our hands dirty on this one. Should be fun. All right, so anyway, back to work. Yeah, that's gonna be a good one. Yeah, fuel injection, they said. It'll be fun, they said. No comment. All right, do we almost have enough to pay off the rest of that loan? Yep, we do. One or two more trips with this thing, we should be good. Yeah, baby. Yeah. Mercs, hopefully the wiring in that thing, in the donor vehicle, is not complete poo-poo. Complete doo-doo caca poo-poo. Hope you all had a great time enjoying the Eclipse, Atomic. Yeah, of course. I didn't get full totality. We had like 95% partiality, but that was still, yeah. Dude, I'll admit it. I was a little ignorant to this. Like, I remember the one in 2017 going by and everybody getting up my tail, like, oh, you gotta see this. And I was like, oh, yeah, okay, the moon's going in front of the sun. I know what's going on. I get it. Okay. No. Even partiality yesterday was weird. Like, just what goes on around and stuff. Like, I can't even imagine what totality would be like. Yeah, I'll make it a thing to see that. How's the grind going? It's going fine, Smoke. Yeah, we're actually doing pretty good. The skewed color is what screwed with me all systems. Like, I thought it was like, it's just gonna get dark. But no, everything like grays out. Like, the saturation gets removed from like what you're seeing. It looks like you got sunglasses on, like polarizing lenses or something. And I'm like, what the frick is going on here? Okay, all right, I see why people think this is really cool. Yeah, the birds did get quiet here, Wolfie. They stopped. The only thing I could hear was the highway and trucks driving around. And then I think somebody was shooting off some fireworks or something. Either that or the shooting range was going. It was so funny. You know, we heard, right? And drummer was like, "What's that? What's that?" I'm like, "Guns." And he's like, "What?" I'm like, "It's guns. It's people shooting at the shooting range." What? And I'm like, yeah. It's like turning the brightness down. Dude, it was weird. Like, I was looking at my hand, like, and then my shadow being cast on the ground, and the shadow is like all fuzzy. It's like de-resed. I'm like, someone turned the shadows down. What is happening here? Oh no, not the church. Big dog. Yeah, I lost where the building was. I don't care. You understand drummer's reaction? The shooting range, dude. No one's gonna stab you here, Sergeant. Yeah, I don't know. They'll get. Hang on. Oh yeah, that was like that. Gotta find a way to move this stuff back over. Yeah, Jaka, it was wild, dude. Never seen anything like that before. But yeah, I understand why people are like, no, totality, you want to see that. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I got you. You're not wrong. Oh well. What is that thing? That's weird.
Discovery, go at throttle
Hey,
up.
Chief. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing just fine. No, I never played Off-World Trading Company. 66 months. Thanks, buddy. Ah, very important, Miles. Yes, yes. My pleasure. Right on, man. Douse the fire with vodka. Vodka's liquid. Everything will be fine. All right. We'll start cleaning up the silo. Did you hear the song? I haven't listened to it yet, man. I've been so ridiculously busy. Are we still Castrol positive? Yeah. Very. You know how it is, yeah. Let's get a load of Chevys in there. There we go. We're starting to get the cars going, get the car centricism going, which is why I don't seem to have as much money as I did before. How was the Delta 4 launch? It was good, man. Sad. But, you know, like, look. I've gotten upset in the past when, you know, like Ares 1, the space shuttle, you know, you get pissed because these rockets don't have a replacement. There was no replacement for the space shuttle. There was no replacement for Ares 1 with the Artemis program. Like, there's nothing. We got SLS. Like, and that's fine. Like, I like SLS. I don't hate it. I think it's okay to be critical of programs that you like. You guys know all about that, right? I'm not too upset about Delta 4 because there's Vulcan. There's a replacement. And not only is there Vulcan from ULA, but we're going to get more heavy lift rockets out of this. Right? You know, because of the Vulcan program, that helped foot the bill for the BE4, which gives us New Glenn. Havocs, that's what I was getting at before. You know, so bittersweet. It sucks to see Delta go, but we got better rockets, man. There's better rockets coming, so I can't really be too upset, you know? Yeah, Hell Hydra, I know what you mean. Yeah, I got you. Man. Yeah, man. So I'm not too incredibly, like, I'm not super pissed about it. Like, it's fine. It's sad, but yeah, we're gonna get better stuff. We're gonna get better stuff anyway. Oh god, that looks awful. No, I'll grade it myself. Jeez. Starship 4th flight is coming around the corner. Booster was on the test stand, they took it off, but they did static fire it, yeah. Are you starting to build too close to the coal mine? Katra, I'm not even sure I want to put the coal mine right there, dude, to be honest with you. I think I'll build city out here because over here there's coal. There's another coal deposit right there, and it's a bigger deposit. I'd rather not build in close proximity to the city like that, for what it's worth. That, and if I do end up building the coal right here and then oil right there, you know, remember how I said I'm going to future-proof this train line? And I ran a right of way for the trains here through the farms and everything. Well, guess what? It's not going to take that much more to build a siding right here, or build a spur line that goes and travels along the river and goes to oil. More to do that. Keeping that right of way there was smart. Hey AJ, have you seen this Fly Me to the Moon movie trailer? I have, Stormcloud. I don't know what to make of that, dude. It's interesting. What are you currently working on? Expanding my technical depot over here. Building out more roads. We got tourism rolling here. Yeah, expanding technical services is really what's needed. I don't know what caused that big old traffic jam. It might be the waste trucks from cleaning the grain silo out, if I had to guess. Hey, Jacobs. Stopping to say hi. Gotta go, but I hope you're doing well. EJ, you're a legend, and we love you. All right, Jacobs. See you, buddy. Thank you for popping in.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Tier 3, 21 months from Jacob. Dude, a tier 3 sub? All right. That really, really helps me out, dude. Thank you very much. All right. That's a good way to show support. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I agree, Katra. I think I'm going to take this area where I put down farms and start building out like a bigger construction depot over here, which means I need a better right of way out here, but yeah. Or build out what I tried to do with Nyakigrad, like a resource distribution hub where the trucks can go. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I have another farm area over here. That's unemployment right now. I have high unemployment because all the buses that are going to take people to where they need to work are stuck in traffic. It'll fluctuate. That number will go back down, don't worry. Yeah, what's clogging me up is all these things removing the waste from the grain silo. I think at first off, we need to get gravel working. Like, let me check something. Say we put a parking lot right there. Yeah, people aren't. It's not reachable. Okay. Labor can't get to it easily. Traffic, is this a Boston simulator? Oh. Yeah. Not quite. It's missing people undertaking and brake tapping for no reason. Too real, bro. How goes the loan? Fine. You let drummer drive? No. No, no, no. No. That would have not been smart. Definitely insta. It's something, dude. It's something. How much did tourism make last month? 35. It's not bad. It's just a good buffer. But yeah, we're gonna need more. Perfect. Perfect. Tourism in the Soviet Republic? Unheard of. Are you not able to buy another building to help reduce the traffic there? A border crossing? No. Best way to reduce the border crossing is to start making your own stuff. Like making concrete and asphalt and gravel. That would be the best way. Need to add a twisty road to move traffic out of that roundabout. Yeah, eventually. There we go. Yeah, audio. I have a spot for gravel down here, but the problem is I'm gonna need a custom line to get to it, custom bus line to get to the gravel refining, and then aggregate storage and stuff. But yeah, it's just they're a little ways off for anybody to be able to get to like drive there. So I'm gonna need a bus line to it eventually, but it needs to be a small bus because those gravel refineries, or the gravel processors are they're I just blanked, sorry. They don't take a lot of labor, right? Like, yeah. That's what made me blank. I'm like, why is my voice getting raspy? What the hell's happening here? Yeah, it's not a lot, is it? This will subside. I'm not too worried about it. At least the city has paved roads. You need some across from the hotel. I wanted to put another grocery store down here. Up. Oh, right here? You want the right there? All right. Perfect. Do you make profit from selling a car? No, Quag. I import my cars right now. These are all Chevys. Like, those are Chevy Vegas. Like, straight up. So what's the benefit of giving your citizens cars? They don't need to wait for the bus. They can drive. to wherever they need to go. So look, you already see all these people parking here, and they're going to work in the railroad depot here. Right? They're going to work over in the railroad depot. They're going to work at the fire station. They're down here. They're driving their cars to work. So they work in the food factory and stuff. See? Already starting to get better labor. Like they can just drive to work instead of having to wait for the freaking bus. But we'll still have the bus there to supplement it. I don't want to build entirely car-centric, but I don't want to build entirely centric, like centralized transportation. I like having both of those. We'll just champion all forms of transportation. No money. It's fine. Got some exports coming my way for alcohols there. Getting rid of all this waste is costing me a pretty penny though, but that's okay. It was at 0. I know. I saw it, dude. Yeah, it rebounded by the time I looked at it. All good. Alles ist gut. It moved about 120 tons of waste out of that frickin' thing, which is good. No money, no problems. Yeah, that's how that works. Yes, precisely. New technical office is almost ready to go. Assigned the job at birth. No need for transportation if you live at job. Did you just describe doctor's office? Hey, Kara. Technical office is there for snow plows, garbage trucks. Snow plows, garbage trucks, sewage, so septic trucks, and potable water trucks. It's all the utilities basically, except for electricity, obviously. And snow plows. I need it for snow plows, dude. This part of the city never gets plowed. And I've noticed that during every winter. As we expand this way and we start building in more flats and stuff, we're gonna need it. We need more. Speaking of that, I should probably come up with the plan here for food and shopping. I think over here we'll build a small shopping center instead. That has, that has everything. It's just a smaller version. Hang on. So this is the supermarket, the other one is Costco. Yeah. Ooh, that one holds more. All right. now go back here. Oh. Can't go any further with that. Alright, we'll put that there. That gives me the space that I need. Give me 1 second. They can walk, Clotrick, but they have a range on walking. There's no bicycles in the game, but yeah. Maybe we could do this over here, and it would be better. So let's do something like that, right? What's the distance to the terrain? Okay, we got that. Now we're gonna need... That one can actually hold more. So we put our shopping center down, right? And then in here... Separate that with a footpath, right? Footpath there. Do a footpath there. We can have footpaths on either side. That's fine. Now, take this. Right? And I'm going to have to actually get rid of this footpath. I got an idea for how I want to design this. Try this. Inner ring road, and then we're gonna need... Please fit. It's too close. Yeah, that the inner ring road is not going to work. Okay. Different idea. I'm designing a mini mall, if anybody's wondering. It's a mini mall. For my supermarket. 0 rubles. It's fine. Cash has been 0 for a long bit now. Did we go into red in the loans? Great shot from the wise one, Bill. Why? Why is that doing that? What's causing all this? There's an export. There's an export. There's an export. We gotta stop construction. I didn't want to do that this way, but how goes the chaos? It's pretty chaotic right now. I don't know what the hell all this is about. Oh, those are workers. People trying to commute to work are getting stuck in traffic. And also, I'm commissioning a ton of construction and cleaning up this crap right there. All that is just, yeah, pushing the border over, and we're stalling out. That's correct, all systems, and that's going to screw my imports. For now. I refied, so it'll fix itself, but yeah, we're going to need to fix that eventually. Next supermarket complex is good to go. That's pretty well planned. And people can drive to it, which is sweet. And because the parking lot entrances are off of the main road of traffic, you know, you're not gonna, traffic won't back up. There's no way it's gonna back up out onto the street.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, sewer rat, 13 months. Hello, comrade overlord, and prevent fellow comrade. How goes glorious day and wonderful and totally not broken. We're going bankrupt People's Republic of Chernoblyat. Very good, friend. Just ignore traffic jam and loss of money. Yeah, we're still in debt. I'm gonna jam the border up even more with Fiat Pandas. We got to be a lot more careful about construction. And I'm telling you, what's causing it is getting all the crap from that thing, from the grain silo. Yeah. City's actually looking good. Thanks, buddy. That's awesome. Can you have them dump it at another crossing? I could. Yeah, probably should at this point, but we're already invested, so we'll just let it fly. Yeah. It's not gonna... Okay. What are all these things looking for? Oh, bricks for the technical office. All right. We got to be a lot more cognizant about what we zone for construction nowadays. Like, got to be careful. Because, yeah, I'm flooding with all the trucks that need 43 tons of bricks to build that technical office. Yeah, audio, it sucks. Better to dump it internally until you can ship it out by a train. Yeah, I hate it, dude. I'm gonna tell them just to put the rest there. We have enough to fill that up. I thought they were full. One of them is not full, dude. So yeah, we can go and fill that. I saw it, Sewer Rat. Well, I didn't get full totality, but we got 95% partiality, which is really cool. I live streamed it. I took a camera and built a rig to look at it. And yeah, we got some pretty sweet captures of it. No, you can't buy a second border crossing. There are other border crossings. So like if I made a highway over here to this one, right? If we built out infrastructure so they could get to that quickly, right? Which I probably will do eventually. We could send some trucks down there instead, but that takes time to build out the infrastructure. You got to plan, unlike what I've done here. They're pretty cool, Sewer Rat. Yeah, absolutely. Gotta do that machine replacement. Can we export from railway distro in place of the destroyed silo? We could put railway distro there. I think. Sure, it's not as easy as you might think, right? Come on. Yeah, look at all the waste trucks getting in the way. What state in the U.S. do you think has the best commuter public rail? New York. Not even close. What state in the U.S. do you think has the best commuter public rail, i.e. like intercity transport? Yeah. I mean, Surat, that's a more complicated question than what I initially thought you were trying to ask. I mean, are you talking about like what state has the best way to get between cities via rail? So the subway, the New York subway system, probably moves the most amount of people out of any mass transit system in the United States by a long shot. Like a big long shot. But the subway isn't necessarily intercity. But technically it is, because the New York metropolitan area where the subway services, it's servicing like 3 or 4 different cities. So Manhattan, obviously, the Bronx, Queens, those are all different cities. There's Brooklyn, right? And even to an extent Staten Island, but I don't think the subway goes all the way down there. But it might. I forget. Anyway, so like you're servicing the 5 boroughs, so that technically I would count that as intercity, because like if you look at Long Island City and you look at New York City, I mean Long Island City is big enough to be its own city by itself, but Long Island City is basically part of New York City, but it's not. I would say New York because of the subway system. In terms of like not a rapid transit system, intercity, I don't know, Florida. Florida has trains that connect cities, Bright Line. But I don't know if that really counts, because there really isn't much else. Intercity rail is usually Amtrak, which is a federal service, which means that's not state. You know what I mean? So it's kind of a weird question. I mean, Massachusetts has a pretty damn good commuter rail. We have pretty good intercity rail. That's not subway, like regular trains. Connecticut does. New Jersey does. So there's New Jersey Rapid Transit and Connecticut commuter rail. I think it's called CT Rail. Once again, most of those networks are servicing the New York metropolitan area, you know? And then New York has the Long Island Railroad, LIRR, which is Long Island also serve the railroad service that basically is used to get people to New York City. So yeah, I would say New York. My first bet would probably be New York. Between the MTA, the Metropolitan Transit Association, and the Long Island Railroad, you are, yeah, that takes the cake by a long shot. I thought the boroughs were all part of New York City. New York City's technically just Manhattan. But, yeah, dude, there's the New York metropolitan area is like 4 or 5 medium cities surrounding a gigantic city. Doesn't Amtrak connect NYC and DC as well? Yes, but you understand Sewer Rat's question was about inside of a state intercity transit. So we're talking commuter rails here. What we would know as commuter rails. That the Amtrak is not a commuter rail, not even close. New York still. Yeah. It's still New York. Long Island Railroad is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous network. That's Long Island Railroad. Look at that. You can take a train from Penn Station in New York City, the heart of New York City, Madison Square Garden. You could take a train, swap in Jamaica right there, and then swap again and take the train all the way to Montauk, which is, that's a long way, dude. And Greenport, Port Jefferson, Oyster Bay. Like, this is... That's a long train. Long train ride. Here, I'll show you. Montauk is not near New York City, guys. It's not near. Not even close. So New York City's over here. The Long Island Railroad goes all the way to Montauk, which is way out here. That's at the end of Long Island. Actually, where is it? I think the station is right there. Yep, there it is. See? You could take the train. You could take the train into Manhattan from here. I mean, the train ride might be a long freaking commute, but Montauk is where the Hamptons are. It's actually past the Hamptons. The Hamptons are this way. See? Do they call it Long Island because it's a Long Island? Yes. Yeah, there you go, excessive, right? Yeah, if you grew up in this area, now keep in mind I didn't, but I know a lot of people that have. If you grew up in this area, yeah, you learn to use the train. Excessive, that's a good point. You learn to use the train before you learn to drive a car. Absolutely. Dude, I just drove through this on Sunday. You don't want to, you really need to know what you're doing if you're driving around Manhattan. Like, you really need to know what you're doing. But yeah, Sewer Rat, New York is definitely takes the cake for best inner city transit. Like yeah, it's not even close. Hey, the traffic jam's gone. Hey, look at that. We're done. Is the technical office done as well? It is. Then I'm driving Manhattan, I take the A train, and I walk to take the cab. You up in Harlem or what? Yeah, excessive. I mean, I drove down, let's see. I was showing my buddy New York City, he wanted to see it. We only had a day, so I wanted to show him the GW, so I was coming from Boston, so 95 Cross Bronx Parkway. Yes, it was stopped. Cross the GW, 95 to the 9580 terminus, down to Newark Airport. I looped around Newark, and then went back, went through the Holland Tunnel, up the West Side Highway, parked, Intrepid Museum, Times Square. Got, after all that, ate dinner in Times Square. After all that, I got back on the West Side Highway, went down to Battery Park, and then went up the FDR to the Triborough. I'm not calling it the RFK Bridge. I'm sorry, it's Triborough Bridge. Went to Triborough, through Queens, back to 95 and out. It was fun. Lot of wheeling though. When Mustang oil train stream, the oil doesn't need to be changed. No, the A train has a station right near the Aqueduct Racetrack in Howard Beach. That's my old neighborhood. Oh, okay, the other side of the A train. Yeah, I got you. Picking up what you're laying down, dude. Sweet. You know what the MTA is and how is it if you do? I don't know what that means. What do you mean? The Metropolitan Transit Authority? That's the New York subway. My grandparents and parents are from Boston and they always complain about something called the MTA. No. MBTA. Not the MTA. MBTA is our subway system in Boston, and it's awful. Yeah, and it's awful. That's the end of the sentence. I know, Contra, I see that. It's gonna take a second to get all the labor working. I just gotta say, I played this map alongside you. It's been really fun to see what different solutions we find. Oh. Right on.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Eagle. What's going on, buddy? 13 months. We're in a pretty precarious spot here. We got to be very careful. Can you do this game at the hardest difficulty without loans? I think if you really know what you're doing, yeah, but I wouldn't say that I really know what I'm doing just yet. What I'm gonna have to do with that road, connect it back in over there. Did the gravel plan ever get going? No, not yet. No, it's been in the game, all systems, but I don't like the way the auto grading does this. It's very jank. See what I mean? It's all bumpy and gross. No communist town would have that much parking. Okay, so mine does, because cars are very useful. The firefighting helicopter right now, dude. I'm noticing my buses aren't moving as many people. Alright, Sun Temple. Do you ever watch anime? No. No, I don't watch anime. Yeah, creation, it doesn't work. Too busy being hench, no time for anime. Pretty much. Is the railway electrified? No. No, I don't use the railway for... I mean, the railway has a diesel locomotive on it, dude, and I only use it for export right now. I'm just noticing my export isn't really as high, and it might be a little bit elastic, so that silo's gonna cost something. Yeah, I will. I might just leave it, or I might put something else in its place. Guys, I'm honestly thinking something else might be like a warehouse or something, so we could connect like a tracked warehouse, so a warehouse with a train track attached to it. Might not be the worst idea. Nah, I don't need it. We'll just get rid of it. Yeah, I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. What a freaking launch. Yeah, Vulcan. Yeah, it's cool. You know, like, I don't know, man. Like, I want to be upset that that was the last Delta, but hey, man, 100% successful track record. Great rocket. You know, had a lot of scrubs with the GSE, and it's being replaced by bigger and better things. Like, can't ask for more, right? It's not like Ares 1. No replacement, or the shuttle, no replacement. It has a replacement, Vulcan, which is just fine. That's a better rocket. Like, I'll take it, dude. Like, I'm not too upset, you know? Yeah, like, I'm okay with it. Tracked warehouse was a chow sand crawler. Yeah. Can you build the train depot something around so you don't need to change the carts around?
Discovery, go at
Hey,
throttle.
Dwarf Man, 47 or 41 months, only 7 more to go. There you go. 7. I'll miss Delta's simple beauty. Yeah, AC, I really like it. Yeah, it's gonna be difficult, man. It's difficult to see it go. You don't see rockets like that anymore, but there's a reason why we don't see rockets like that anymore, you know? I thought that the shuttle was overall considered a failure due to never reaching what really people thought it was going to be, or am I wrong? There is a football field-sized space station that's orbiting around Earth right now that begs to differ. Zone. That might be too much. Can we play Egg Ball on the ISS? Yes, yes, yes.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Hey, ST6, just got here. How's the debt going? Going all right. Yeah, we're not bad. Finally got rid of that dang grain silo. Dang old grain silo. Communist countries have stoplights. Yeah. Go long. No, longer. No, Sig, it doesn't fit. We already tried it. I wish. I'm just noticing that ever since we went car-centric, our export is down from where it was. So I'm just gonna try to see if we can let this system stabilize here. Jeez. We're gonna need a bigger hotel. How big of a tourist hotel can we make? We're pulling in a lot of tourists. Like the tourist bus. Look at that. Huh. Huh. Well, you got to provide them with services, the same services that they would have otherwise. Wow. Huh. Give me 1 second, dudes. Gotta shoot out a message real quick. Okay. Message sent. We didn't clog up the border too much with all those roads, did we? Nope. See, they're looking for electronics, but I don't... electronics. I'm confused. We're gonna need to pave this side of the road. I need to get these footpaths out of here so we don't have as many junctions. I think they need the electronics from the supermarket. So I have the supermarket set up here, but yeah, we gotta be careful. This is a whole project. We're gonna have to make sure that we're not going overboard with that. Oh boy. I wanted to start moving over to car centricism, but it seems like I don't know what's so high with our damn import. Oh, an electronics load. And steel for just various constructions. Okay. We gotta go a little bit more lax on what we're building, dudes. And I had to do a couple of reconstructions there. That's probably what's messing this up so much. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I know, Contra. How did he manage to get traffic jams in this game? I'm from New England, man. Traffic jams are in my blood. Just saying. What's that? Delta 4 in Doom. That's awesome. I saw this because Tori Bruno retweeted it, Nova. Hey, Carcentric is getting workers driven down here, dude, and they're fixing everything. Look, all the trucks started getting fixed. Excuse me. Move that garbage truck up there. Good. Excellent. The whole concept is crazy. How did people go along with it? When someone puts a gun to your head, it's really easy to say yes. And yeah, it's crazy to actually try to act out in principle. But it's great. It makes for a great video game. Just saying, makes for a great video game. That's where the whole face the wall, please, is. In order for this system to work, dude, everybody has to agree on it. Since when do humans agree on anything unanimously? Anything. Nothing. Impossible. Never gonna happen. False. It's fiction. We made it up. We made it up. It's fiction. Never happened. It never happened. Never happened. Fiction. False. We made it up. Not this time. No one agrees on nothing. Okay? Nice, AC. I disagree. Reginald, I disagree. So yeah. Why didn't this happen in other countries? Some countries are less susceptible to Ponzi schemes. Let me put it like that. Because that's basically what this is. Also what Broken Orange said. For your viewing pleasure. All right, Mr. Volcane, what do you have? Oh! God! Bro. Oh! Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate it. You did good today. Yeah, dude. The lighting, exposure, it's perfect. Perfect. That's a really pretty shot, dude. You did really good. Damn, dude. That is a really good shot. Really nice composition, man. Good job. Did you put this through post, Vulcan, or is this raw? It has some editing. Yeah, I cleaned it up a little bit. It looks good, man. Nothing too crazy, though. Beautiful. That's a great picture. You did great. Good job. It is a very thick boy. Why did the boosters have charring at the bottom? Denny, it's because of the RS-68s. Delta IV's first stage engines in the 3 common booster cores are RS-68As. They have they're open cycle engines, so they have a gas generator and a hydrogen pump and a gas generator and an oxygen pump. And the dumps from either one, right? The dumps from either one just shoots out to the sides. When you're going to spool the engine and start it up, right, you're going to get an insane amount of hazardous gases being dumped all over the pad. So they have HBOs, hydrogen burn-offs, and basically the sparklers, right, to burn it off. And that charring is the result of them burning off all the haz gas that gets dumped into the flame trench during ignition. I mean, Denny, that's probably one of the last times I'm ever going to give that explanation. But, yeah. I mean, we probably could give that explanation in a historic context, but, yeah. Maybe another engine will be that metal someday. Yeah, maybe, dude. But I didn't have my notepad out. Say it again. Oh, all right. We'll still bring it up with Delta 5. Yeah. Yeah, right. Excuse me. There we go. We are profitable again. All these people commuting to work. Welcome back, streamer man. Hope you had a great time. I did, Fish. I took Drummer to a lot of museum ships, a lot of historical sites around Boston. We went and saw a concert, Joe Satriani and Steve Vai, when they played in Boston last Friday. We went to New York, drove to New York, Times Square, drove to Newport, Rhode Island. Dude, I crammed a lot into those 4 days, dude. Yeah. We saw, so all the different museum ships. We saw 2 destroyers, 2 submarines, a battleship, and an aircraft carrier. Yeah, we did a lot of museums. Oh yeah, and a three-mast sailing frigate. Yeah, I hope, I'm pretty sure Drummer got his fill, you know what I mean? And I was more than happy to do it, you know? Yeah, on Sunday I drove to New York City and back in 1 day. I showed Drummer all the roads that we used as reference to make the Stugats when we played cities. Yep. Sewer Rat, yeah. Drummer got to see the Constitution, Cass and Young, Joseph E. Kennedy Jr., which is a Gearing destroyer. Cass and Young is a Fletcher. The USS Massachusetts, which is a South Dakota class battleship. Lionfish was under construction, but I think it's a Gato, I think. I have to go look. But it was under construction, so we couldn't go in it. The Growler in New York City, and an Essex class carrier, the USS Intrepid, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, Drummer got to see the space shuttle, he got to see Enterprise, he got to see Concorde, and A-12. Basically ticked off a lot of boxes, dude. We did good. I got a lot done. We did a lot of work. How do I sign up for this amazing VJ tour? Oh, I don't know. Did you take him to Fire and Ice? No. Didn't have time. 1 billion channel points. Be a mod for 15 years. You're not wrong. Show him the horrors from beyond the stars. You guys suck. You guys suck for doing that. Don't do that again. You really suck. Okay, we can fit a cargo terminal there, which is good. Yeah, that's good. It's something that Hellfish posted in Discord. Hear me out. What's that? What if it burns again? I got a fire station right there. I'm not worried about it. That's what the fire station was last time. It has a helicopter this time. Don't worry. Okay. How's the economy? It's okay. Yeah, it's not bad. Ugh. Now look, people are using the highway. Yeah, we're definitely making progress. We can buy alcohol from NATO for $4.66 and sell for $5.18. Vulcan's last link. What the hell is that, Aquilux? Also, you might need a headphone warning. Okay, let me check. Alright, I'll just give the cautionary headphone users here. From Complex 34. Alright. Alright. Gents and ladies, this might get loud. I'm not turning it down. You've been warned. 10 seconds to comply. Save it, Aquilux. We might use it later. Save it. I don't need it right now. If I bookmark it, I'll lose it. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Nice, man. That's really good footage, dude. Yeah, Forge, that link doesn't work. The Gen 3 booster has 2 quick disconnect interfaces. They must be planning to load fuel so fast. Also, has a clue for the new Starship pad design, just like the shuttle. The content does not work. Oh yeah, Forge. During Space News, guys, we're gonna discuss SpaceX's hands-on meeting. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be discussing that. That'll happen soon. Oh, it's 5 o'clock. Wow, that was quick. It's compiled. Don't worry. Okay, guys. Yeah. All right. Here, let's save. And yeah, let's switch to space news. That's why you asked. I was like, wait a minute, it'll happen in an hour. It'll happen in an hour. Nope. That hour went by real quick. Workers still does that, dude. That's crazy how nuts that actually gets. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta go check on Bree. She's not feeling well, so I'm gonna go down there and make sure she's all right. And we'll go from there. I have a lot of links compiled over the past couple of days. Don't worry. Yeah. So I will be back momentarily. Hey, Ark, 43-month resub. Let me switch up the titles here. And we will start the EJ's Space and Rocket Review. You two girls, tell your friends. We'll probably get back to playing more games after. After space news. This one might be a little bit of a long one. We got a lot of stuff to go over. There's a lot of things. A lot of things happened this weekend. So I'll be back in a little bit. And let me get the tunage going, and then we'll go from there. All right. Be back momentarily for space news. Alrighty. Are we ready? All right. Okay, so turn that off for a second here. All right. How's Brimo? She's okay. I spent the morning taking care of the Brimos. Yeah, I called the doctor and we got all the medications. Got antibiotics and stuff because she was nursing a fever. She's okay now though. She was happy. Happy? Yeah, she's fine. She had a slight fever though. She must have caught something in New York. Or I mean, we've been out and about, so. Cool pick, Rocket Lab, Sharon Space Symposium. Cool. That's awesome. Speedy recovery, just got released from the hospital yourself. Oh. It wasn't from you. No. Wasn't me. Oh yeah, you don't want to get that Canadian crud there, bud. Vast news and Dawn news. Dude, I have to go through all of this. There is so much. I want to start with the Starship. I want to start with Starship here. There was a Starship all hands and I was going to watch it last night, but chat told me not to, so here we go. Let me just clean up the links because we have a lot of them. I've been stockpiling them basically since yesterday. Yeah, there's a lot of links, man. You know what? I ain't even mad. I ain't even mad. There's the Sierra Space drop pod. I got Vast. We got Delta 4, Eclipse stuff. Yeah. Okay. We'll start with the all hands meeting. And we will go from there. All right. Here. Let's see. English-uenza. Did she start talking with a posh accent? I don't know. No, I don't think. No, she sounded pretty normal to me. All right.
So what I'm going to go through tonight is the overall sort of path to making life multiplanetary. So we're doing a lot of good things at SpaceX. I mean, Starlink is incredible, providing connectivity throughout the world, and also, paying for a lot of what we're doing here. And Falcon 9 is the primary launch vehicle for Earth, just doing more non-SpaceX launches than anything else. And but Starship is Starship is the first design of a rocket that is actually capable of making life multiplanetary, where success is one of the possible outcomes. No rocket before this has had the potential to extend life to another planet.
When was this? This was basically this weekend, dude. Yeah, it was this weekend. This is a Starbase all hands meeting. And there's some really, really big Starship updates in here. So it's from last Thursday. Thank you. Yeah, there's some good stuff in here. So guys, I just want to watch a video. I haven't seen it. There's a Raptor over there. That's the HLS mock-up behind him, yes. So let's get to it.
And I'll sort of wax esoteric here for a minute, because this may sound
the
sort
other
of
thing is that I'm going to shut up for a little while.
Unusual, but when you think about the question of where are the aliens, which I get asked a lot, this is like the Fermi paradox. Where are the aliens? And I've not seen any evidence that there are aliens on Earth. A lot of people think there are aliens on Earth, and I'm like, great, I'd like to meet one. You know, for a while there, when I was getting my green card and everything, it said alien registration card. I'm like, okay. But this question of where are the aliens is, I think, a very profound one, because I'm aware of no evidence of aliens whatsoever, which means that I think we're probably alone. And if you look at the history of Earth, like how long has Earth been around? Assuming that physics is correct, the universe is about 13.8 billion years old. Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. When you think about how old is civilization, I think the right measuring point for civilization, in my view, or a good measuring point, would be the advent of writing. So the first writing is generally considered to be the ancient Sumerians. Where are they now? They died out. But about 5,500 years ago, it was archaic pre-cuneiform. In fact, I suggest it's like an interesting rabbit hole to read about the history of writing. So if you consider, say, like, okay, civilization, I think if you don't have writing, you kind of need writing for civilization. So it's only been around for like a little over 5,000 years out of 4.5 billion years that Earth has been around and the 13.8 billion years of the universe. So all of human civilization is basically the blink of an eye. It's like just a fraction. It's nothing. And I think that probably means that consciousness is incredibly rare. And perhaps fleeting. It may not last for very long. Because otherwise I think we would have seen aliens, some kind of sign of aliens. I think the most likely explanation is that consciousness is so rare that and does that consciousness actually extend to another planet? Does that consciousness extend to another star system? I mean, ultimately, if we're able to become a spacefaring civilization, a multi-planet species, and ultimately a multi-stellar species, and go out there and explore all these star systems, I think we may find that there are many long-dead one-planet civilizations. And as you've heard me say before, we don't want to be one of those lame one-planet civilizations. I mean, we want to be a multi-planet civilization, ultimately be a multi-stellar civilization, be out there among the stars. Like, you know, make science fiction not fiction forever. Kind of make Star Trek real. So that's why I think that there's a high urgency to making life multiplanetary. Because this is the first time in Earth's 4.5 billion year history that it's been possible to extend life or consciousness beyond Earth. And we've got to do that while civilization is still strong. So that's the overarching goal of the company, is extend life sustainably to another planet. Mars is the only option, really. and to do so ideally before World War III or some kind of bad thing. The key thing is that we need enough people and enough tonnage on Mars such that Mars can survive and continue consciousness even if something would happen to Earth. Now, I still think, well, obviously, I'm not talking about abandoning Earth or anything like that, and we want Earth to be as good as possible for as long as possible, but there are certain things that may be outside of our control. So we want to just get Mars to be a self-sustaining civilization as quickly as possible. And I think this can be done in around 20 years. So, and this giant Starship factory that we're building is obviously key to that, and the launch sites that we're building here and at the Cape and elsewhere in the future will be key to that. So let's just go through that.
This is the final go, no go poll for Flight 3 of Starship. Maybe 2?
Go.
Stage 1?
Go.
Stage 2?
Go.
Flight directors, go for launch. We have liftoff.
Vehicles pitching downrange. Next cue. Vehicle supersonic. Stage separation.
And congratulations, guys, you did that. That's insane. I mean, it looks like CGI. I mean, it's hard to believe that that is unfiltered video. That's just the actual what the camera saw. No filters, no nothing. That's actually what the camera saw, which is insane. So, you know, you're doing incredible work that I think almost no one thought would actually happen. So it's wild that this strange spot, we're basically on a sand spit by the Rio Grande, near the beach. And that is actually the gateway to Mars. Has to be like, if this was a movie, you'd be like, no way. Come on. Too implausible, but it's real. And it's due to you guys. Congratulations. This is a side-by-side of the 3 flights. You can see how thrust to weight improved significantly. So we've made tremendous progress from Flight 1 to Flight 2 to Flight 3.
Yeah, guys, this is a little bit of a replay, but yeah,
four
still,
coming up
I haven't
in
seen it yet,
about a
so
month or
you're
so.
getting my actual reaction to this.
And with Flight 4, we should,
what it's
if we get, if fate smiles upon us, we'll get through the high heating regime and smash into the ocean at a controlled spot. And then hopefully be able to also do this with the booster, land on essentially a virtual tower. If the landing on the virtual tower with the booster works, then we will actually try with Flight 5 to come back and land on the tower. Yeah.
I said that on the last
very
NASA
much a
Space Flight
success-oriented
Live that I
schedule,
did.
but,
I said it.
But it
I
is
said it.
in the realm of
Y'all
possibility.
said I was wrong. I said that.
But I would say
Boom!
like the odds of us actually being able to catch the booster with the Mechazilla arms this year, I think, I don't want to tempt fate, knock on wood, but I think the odds of actually catching the booster with the tower, probably like 80, 90% this year. Which is insane. Like actually, when we first talked about it, it sounded so batshit crazy. We're gonna have a giant, it's like literally bigger than Mechazilla from this movie. That you'd catch like the biggest flying object ever made with mechanical arms out of the air. But we're gonna do it. So, yeah. It may not work, necessarily the first time, but it will work.
What? Wait, what
so
was
really,
that?
Starship is really the key to making life multiplanetary and preserving the light of consciousness. That's what it's all about. And it may end up being the most important thing that we ever do. I think that like the light of consciousness is like this tiny candle in a vast darkness, and that candle has only been lit for a very short time, and it could easily go out. So we obviously want to preserve the tiny light of consciousness on Earth, but extend it to Mars, and then ultimately to the rest of the solar system, and then start going to other star systems. And I mean, I won't be alive to see that, but unless I'm like frozen or something, I don't know. But I think at some point we will discover many civilizations that maybe lasted 1 million years, or 2 million years, or 10 million years. But a civilization that lasted 1 million years, which would be, vastly longer than our civilization has lasted.
Cryo Musk.
I mean, that's only the third decimal point, so like 13.8 billion something years. If your civilization lasts 1 million years, it's only goes, that third digit past the decimal point goes up 1, and that's 1 million years. So
numbers.
I mean, I'd say like we should think of like how do we make civilization last 1 million years? We often get caught up in like the day-to-day things, but we want to have at least 1 million-year civilization, if not 100 million-year civilization, or 1 billion-year civilization. So absolutely crucial to that goal is becoming a multi-planet species. People often ask why Mars. Well, there's not a lot of options, frankly.
And before he says it's a fixer-upper.
Venus is a superheated, high-pressure acid bath. So not what you don't want to go to Venus. And then the Moon is close, but it doesn't have an atmosphere. The gravity is only 1/6 that of Earth,
Not sure.
and it's missing a lot of key resources. So. Also, the insulating value of the Moon relative to Mars is much less. So if there's something that takes out Earth, like let's say there's a World War III, global thermonuclear warfare, they'll probably throw a few nukes at the Moon. So, whereas it's way harder to shoot Mars with nuclear, and Mars would see it coming and probably have some time to stop the inbound missiles.
I've seen that movie, or I've seen that series before. Yeah, that is what happened.
So the value of Mars, the distance and time required to get to Mars actually has an insulating benefit for the continuation of consciousness, even if there's something terrible happens on Earth. And then once we go beyond Mars, there's some asteroids like Ceres, some of the moons of Jupiter. Starship would ultimately be capable of reaching anywhere in the solar system. And then we'll need something, a new level of technology to go to other star systems. But if we can't at least get to Mars, then other star systems are hopeless. I mean, it's a fixer-upper of a planet. Okay, it needs some work, but it is...
2 for 2.
It's really the only option for becoming multiplanetary. And long term, we can warm up Mars, and we can densify the atmosphere, and there'd be a liquid ocean on about 40% of the surface. So we could make it an Earth-like planet long term. So, let's see.
Dude.
We've learned a tremendous amount from when we started the company, and at first we were unable to get even a small rocket to orbit, to now where we've done 327 successful launches, almost 300 landings. In fact, give it a few weeks and we'll have done 300 landings.
Yeah, those numbers are out of date.
261 reflights. So, many times I was told that that reusability was impossible, and even if you did it, there would be no point because nobody would want to fly rockets that much. But now we routinely fly and land the booster, and we recover the fairing. So we've learned a tremendous amount from the Falcon program that is then feeding into the Starship program. And Falcon and Starlink are what obviously keep the company going. So I'd just like to give a hand to the Falcon team for the incredible work that they're doing. And then Dragon. Wow, 45 launches of Dragon. It's amazing. And we've flown 50
45.
crew members to orbit, 46 to the space station. And everyone has come home safely, which is the most important thing. So, incredible work by the Dragon team. So let's give them a hand. That was, wow. Couldn't ask for a better outcome.
I know he's counting 1 and 2. Like, I'm thinking even all told, like, that's still...
And Starlink.
Hey, right.
Actually, if you look at the sort of the plot of all the satellites going around Earth, this look kind of scary, actually. But there's 6,000 satellites in operation, over 6,000. And
I've seen that shot before.
10,000 lasers, almost 3 million customers. So Starlink is doing a lot of good for people on Earth who either don't have internet access or it's very expensive, and so it's doing a lot of good, on Earth. Because when I say we want to be a multi-planet species, we obviously want Earth to be as good as possible, and Mars to be great. So Starlink is doing a tremendous amount of that, and we're learning a lot by having this big fleet. Starlink will also be very important for high bandwidth communication to and on Mars. So from a tiny rocket to Falcon 9, which is a much bigger rocket, many iterations of Falcon 9, and then Falcon Heavy, and then Starship. And Starship will get bigger, obviously.
What?
This year, if things go according to plan, SpaceX will do probably 90% of all Earth mass to orbit. and then China will do about 6%, and the rest of the world will do about 4%, which is pretty wild. And then once Starship is flying, we'll be doing over 99% of all Earth mass to orbit, which you kind of have to do in order to build a city on Mars. And I should say we'll also build a lunar base as well, so it might as well along the way. So
okay.
You can see that actually Falcon 1 was really, half a ton to orbit. I think slight error on the slide there. So Falcon 1 was about half a ton to orbit. Falcon 9, depending on in expendable mode, would do probably 25 tons to orbit. Falcon Heavy, probably 70. Anyway, these are just obviously rapidly increasing numbers. And Starship in its final configuration or its final form will probably do well over 200 tons to orbit with full reusability. And be able to fly multiple times a day. So
please do this. That looks like a sideways entrance into the arms. Oh, look at that. Look at what has happened. Look at that render. Oh, they landed on the chopsticks sideways. Oh, that's weird. Huh, very strange. 3 for 3. Huh, it's almost like I said that was gonna happen. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I'm just feeling very vindicated over here.
So I'm pretty confident we will achieve that this year. Like I said, probably 80-90% this year.
That doesn't suck.
And then there's recovering and reusing the ship. The ship will take longer. So the ship, I think we will want to have at least 2 consecutive successes of a given design that land at a specific point in the ocean or smash into a specific point in the ocean before we try to bring it back to the launch site, because we do not want to rain debris over Mexico or the U.S. So my guess is probably next year is when we will be able to reuse Starship. But I think it's highly likely that this year we will bring Starship to, or the ship side of it, to a controlled point in the ocean, and have it basically land on a virtual tower somewhere in the Pacific or the Indian Ocean. And we've already proven that we can do the final phase of landing, so coming from sort of a belly first position to rotating the ship and landing vertically. We proved that right here. So we just need to be confident that we can get through the high heating portion of the of reentry reliably, and then we will bring the ship back and it will land on the tower as well. And we're going to build more Mechazillas. So there's going to be 2 launch towers here, and then 2 launch towers at the Cape as well. So we'll have 4 launch towers for Starship, probably by sometime next year. So
James, that was a victory lap.
We're aiming to have the first Cape launch tower and launch system operational around the middle of next year. And that'll be important for launch azimuths that are sort of fly over land. So I think what we should probably expect is that we do the kind of the development launches here, test anything new here, build the rockets, and then probably most of the operational launches would be from the Cape.
Yep. BOGA for testing, Cape for op missions. That makes sense.
So this year we're planning to build another roughly 6 boosters and ships, and that production rate will increase a lot next year. That's why we're building the giant factory. Ultimately, we'll need to build a lot more ships than boosters, especially for Mars, because it's you'll actually want to use the ship, take apart the ship and use it for raw materials on Mars, because the ship materials will be so valuable. Most of the ships you wouldn't want to bring back. You'd want to just use them for raw materials. Eventually, we will want to bring ships back, and I think we want to give people the option of coming back because they're more likely to want to go if there's some option of coming back.
Yeah,
but I think most of the people that go to Mars will probably never come back to Earth. So, and we'll need to ramp production to pretty high numbers. Like, I think ultimately probably a ship every, multiple ships per day, basically. And then next year we're aiming to demonstrate ship-to-ship propellant transfer. It's hard to make this not look a little bit naughty, because it's 2 ships connecting and doing a fluid transfer. It's just what it is. But this is actually a very important step on going to Mars, because you need to get the ship to orbit and then do orbital refueling, kind of like aerial refueling, and that's really, you'll need about 5 or 6 refilling missions for every 1 mission that goes to Mars. So roughly 5 to 1.
Hold on.
So and
rewinding.
Probably a ship every, multiple ships per day, basically. And then next year we're aiming to demonstrate ship-to-ship propellant transfer. It's hard to make this not look a little bit naughty, because it's 2 ships connecting and doing a fluid transfer. It's just what it is. But this is actually a very important, step on going to Mars, because you need to get the ship to orbit and then do orbital refilling, kind of like aerial refueling, and that's really, you'll need about 5 or 6 refilling missions for every 1 mission that goes to Mars.
Interesting.
So roughly 5 to 1. So, and this will also be very important for the Artemis program for the NASA to get back to the moon. So we'll want to have a ship that is, it's going to be a specialized ship for the moon, like this. So the moon, obviously, there's no mechazilla, so we need landing legs. And you don't need a heat shield, and you don't need flaps, because there's no atmosphere. So the moon ship would be specialized. Now, ultimately, I think we want to build a moon base Alpha, and have a permanently occupied base on the moon. Like, that would be super exciting. And so you'd have a bunch of ships that are specialized for going to and from the moon, but they never come back to, they never land back on Earth. They just would dock with propellant tankers to get orbital refilling. So in terms of performance, we've made dramatic progress on every level for Starship. It's remarkable that you can see the Raptor engines and how it has evolved from, optimistically 185 tons to 280, and I think ultimately the booster engines will aim to get the booster engines over 330 tons of thrust, which would mean 10,000 tons of total thrust at liftoff. So, and then the Raptor 3 also will not need a heat shield. So Raptor 3 looks very simple, and it is actually simplified in a lot of ways. But a lot of the complexity is hidden because we have integral cooling channels in many parts of the engine that don't exist in Raptor 2. So in order to not have a heat shield, it has to be very resilient.
What?
But that is actually what Raptor 3 would look like. Raptor 3 looks like it's missing a bunch of parts. But actually those parts have either been deleted or they've been integrated into the system, and like I said, with integral cooling channels. And where you need secondary plumbing, the secondary plumbing has also been integrated into the pump and into the chamber jacket, and yeah, so it's much simpler. Well, it's actually extremely difficult to build Raptor 3, but it will be easy to integrate and will have higher performance and lower total mass, and be more reliable. So.
Precisely, Yarg.
That can go on for a while. So I find it interesting to look at if you look at the flame tail on Starship and how long it is. It's a very long flame tail, which is due to the fact that the chamber pressure, well, it's just outputting a lot more gas at a higher velocity. But I think the flame tail is like maybe 1,000 feet long. It's like more than twice the length of the rocket. And that will actually get, as we increase the thrust, that will get longer.
330 meters.
Yeah. And inevitably, the rocket grows in height. So Starship 2, we're aiming for, currently Flight 3 would be around 40 or 50 tons to orbit. So the current design, Starship 2 will be over 100 tons, and then Starship 3 will be over 200 tons.
What?
Yeah, it's going from around 7,000 tons thrust to over 8,000. But I think we'll end up ultimately with more than 10,000 tons of thrust, probably 7,000 or 8,000 tons of liftoff mass, and at least 10 meters taller. We'll see. Tends to grow.
What?
Yeah, exactly. So it probably grows a bit more than that, even, really. So if you look at Falcon 9, we're not going to do the length to diameter of Falcon 9. That would be crazy. But Falcon 9 is a very long rocket. So I suspect it'll probably get a bit longer than this. But at 200 tons per flight, fully reusable, that is pretty incredible. And
what the hell?
Yeah. This will be on the order of 500 feet tall.
What?
And then there's thousands of design improvements here. So. I mean, I think maybe one of the most profound things is Starship 3 will cost less per flight than Falcon 1. So that's the difference between if you've got a fully reusable rocket or an expendable rocket. The fully reusable rocket with low-cost propellant and autogenous pressurization actually costs less than a tiny expendable rocket. So, and it'll do, like I said, Falcon 1 is about half a ton to orbit. The Starship 3 will be 400 times more payload for less than the cost of a Falcon 1. Ultimately, I think we might be able to get the cost per flight to Earth orbit down around $2 million or $3 million. So these are sort of unthinkable numbers. from the, nobody ever thought that this was possible, but we're not breaking any physics to achieve this. So this is within the bound, without breaking physics, we can do this. So the Mars missions are 2 years apart, or 26 months. If you look closely at the Starlink router, you see the home and transfer from Earth orbit to Mars orbit. Yep. And that's basically to say to people, the Starlink system that you're buying is helping get humanity to Mars. I think that's pretty cool. So roughly every 2 years, thousands of ships would depart from Earth to Mars. It would look like Battlestar Galactica, but in a good way, Hopefully without being chased by the Cylons. But it would be an incredible thing to see these thousands of ships departing every 26 months for Mars. What this diagram is basically saying is that for getting to Mars, we would essentially create a kind of a propellant depot ship. The propellant depot would look more like a hot dog than like a sphere. Truly just a long ship with a lot of insulation. And we'd fill that ship up, and then shortly before, or as they're going to Mars, the ships would take off with, I don't know, a couple hundred tons of payload from Earth, reach orbit with almost no propellant, and then get refilled by the tanker, and then go to Mars and go all the way to Mars with over 200 tons of useful payload. Then on Mars, in the beginning, we would simply reuse the ship materials, so most of the ships wouldn't come back, but then over time, you'd want to bring the ships back so you could reuse them. And for that, we would need to create methane, CH4, and oxygen, O2 on Mars, which you can do with H2O and CO2. So the atmosphere is CO2, and there's plenty of water ice, H2O. And so it's kind of like tailor-made for, well, actually, the reason we have a methane oxygen system is because you can make methane and oxygen on Mars fairly easily, like just not a total walk in the park, but the ingredients are readily available to create methane and oxygen on Mars. So you build a propellant depot and bring the ships back and build out, as quickly as possible, a self-sustaining civilization on Mars. And we want to get the cost of going to Mars such that almost anyone could afford it. So, like if somebody were to just work hard on Earth, save up, and that they'd be able to go to Mars. So it's like anyone, ideally, almost anyone could go to Mars. And I think you'll see a lot of governments also sponsor people, and ultimately we'll want to get, so there's kind of an optimal landing zone on Mars where you have resources, so you've got access to water or frozen water, that you're not too close to the poles, so you can use solar power. It would be nice to use nuclear. I don't know if we'll get the approval, but nuclear would be very handy on Mars because you can use the heat, and you can generate electricity. So, and then you kind of want to be about 2 kilometers below sea level. So if Mars did have an ocean, you'd actually be quite deep in the ocean, at least at first. Yeah, so let's see. That's Mars. Kind of want to land about halfway between the pole and the equator, in a kind of a deep area of Mars. The deeper it is, the more you can use the atmosphere to brake, and the atmospheric density is higher. So these are all the things that would have to be developed. Sometimes people ask me, are we developing these things? I'm like, not yet, because this is the cart, and we need the horse first. So the rocket is the horse, and then this is the cart. But ultimately, we'll need all these things, lots of power generation, mining in general, ice mining, propellant production, long-duration life support, a lot of construction, and then global communication. So I think this would open up a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs that want to create things on Mars, whether that is a propellant. Well, I think we'll have to do the propellant depot, but whether it's like iron ore refining or a pizza joint or a bar, there'll be an opportunity to do all the things that we like on Earth on Mars. Like a Mars bar would be, great. So I think probably a rough order of magnitude guess for what you need, how many people do you need for a self-sustaining city is about 1 million, and several million tons of cargo. So, yeah, which we can do, and we can do this in 20 years. But like I said, in order for it to be self-sustaining, you actually need the entire base of industry. You can't be missing any element. So that's really what's going to take a while is, do you have everything you need to survive on Mars? At that point, the future of consciousness is assured. So if you do 10 launches a day at 200 tons per launch, 1.5 million tons to LEO per opportunity, you net that out to 250,000 tons to Mars per opportunity. So that means you can get to 1 million tons in about 8 years, since the opportunities are 2 years apart.
Poison, thank you.
So I think this is pretty doable, and I'm like, we're actually going to do this. Are we? Well, we are actually going to do it, which is insane to think. So millions of tons to Mars. Yeah. Wild.
Yeah.
And we're going to build a lot of vehicles. So.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Several thousand vehicles per year is what we'll need.
Please do this.
Which really quite doable, actually. It sounds like a lot, but it's very doable.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah. If you compare it to sort of car production, it's a small number. Of course, this is much bigger than a car, but even if you look at the total tonnage, it's still very doable to build several thousand vehicles a year. So that's what we need to do, and we're gonna do it.
I like that he. No. Oh,
And then
you should have said
long-term-
something about that.
Which it's very doable.
I really appreciate that he put B-24 in there. The B-24. I really appreciate that. The reason why is because the B-24 was made at a plant in Detroit. Well, it's in Ypsi. It's closer to Ypsi, technically. Ford made a plant in Detroit called Willow Run. Willow Run mass-produced B-24s. They had a moving assembly line for airplanes. Now, don't get me wrong. Most planes are done that way, but nobody got it dialed in like Ford had it dialed in. Right there. Remember, 6,972 B-24s. That's a heavy bomber. They cranked that out in a year in 1943. Now, I understand, not Starship, but also, that's a lot of planes. That was in 1943. I know where this number comes from. 6,900 heavy bombers that's ridiculous. But Ford was one of the only people that ever did a moving assembly line for planes. Now, don't get me wrong, Boeing, Airbus, like those, they've done that. Boeing did it. Boeing did it with B-17s during World War II, and B-29s for what it's worth. Which is, I'm not 100% sure why they didn't say that here, but go to war, Carol. That's right. Sig, watch your language during the day, or, I'll watch it for you. I would appreciate that. I don't think this is over here. If you did one iota of thinking here for a second, instead of saying what you said, This right here is not necessarily to compare an automobile to an aircraft. I don't think anybody here is trying to make the argument that an airplane or a spaceship that goes to Mars is on the same technical complexity as building a car. But once again, the context of this conversation is mass production, not complexity of vehicle, right? That shows that SpaceX and by proxy Tesla have the chops to be able to understand mass production. And I think that's the exact reason why there's B-24s, why the B-24 is mentioned. Because the only other person to crank out 4-figure numbers for aircraft ever was a car company. Just some food for thought. Ford did this. That's why they put Tesla there. Does that make sense? That's why I like Ford. Ford's pretty cool. Ford's a pretty cool guy and doesn't afraid of anything.
Doable to build several thousand vehicles a year. So that's what we need to do, and we're going to do it.
Oh.
And then long term, we'll probably have some offshore launch sites.
You're just going to glaze over that one? Some offshore launch sites? You're just going to glaze over?
That's what we need to do, and we're going to do it.
Huh. That looks like they just crudely placed Mechazilla on top of some generic oil rig. You just crudely pasted your face over mine.
And then long term, we'll probably have some offshore launch sites.
Huh. Crazy thing is Ford also figured out that workers are more productive when treated like human beings. Yeah. It turns out if you take care of your workers, they do good things for you. Strange concept to a lot nowadays, but just saying. Yeah, Tigris, that's another important thing to mention. Ford was also doing, while they were doing that with bombers, they were also cranking out more Jeeps. Did you know that Ford made more Jeeps than Jeep did during World War II? Tigris, I know you knew that, but I'm not sure if anybody else here knows that. Hey, Shmoog, 109 months. Yeah, Ford made more Jeeps than Jeep did during World War II. And they were better made, too. That's the best part. Ford always made a better Jeep than Jeep did, even nowadays. Look at the Bronco. I'll take a Bronco over a Jeep. Absolutely. Look at it in the 60s. The Bronco. What's the Bronco? The Bronco's just a Jeep with a Bronco name on it and Ford parts. It's better Jeep than Jeep is. I love how Ford just has this incessant need to just hate Jeep. That's really funny to me. No, if you really want to know the reason, Henry Ford didn't like Jeep. He thought the Jeep was a stupid design. He thought it was dumb. True story. Yeah, he thought it was really stupid. And then the government said, "You want to make Jeeps for us?" And he said, "No, that's dumb. Jeeps are stupid. Let me design something for you." And then Uncle Sam said, "Hey, we'll pay you if you make Jeeps." And Henry Ford went, "Oh, yeah? How much are you going to pay me?" And then the government went to Henry Ford and said, "We'll give you a cost plus contract to make them." And Henry Ford went, "Cost plus, you say?" And that's what they did. It's funny because you can always tell if a flat fender Jeep, so flat fender Jeeps are Fords, or if they're a Jeep. You know why? Because if you look on the bolts, any bolts on a Jeep that was made by Ford have Ford's cursive F on it, because Henry Ford wanted everybody to know He wanted everybody to know that this Jeep is a Ford, so it's built correctly and it's not a piece of trash. Yeah. Guy hated, dude, the guy just hated Jeep. I don't know what that was about. Guy just hated Jeep. I don't understand, but he did. It's very weird. Guy hated Jeep. It's weird. Boone. That's messed up, but I mean, you're not wrong. Yeah, I want this.
You can just imagine all of these starships waiting in orbit for the planets to align, and then this gigantic Starfleet taking off from Mars.
Please do this. All right. Shut up and take my money. Crazy, Denny, huh? Do this. Please do this. 20 years, you say. Surely you didn't pull that one out of your tail, right? Right? Please?
All right, so we're actually going to do this. When you think about where this started out, this was literally just a sandbar where we're standing right now. And now look at what we've done here. And we've gotten 3 flights off of Starship, and we've got a fourth one coming up. And we're building a gigantic factory that will be able to output a massive number of ships. So it's surreal, but it's real. So we're actually going to do this. We're going to take humanity to Mars. And I'm confident you can do it. So.
Well, there was a lot of information there. No, you guys don't understand. In the future, spaceflight will favor people that are older. You know why? Rehabilitative stuff. Rehabilitative joint therapy. Gonna be retirement homes in space in the future. Calling it now. Calling it now. Think about it. Harass, he says they're going to go to Mars in 20 years, which probably in reality means a little bit longer than that. But yeah, but muscle atrophies. So you can't work out in space, L-Force? Oh, I hope so, son. That would be good. Dude, there was a lot of info in there. Dude, I called the sideways landing with Super Heavy though. That was absolutely me. Sorry about that. I've been saying that for the last 5 years, man. That sideways landing though. There it is. There it is. Arthur Morgan, can I be drunk on a Tuesday? No, Arthur, you can't be drunk on a Tuesday. I need you for one last job, Arthur. Can't be drunk today. Tessa, Henry Ford. Tessa, you're saying over in the YouTube chat, Henry Ford hated Jeep because the Jeep founder said the Model T was a joke. Okay. I told you, sideways. Been saying that for years. Sideways. It's not coming straight down on the chopstick arms. It'll come in from the side. And look, the render right there. Too late, man. Arthur, I need you for one job. You can't be drunk, Arthur. You can't be drunk. At this rate, they'll add winglets for cross range and fuel saving. Nope. I'm going to turn that all down. Turn that down a little ways. Willys Overland or Bantam? What do you mean, Greg? I like the Willys. The Willys Jeep was the one that Ford ended up making more of. I mean, I'm telling you. So, okay, why am I so incessant about this? Okay, this was from testing in KSP. I'm not going to lie to you. All right, not going to lie. This is where we figured this out. I found that when you try to go right over this, you're much more susceptible to, well, not being super precise. Carrying what's called a horizontal velocity component. So basically going sideways just a little bit. Going sideways just a little bit allows you to control the momentum of the booster a lot better. Coming in just like that. It allows you to control the momentum of the booster a lot easier. It's way easier to to land on a nice straight track if you have some horizontal velocity, right? See how the booster is coming in a little sideways there? I said that this was going to happen. And once again, I did prototype it in KSP, and I found that coming in sideways was way easier to do than coming in from the top. Coming in at a 45-degree angle, way easier. Because you can control
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Arthur, thanks for the subs, man. You can be hammered today, man. That's fine. Dang it, Arthur. God dang it, Arthur.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Physics favors doing that. Let me put it to you like that. Right there. Physics favors that design because it's easier to control the moment of the booster. The momentum going in one direction. Same way helicopters have a lot easier time holding a little momentum than in a pure hover. Something like that. Yeah, Yarg, for the most part. Yeah. I mean, even a helicopter, when it's coming into land, still doesn't usually go straight down. I mean, you can, right?
Discovery,
but it's much easier to carry the momentum sideways, right? So the other part of the theory is that they're going to point this into the wind. The booster will have a headwind when it's coming in. So the wind will help dampen out that sideways momentum. It's just going to be like a plane landing on a runway. It's just a very short runway. Dude, I've been saying this since Starship, well, I don't know, probably since like 2021, 2020. I've been saying, like, when we actually went and messed with this thing, this was the easiest way to do this. Yeah, Nova, that's right. Do you think they need a water-cooled steel plate under the catching arms? No, absolutely not. Convection will handle most of the heat dissipation. You gotta remember, it's only 3 engines firing. Does it use less propellant when coming in at a 45-degree angle for landing? Pigeon, if there's a headwind, sure, absolutely. I'm telling you, dude, that's perfect. That's how they're going to do it. It's really, really nice to be vindicated. I said that multiple times on NSF, and the NSF chat grilled me. I got grilled. And even the other hosts. I'm not trying to throw them under the bus, but frick you, I was right. I was frickin' right. Right? Just do it. Do it. Yes, you can. Nothing is impossible, so just do it. It's gonna be a fun live. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a real fun live, dude. Oh, I'm going to have fun. I'm going to go in there and be like, frick you, I was right, frick you, I was right, frick you. Anyway, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, maybe figuratively do that. Anyway. How many dry runs do you think before they'll try the real tower? They said if Flight 4 goes right, Chris, they're going to try to catch with Flight 5. I also said that they would catch by the end of the year. It's going to happen sooner rather than later. I didn't nail the exact date, right? I didn't nail the exact date. And the reason, so this clip is for Friday? Yeah, Greg. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The wartime Jeeps are Bantam's design. The government bought the Jeep outright and gave production contract to Ford and Willys. Oh, yeah, that's right, Greg. Thank you. Thank you for that. Anyway, no, I'm not going to be a jerk about it. It was just a theory. I don't know, but it's good to feel vindicated. But yeah, I said that they're going to try catching sooner rather than later because Starship is in the critical path for HLS, or Super Heavy is in the critical pathway. If Super Heavy doesn't work, you can kiss your lunar lander goodbye. Because there's no way you're getting it anywhere. Super Heavy has to work. Starship's re-entry system doesn't necessarily have to work. You could still get a lander to the moon with expendable Starship refuelers, right? You could still get to the moon, get your HLS out to the moon with expendable starships, like just having them burn up on re-entry. But you definitely can't support a mission cadence sacrificing a Super Heavy every time. Absolutely not. So I've always said, been saying this for, well, shoot, since the HLS contract was awarded, that Super Heavy is what they're going to try to get right. They're going to try to get it perfect. It has to be perfect. You have to be able to get that thing back. They're going to focus on getting that thing reused sooner than Starship. And that's basically what Elon just said in that meeting, which is excellent. And don't get me wrong, you know, I'm making a joke like, frick you, I was right, frick you, I was right. You know, like that. I'm not trying to be like that. I'm really more happy that my analysis on what SpaceX is doing is accurate. That helps me, this helps me kind of understand what they're doing and makes me better at analyzing the news. Not speaking, though. Yeah, Yarg, I'll do that. Is SpaceX a profitable company? Aren't they their own best customer? VB, Starlink is your profitability avenue. They're probably not break even, but Starship is generating money. Absolutely. But why mail Super Heavies? Are you serious? I just told you that a moment ago. Right. The Elon Musk school on Mars for kids who can't read good and want to learn how to do other things good as well. Yeah, there you go, Nova. And if they succeed, they get all the returns. Bingo. Yeah, Ion, I've always said that if Starlink captures 1% of global telecommunications, like 1% of like global network traffic, so like that means for every 100 people, one person has a Starlink, right? SpaceX will be profitable. Absolutely. Reusing the rocket is not your profitable venture. The payload is your profitable venture, right? Launch providers exist to launch payloads into space. That's how they make money. So SpaceX figured out that Elon and Gwen and that team basically figured out in 2015, 2016 that if you make a reusable rocket, so what? No one's going to want to fly on it all the time. So you have to make the market. I'm telling you, SpaceX standardizing demand, even though it's internal demand for missions for a profitable avenue, Starlink, SpaceX standardizing demand and keeping the demand at a constant rate, and then picking up anybody else that wants to launch stuff along the way while they keep launching Starlinks that is what is shifting the entire commercial market. Because in the in the past, the market has come in waves. You get a lot of demand all at once, and then you get nothing for about 10 to 15 years. That's how it's basically been since the 90s. The reason why is the commercial markets exploded in the 90s because of the dot-com era. And they all made satellites that were going out to geostationary orbit, and those satellites had a 10 to 15 year life cycle. That market dried up when the dot-com bubble burst, and then look, that happened right around 2010. What's 15 years after that? 2015, 2016, right when SpaceX started to pursue reuse. That's not a coincidence, guys. It's not a coincidence at all. They knew. They knew that the market demand was sinusoidal. It goes up and down. So SpaceX knew that they could ride this demand for replacing all these satellites. You ever notice that a lot of SpaceX missions, 2015, 2016, 2017, were all geostationary communication satellites? And SpaceX went through that whole phase, 2018, 2019, of expending the Block 4 fleet to launch all these geo satellites. They were profitable during that time, and they used that profit to start up Starlink. Starlink test satellites, Tintin A and B, launched in 2018, and by 2020, we're seeing Starship launches almost every week. Now we see them almost every day. There's one in 6 hours. See what I'm talking about? They made the demand themselves because rockets aren't the profitable venture, which is hilarious to me because I see people making this argument all the time. Oh, rockets aren't a profitable venture. Yeah, I know. The things that they launch are the profitable venture. And if you make something that needs to be launched all the time, and you make it in a network that needs to constantly be maintained because the satellites, instead of having a 10 to 15 year life cycle, have a 5-year life cycle, the demand stays constant. And if that satellite network that you're making just happens to be a profitable venture, the whole system will just keep self-sustaining. And then you can use all the profit you use to make a fully reusable vehicle, which favors this formula even more. See, they're smart, very smart. That's very smart market analysis on SpaceX. They've been really good at that for a long time. 200-ton fully reusable Starship. What would it be able to carry in expendable mode? Yes. Chief, I think what wouldn't it be able to carry in expendable mode, dude? Yeah, Nova, something like that. Mm-hmm. Where does SpaceX get the money to set up Starlink? Wall Street debt? No, they have private investors. Private venture capitalists are backing SpaceX, at least initially, Arsenal. Government contracts has a lot to do with it. The NSSL contract, HLS, commercial resupply, commercial crew, all the commercial payloads that they launch into space. Dude, that's a lot of profit. And then Starlink on top of that. It's a lot of profit, dude. What are the odds that they test these ideas in KSP before breaking out the supercomputers to do the math? I guarantee, well, actually, Survey Slave, I have it on pretty damn good authority that people at SpaceX screw with Kerbal all the time. Yeah. Oh, yeah, all the time. Yeah, maybe Tesla. That'd be kind of cool. Throttle up. Tried to explain this to so many people. The whole plan was honestly one of the most genius business moves in modern times. Yeah, especially since it changed the dynamics of the entire sat launch market, Spoon. SpaceX basically spearheading the pivot from geosynchronous satellites that have a 10 to 15 year lifespan to low Earth orbit constellations that have a 5-year lifespan that need constant maintenance is that right there is the reason why we have a healthy and competitive commercial launch market in the United States. The pivot to smaller, finite life, or not finite, they're all finite, but lower life satellites, genius. And look at the demand it spawned. We're going to have Starlink, there's Project Kuiper, there's OneWeb, Iridium. That's pretty good, man. Hey, Joho, 55 months, thank you. There will, King, yep. Check your last message. Okay, now to make them reusable. Yes. Thoughts on too much low-level satellites to the point where we can't launch rockets anymore? Starlinks are in a decaying orbit inherently, gamer. If SpaceX stopped launching Starlink satellites right now, in 5 years, they'd be all gone. Not worried about it. Not worried. Here you go, Elzekin. Yep. Yeah, Spoon. Yep. I can see SpaceX starting to capture old Starlinks and bringing them back down for refurbishment. What? Why? It's not going to be just SpaceX. So? Proliferated NRO constellations. No, they do, Helsinki. It's possible, but Goldie, here's the thing. These satellite constellation networks, Starlink is in a decaying orbit. There's OneWeb and Project Kuiper that are above those. Low Earth orbit insertion altitude is way below any of that. Heck, the ISS is way below any of that. They purposely don't have satellites down there for a good reason. Because of this exact thing. We'll always be able to get into low Earth orbit. And if we can get even something into low Earth orbit, we can do cleanup from there. I'm not worried about it. There's been some pretty damn good thought put into this. Like there's levels on purpose. Now, could it become a problem? Yeah, sure, of course. Can an accident on a highway become a problem and jam up traffic? Sure, absolutely. You know, we're going to need to maybe look at avenues of being able to clean up orbital debris in the future. But that could be much easier to do if you have 200-ton access to LEO, right? 200 tons of pop to LEO, you could make something that cleans up space debris a lot easier, right? I think we actually have a pretty metered and pretty considered approach towards this, which is great. Yeah, really good. A big sail cleans it up. I mean, dude, with 200 tons, you could launch it. You could put an Abrams up there and have a capture mechanism glued to the top of an Abrams tank. I mean, 200 tons to low Earth orbit, that's... I mean, you could put it whatever you want up there, right? Yeah, no, all good. Good. That was a good question. Let's just make a capture mechanism of Abrams tanks. It's a good idea. I mean, maybe Tessa, sure, I guess, if you want to lower this, if you want to use Starlinks for a station keeping maneuver to cluster back up and then grab all of them, that would, I mean, maybe, but the Starlink satellites are designed to be expendable. They're designed to burn up on purpose. Yeah, Yarg, exactly. Jim, 32-month resub. Do you think an Abrams tank would burn up in the atmosphere? Some of it would get through, but steel ablates pretty dang well. Ask anybody that's ever used a plasma cutter before. Steel ablates, yeah. That doesn't react well to plasma. Not a lot of things in here react well to bullets. All right. They also said they're going to build 2 towers, which is pretty sweet. I'm wondering where we know that the parts of the second tower are staged at Sanchez. I'm just kind of wondering where the heck those things will end up. But what about that depleted uranium armor? I don't know. Even if it's covered with uranium-238, why do we want to do that? I mean, depleted uranium. I mean, guys, uranium is still ablative. It still can. We know there's been some pretty good documentation out there about uranium hitting critical mass and what happens when that happens. No, it won't do that. But I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying a uranium coated armor on a tank trying to re-enter might not be the best idea. Depleted uranium. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm still gonna say that this is probably, I'm gonna go out on a limb and probably say that's not a good idea. Would the tank crew get uranium fever? Okay. Just look at the serial number on these Raptors, okay? just look at the serial number on the Raptors, please. So it seems like SpaceX is heavily invested into some type of either super advanced casting or some 3D printed stereolithography for their parts, because Elon said that a lot of the cooling channels and instrumentation for Raptor 3 are printed right into the pieces, which is just okay. You did what? Yeah, this part right here. Yeah, maybe T-Man. They're gonna build it where suborbital pad B is. Yeah, flip up. That makes sense. I'm watching both chats. Yeah. Yeah, all these pieces, all these extra pieces are integrated right into the part during manufacture, which is just, dude, that alone would be impressive. The fact that this is going to do what he said it's going to do is all right. Not saying it's alien tech, but I don't think it's alien tech. I just think, we're not used to seeing somebody go at rocket engines in an iterative capacity, There you go, Morgan. Yeah, right? It'll work. So by Raptor 5, the entire thing is just one massive 3D printed engine. Yeah. Relativity in shambles. Even this is pretty damn impressive, right? Yeah, exactly, Teague. It's very rare to be able to make freaking that many engines. We saw 352. Raptor serial number 352 there. 352! I don't think there's that many shuttle engines that were made. Not even close. What other engine has been manufactured that much? Merlin engine is the only other one. How many? I'd be curious, chat. Someone look this up. How many shuttle engines were made? How many F1 engines were made? How many J2s were made? I guarantee you more Raptor engines that have been produced than any of those things. ICBM engines, maybe. Yeah, LR-87s, maybe. Soyuz RD-107s, yeah. Yeah, that's the only thing I can really think of. 46 RS-25s. The only one is from another country. RD-180? I don't even think there's been that many RD-180s in Investigator. How many? Yeah, exactly. How many engines have gotten over 1,000? You think they've made 1,000? SpaceX has made 1,000 Merlin engines? I think they have. How many Merlins have they made? At least 700. Tyler, off the top of my head, they've made at least 700 Merlin engines. I can say that pretty dang conclusively. Because what's the highest Falcon first stage serial number we're at right now? 1082? All right. Maybe they reused some of these engines from flight to flight, right? So just let's do, and each Falcon has 10, right? So let's just say they've made enough Merlin engines to supply 70 Falcon 9s, right? 10 engines per, right? So that's 700. And it's probably more than that, right? Like, this is a very conservative estimate. I mean, we know for a fact that we know for a fact that SpaceX has made, let's take a look here. $322 Merlin vacuums. I know that for a fact because the rocket that's launching tonight, Starlink 648, is Falcon 9's 322nd mission. And no, you don't get Merlin vacuums back, so we know it's at least 300. That's at the very least, right? What about Tridents? Would you count that? That's the only other thing I can think of. Goalie, an ICBM or Soyuz, RD-107s and RD-108s. I mean, they bid 1,000 Merlin engines 7 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I'm estimating, Forge. I don't think... Does estimation exist in your language? Right? Like, and SpaceX has already cranked out over 300 Raptor engines. This iterative prototyping over this short a period of time, like even all those other ones, Soyuz has had that many engines manufactured over the last 50 years, right? ICBMs also over the last 50 years, right? SpaceX in the last 10 years has produced more rocket engines than had been produced in the previous like 40. Also an estimation. Somebody would have to fact check me on that one. Estes engines, there's got to be tens of thousands of those. Tessa, shut up. Shut up. Zip it. So, I mean, yeah, with the point that I'm trying to make, guys, is with all this rapid prototyping, SpaceX can really, really afford to upgrade the design a lot. Frankly, this is what they should have done with the shuttle. They should have done this. They shouldn't have made 5 orbiters and then been like, nah, never mind. ST's proving once again that solid motors are the superior motors, Kappa. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna turn this damn stream around. That'll end your precious little space news pretty damn quick, huh? I'll turn this damn bus around. That'll end your precious little field trip pretty. SpaceX posted 6 years ago that they reached 400 Merlins. Yeah, it's easily over 1,000 flip up. Workers early, nice. Must be hard to repack solid rocket engine on Mars. Yeah, I don't think that's the right solution there, Roadrunners. Yeah, kind of with you on that one. Oh, Roadrunners, you'll like this, dude. I was reading in my propulsion book about like no, maybe it wasn't the propulsion book. I forget where I was reading it. I was reading about spun bearings in rocket engines. That's violent. It's very violent. Yeah, that's not good. Not good. Not great, Bob. They can spin bearings. It's basically the same like if you lose a turbo, you lose the turbo oil cooler. Yeah. Gets hot really, really fast, and that's the end of that. Wait, what? Explain. Rockets can spin bearings in the turbo pump if you don't get the right lubricant in there? Yeah, that's not good for it. You could spin bearings. Yeah. Yeah, just like a car can spin bearings. That's bad. Spinning bearings is bad. You said crossing the streams was bad. Yep. It was super interesting. Yeah, good stuff. Turns out rocket engines can also visit Rodney. It's not good. This kills the rocket. Yeah, propulsion book. It wasn't in the propulsion book, but I'll show you the propulsion book just in case you were wondering. This is one of my favorite books to read. Modern Engineering for Design of Liquid Propellant Rocket Engines. Great book. You can learn a lot from this one. This is the book. That and RPE by Sutton. What kind of lubricant do they use for rocket engines? I know it's definitely not WD-40. No. WD-40 is not used on rocket engines, T-Man. WD-40 was used to coat the outside of rockets. In fact, that's why it was made. Water displacement formula 40 was made to make sure that the outside of Atlas stainless steel missiles don't actually corrode or rust. Yeah. So, you're half right. Also, WD-40 isn't lube. It's a water displacement formula. You need penetrating oil if you want to. I mean, penetrating oil isn't lube either. Just saying. Penetrating oil? Just like the attachable booster cores on Delta that strap to the side of the booster. Man, that guy really liked saying that a lot. That guy really wasn't doing himself any favors there. Yeah, it's like when that NASA commentator was talking about Artemis 1, and he was talking about how they had to reapply some room temperature vulcanization cream to the Orion because some wind blew it off, and he ended up calling it cock like probably about 10 times in quick succession. Yeah, that was weird. There's a reason why I call it RTV and why I don't call it that on the, when we're doing a cast on the internet. And I always say attachable solid rocket motor, not the other thing. Yeah. Yeah. Who doesn't enjoy some sealant talk? Bullet hole surfer. Right? Am I right? Thick. You want thick. Digital. All right, anyway. We've talked about Starship. We could talk about it a little bit more. Here, check this out. In case you missed it at the first part of the stream, this happened. The final Delta launch with attachable booster cores.
10, 9.
Okay.
7, 6, 5. We have ignition. 2, 1. And liftoff of the final United Launch Alliance Delta IV Heavy rocket, carrying NROL 70 for the National Reconnaissance Office and closing Delta's 6-decade legacy of excellence in space.
That's awesome. So L-70 launched. The book of Delta has officially closed. But I don't think it has. Everybody's saying that. But also, SLS is Delta 5. No, you're not changing my mind. It has a Delta upper stage in it. It's Delta 5. Okay. What are you going to call it? Shuttle 2.0? No. Delta 5, baby. Am I right? High five. Who's coming with me, man? Who's coming with me? Who's coming with me, man? I have it, Elzekin, yes. Just you. Shut up, Yarg. I'll come with you. T-Man. Yes, man. Yes. Call it the orange yeeter. I like that. Got a nice ring to it. Delta 5 all day. And Vulcan is Atlas 6. You're not changing my mind. This is my stream. I'm the main character. You shut up. You shut up. Oh, God. Frick you. Frick you. Frick you. You're cool. T-Man, you're cool. And frick you, I'm out. Booster with cheese. You son of a gun, I'm right behind you. Turn around and ask me for booster with cheese, yo. Why you gotta make me feel inferior because I'm on the launch pad, G? Damn. Didn't have that teed up, I swear. Where are you going? Oh. Think they'll be back? No? Yeah, all right. Yeah, you're right. Oh, they killed Killer Bee. They killed Delta Bee. Why does that work? All right. How did you know I was leaving? I'm Cuban Bee. Yes, Cuban Bee. Who's coming with me, man? Who's coming with me? All right. Anyway. So the Book of Delta is closed, but it's not closed, but it is, but it's not. Jan. Yes, man. Jan, you want to be my girlfriend? I would, but no. Will New Glenn kill Vulcan? No. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Officer Murtaugh, look at the hardware. It's over. Riggs is gone. Anyway. He is slowly descending into madness. You were merely adopted by the madness. I was born into it. Molded by it. So how does one phrase this question? If I had a Delta-sized thing to get up, what rocket should I use now? Vulcan. Vulcan. Vulcan can do it. He can do it just fine. Damn. An hour, Leon. I've been away for some time. What is going on with EJ? What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? What, am I funny? Funny how? Funny how? Like funny like a clown, like I'm here to amuse you? What the frick is so frickin' funny about me? Huh? Now, in hourly, on the reality of the situation is that I burned the candle at both ends on over the last couple of days, and I'm very, very sleep deprived. Yeah, that's what's going on. I always start quoting movies for avenues of communication when I'm tired. When first VC6 launch? I hope sooner rather than later. But Vulcan should be able to bring up the slack where Delta left off. You had way too many face-to-face interactions. Those can be tiring. Yeah, right? I had to talk to people. I had to freaking talk to people, man. Thanks, sir. You're welcome. EJ is now a General Motors guy, and he loves four bangers. All right. Let's see. Where's the goal? Okay, click goalie. Where's that timeout button? All right. There. Yeah, there you go. Why don't you suck on that one, pal? Why is the program called Vulcan? It was actually crowdsourced. They crowdsourced the name, and they didn't accept Rocket McRocketface as the name of the rocket, which kind of sucks. It's named after Vulcans from Star Trek. All right, so I've been linked a video a lot over the past couple of days here since this video was posted here. So, here. I'm going to present this one without context. And if you would like to know more, just let me know.
This week, we are testing our beta decelerator. It is a thermal protection system for small spacecraft. So the goal of this technology is to be able to deliver anything in the world within 90 minutes of call-up. So imagine you have an inventory in space, pre-staged. You know where everything is and where it's going to go. And then you've got the warfighter on the ground, and he needs certain things, and it can change the tide of a battle. Our job is to deliver those within 100 yards of where he needs them, anywhere on the globe. We'll be dropping these articles, what we call the last mile. So from approximately 4,000 to 5,000 feet, looking at how the flight characteristics of the system work and how the recovery operations are done. We could design vehicles, but until you design them and then go operate them, do you start to look at the infrastructure you need to do that. We developed that architecture. We developed the communication system. We developed the data system. We developed the recording of everything, how you look at data. All of that's being defined in real time. And on top of that, we had to design the vehicle. That's only done when you do this base level testing.
Today we're going to drop 3 test articles from the helicopter. Before we get these articles moved out to the runway to move on for the test, I was going to go out and double check everything, make sure that the rigging of the parachute is set up correctly, that the flotation devices are the way that we want them, and make sure our hardware is set up, because I want to get all that handled as much as we can in the controlled area in the hangar before we get it out. This is a growing piece of the satellite division at Sierra Space, as well as applications across the board in Sierra Space.
So basically, with kind of a dish-shaped heat shield.
See that guy? That guy cooks.
Like this, you have a lot of instability right around zero angle of attack. By adding weight a little bit to this side, we actually pull our CG and our angle of attack a little bit to one side, and we kind of dig the rudder in to the airflow and pull the nose up more like an airfoil. When you begin steering it and you have actual flight dynamics, that lets you understand how stable it's going to be. It lets you know when you input a control measurement, what's actually going to happen. So there's a lot of gains there for having both the shape and the weight offset.
Before we do any drops, actually, we do streamer passes to verify the winds, and we're going to verify 2 different factors. We're going to see where we think it's going to land short and where we think it's going to land long.
The first one is going to be the terminal drop test articles, what kind of we're referring to it, because it doesn't have any parachute or anything. So it'll be dropped from a lower altitude, and it's just going to go down and hit the ground. The idea there is just to get a little bit better understanding
of the SLF?
How this vehicle, how hard it'll hit the ground and what that would do to the payload. So when the first drop happened, we saw some tumbling in the vehicle, some little bit of unstable flight. We got on the radios and said, let's hold off before...
oh, that's what you call that. Yeah. Yeah.
Dropping this next unit and let's make some changes.
Sierra Space said you guys are cleared to get ready for the second drop.
The next unit would be the same single-piece unit that does have a parachute, and we'll try to target the landing, see what the flight dynamics are like and what the speeds are like under that size parachute.
And that's actually going to occur at 4,000 feet. So we're going to drop it at 4,000. At about 2,000 feet, the parachute should come out and it should land safely on the ground.
Oh, good luck getting
the
that.
Last article.
Good luck getting that. That's out in the bush, dude. Have fun. Look at where that thing landed. You're not getting... Dude. Oh, man. I hope you brought a machete with you. If I have fun with that, I ain't going in there. There's gators in there, man.
Parachute should come out and it should land safely on the ground.
The last article is a separable unit. So for that test article, we're going to separate the shield portion from the bus portion so that we can demonstrate more of a payload return capability, where the shield has done its job coming through the atmosphere and it is no longer needed. So when the parachute activates, it's going to separate the shield away, and then we'll get the payload coming down on your parachute. Today was a huge success for us. Not that every drop went perfectly. And I think it's more of a success because the drops didn't all go perfectly. When you fail, when you have little issues, that's when you grow the most. And so we learned a ton about some of the things that do go well and some of the things that don't go well. We're able to make those adjustments.
Today's test, the main objective obviously was to ensure that we can get a stable flight, especially in subsonic region. So we have some methods that we can scale this up to a hypersonic flight.
And I have no doubt that Sierra Space is going to lead the industry because of the outside-the-box thinking. They are able to conduct an operation like this at this magnitude safely, successfully, and they're willing to learn from their mistakes. So it's been a pleasure working with Sierra Space.
When you look at what Sierra Space does, we're not a launch company. We're launch vehicle agnostic. We're a space company. And part of that is a logistics company. So we need to be the guys on the third side of that logistics train. There's launch, on orbit, and return. This technology puts us into the game of return. And this is how we change the game, is through technologies like these.
Oh yeah, Sierra Space is part of the conjoined triangles of success, guys. They're part of they're gonna make the box. Yeah, Richard, we're gonna make the box, I'm afraid. So, porch, nice. So that supply drops from space, though. The look on your face was priceless. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Yeah, sure. For democracy. Yeah, they're supply drops from hypersonic. I mean, you could get pretty good cross range with that guy was talking about the rudder on the weighted side. You could steer that. Yeah, you can modulate angle of attack with a weighted, with an asymmetric mass on a symmetrical shaped design. That's totally doable. They did that during the Apollo program. That's how they steer capsules. That's how NASA and SpaceX and everybody else that uses capsules steer them back to a precise location. The capsule's actually weighted on one side, right? But the shape is symmetrical. So when you turn it, one side wants to go, the higher mass side wants to go first. So you can actually change your angle of attack by rolling. You can get pretty dang accurate cross range when you're doing something like that. The thing I'm wondering about is that you're going to need a constellation of these things in varying inclinations to be able to send this every time. Those things would need to be in a constellation like Starlink if you wanted to be able to get any payload down anywhere at any time. And what's going to deorbit this? This is for Amazon same minute shipping. Okay. 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 Doesn't look like it can carry that much. What will turn the tide of war in a package like this? Okay, all systems. I got a better idea. Here's my idea. All right. We take that and we attach a nuke to it. Right? It comes back from space. And instead of landing near our guys, it lands near their guys. And then we blow it up. You think that's been done before? I mean, I've seemed to recall something that's very similar to that, but I don't remember what it is. EJ, I just realized some days ago that you are a big guy. Okay. Shall we play a game? How about a nice game of chess? It's the only way to be sure, Lurker. That's right. Forge, I don't know what this is. It looks like a vacuum cleaner with some solar panels attached to the side, to be honest with you. I mean, I just want to open the bar on Mars. Everybody wants to open the bar on Mars. Huh. Huh. Georgia Lucas, don't kill me. Right? Kill them first. They're the one that's trying to make it look like your thing. Can we open a bar on Mars for the ladies with 3... Sure. Sure. Bob Iger is coming. That is... Bob Iger, no. So what is this? Red wire? Or introducing the SaberSat orbital drone, a new breed of satellite offering high-resolution imagery and resilient communications. It's designed for performance, endurance, and cost-effectiveness. Nice word salad, dudes. This is my satellite. It's brand new, and it can take pictures of things. It's awesome in every way that I want it to be. We will change the industry because it's so good. Next. So Vast announced this. What do we got here? What do we got? What's that you got there? All right. Announcement. Haven 1 to be the world's first commercial space station connected by Starlink satellites. Yes. Cool. It looks like the Vast space station will have lasers on it. The Starlink optical stuff. Cool. That's pretty neat, man. Vasta is part of the commercial low Earth orbit destinations program, if I'm remembering right. Their space station modules will now have the optical component to Starlink, so it'll basically work like a Starlink satellite. That's pretty awesome. Also, lasers. Tessa, what do you say? Why do these companies keep talking about changing the industry? Why not perfect it instead? Because if you're not part of change, what are you doing? If you're not part of the change, you're them. You don't want to be them. They don't want you to be like that. You have to change or something to make the world a better place or whatever. I don't know. I agree with you for what it's worth. I don't know, man. It's just investor speak, dude. It's like dude, you remember when we watched that Dodge Charger unveiling? They unveiled the new Charger. And they were like, this is the charger they don't want you to have. They don't want you to have this charger. But they're gonna be mad when they figure out that you have this charger. This is the one they don't want you to have. I'm sitting there going like, who the hell is they? What are you talking about? Speak English. I don't know. What? Who are you? What are you saying? Who's they? Who doesn't want me to have this automobile? I'm confused. I am very confused. Speakers playing whining engines. Speakers playing the whining engines. Dude, any car that needs to do speakers to mimic the gasoline engine is that, dude. That's the cringiest thing I've ever heard in my life. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's awful. It's awful and I hate it. They don't want you to have this. Who the hell is they? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You don't want to be them. You are the main character. Dude, it's so bad. Arthur Morgan, are you still here? I don't mean to call out people that are lurking. Arthur, are you still here, Arthur? Oh, that'd be awesome, Tessa. Yeah, I saw that, T-Man. Interesting. Has anyone seen yet? Why do you want to go in there? There's nothing in there for you. If my car is going to make noise to simulate movement, it's going to be the noise from the Jetsons. That noise? Yeah, I agree. I agree. All right, more space news. Check this out. Gavin Cornwell posted this. If any aerospace companies were interested in building a drone ship, the list of options is growing. SpaceX currently uses barges Marmac 302, 303, and 304 from McDonough Marine Service. Photo credit. The company has completed Marmac 305, 306, and 307 is coming soon. Gotcha. Did you see that? Got the bug, dude. Got the bug. You think I'm kidding? I picked that sucker right out of thin air. Pick that sucker. Look out, man. I could have chopped your head off right there. Eat it for power? You will eat the bugs. Is that a tick? No, it's a mosquito. I need gopher chucks. So, that's actually pretty cool. Marmac 306. So if you don't know what the Marmac barges are, those are the autonomous Space Force drone ships. Those are the things that SpaceX lands their boosters out on in the ocean. Now, Gav posted this. Gav is a maritime connoisseur, right? He's a space maritime connoisseur. But if we go down here... Kiko replied to him. That guy, Oh. Oh. Didn't we say in the past that drone ships were the bottleneck for Falcon 9 reuse at this point? It's not actually Falcon 9. It's the fact that it takes like 2 weeks for it to come back in when being towed on a barge. Yeah, go Blue Spoon. Yeah, indeed. That's interesting. You said it was second stages. No, I didn't, Katra. I said second stages aren't the bottleneck because the factory is just cranking them out and they can switch to first stages. You misunderstood. I did not say that. I know I didn't. The bottleneck is drone ships. It's always been drone ships. Yep. We need drone speedboats. Well, the drone ships could autonomously come back in on, but they won't actually. The Port Canaveral won't, and Port of Long Beach won't have an autonomous ship enter the harbor. Yeah, enter their harbors respectively. Something about an autonomous ship potentially losing power and crashing into something. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do. I had more faith in you. I had more faith in you. You broke my heart. I know it was you. You broke my heart. You broke my heart, Fredo. Is there any way to sugarcoat this? What is that, Forge? What do you want me to see here? Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna go out and say, go out on a limb here and say that that's probably not good for it. They could just cross that bridge when they get there. Yeah, that's probably not good for it. You know, I think it might be broken right in this area here. Not here or here so much, but right there. I think it might be missing something. That looks expensive. Oh. That's a great shirt, Hired. Hey, the Vienna insurance people right now are like, yes, awesome. Oh, that's bad. That. Tommy likey. Tommy want wingy. It looks like it was backing up. In this thread, take it for what it's worth. Somebody said that they've been told the maintenance parked the aircraft here, but forgot to set the parking brake in chocks. And the wind. Oh God, I hope that's not true. I hope that's fake. Someone's getting fired. Just remember, you can screw up at work, guys, or you could be that guy. Isn't that like the first thing you do when you park the plane? Yeah. Yeah. So, last bit of news here. Yesterday was the solar eclipse. A lot of people experienced totality. We actually got a good bunch of it here. I got 90% or like 95% partiality. I know that's not totality. I know there's a difference. I get it. I'll catch the next one. Okay. Whenever that may be. Now, check this out. There were a lot of awesome views out there. A lot of awesome pictures from people. But I personally think this one kind of takes the cake for the best pictures of the eclipse, or at least some of the best pictures. How about this? Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good. This guy flipped the footage and it looks cooler. Who flipped the footage? Let me see. Mech Design TV. All right, what is this? Okay. Oh. All right. Look at that. That is very, very cool. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Yep. Why is there turbulence on the satellite? Starlink satellites are orbiting around in an area where they're skirting the top of the atmosphere. So they need thrusters on board. Very, 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 very light thrusters, but they need thrusters on board to maintain their orbit. That's why it looks like it's floating on the ocean. Yeah. Fun fact. That's what I mean about satellite, the Starlink satellites jumping. If SpaceX stopped launching Starlink satellites right now, in 5 years, there'd be no Starlink network. True story. It needs to be constantly maintained. And that is a very good example of exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the solar panel. Pretty cool, huh? Discover. All right. Let's see. What else do we got? This was a great shot. What else? On the indie subreddit. Yo. Yo. That's pretty rad, man. What the actual frick? That's wild, man. Someone did an eclipse picture with a Game Boy, Halsey? That's nuts. Let's go over here. What else do we got? Okay. So that eclipse was awesome. If it's one thing that I kind of realized is that, yeah, we definitely got to hit totality next time. So I know when the next eclipses are. The next one in the U.S., I think, is in 2045, I think. But the next one in general is going to be in Spain in a couple of years. So you got to show S's. Oh. Shondo. That's pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. What's that? Oh, SU-47 testing. Cool. Time lapse from the museum in Dayton.
Agreed that this is one of the best things that we've ever gotten here in Dayton. In Dayton in particular.
Dude, see, that's what's strange, man. It looks like this one is from Greg.
I'm from Colombia, and in Colombia,
Whoa.
you say that there are gonna be like eclipses.
Freaking
You don't
Greg,
see them
though.
Clearly, as here.
Dude.
It was amazing.
I was like, it's like a mini festival
All right.
happening. It's just like the sense of community is fantastic. Yeah, we'd do it again in a heartbeat.
Really cool. I've always like heard about solar eclipses and like just seeing like other people get to witness them.
Dude, that's what it looks like, man. It looks like the sun's out, but it isn't. I'm telling you, we had partiality and it looked like this. That's what it looked like outside. It looked like it was daytime outside, but it wasn't. It was very strange.
In the direction, right? And then
Oh, Greg, Ever's your follower, Greg. Greg's a good buddy of mine.
Kind of like
Yeah,
on the ground,
I've rated him many times.
Yeah, it was just there's
It's
so much
so
to
weird,
experience in a
dude.
short amount of time, but it's
Yeah,
really cool.
look.
We feel so lucky. I've seen in particular. In
And one of the best life experience we have.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm from Colombia, and in Colombia,
Oh, nice,
when
Gaben. There
you
you
say
go.
that there are gonna be like eclipses. You don't see them clearly as here. It was amazing.
That's so weird.
I was like, it's like a mini
That
festival.
confuses the frick out of the animal. Yeah. Yeah, Jay, right? Yeah, the birds, dude. Even where I was in partiality, the birds stopped chirping. They like the animals thought it was nighttime. That's just it was weird, man. It was weird. It was absurdly quiet during the day. You could see all that with the Mark 1 eyeball. You told me that already. The other day. I hear Matt. I actually got to go outside for a few minutes during the day. Oh, yeah? Complete mission. L70 mission is complete from ULA. Good. Good. Needs reiterating? Fair. Fair. That's just... Dude, that's wild. And also, let's just... I just want to sit here and ponder the fact for a second that we actually can... With the little stupid video camera, we can actually look at planets and stuff. It's like actually a thing, which is very weird. We can actually look at the sun, which is pretty cool. I wonder if that thing can image the moon. I mean, I don't see why it couldn't, right? Like, path of the 2045 eclipse Reno. Let's see. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm just going to have to go down to Florida. Hopefully I finally have a residence down there at that point. If I don't have a residency in Florida in 2045, we got some big problems. Florida bottom jeans, states with the fur, with the gator. What? The problem with seeing space stuff isn't the size, it's how dim it is. Is that a... Never mind. Never mind. Anyway, the eclipse was awesome. We got some really good footage of it. And, yeah, if you saw it, yeah, then you know what I'm talking about. Well, you know what I'm talking about. 2045, it might not be there. Bro, the Netherlands has been fighting the sea for thousands of years. Okay? Do you think that Florida man is going to let the ocean beat him? Florida man, the guy that likes wrestling creatures in water. That's not happening. It's not happening. Do you think Florida man will actually commit to a solution that's not harebrained? Yes. By accident. I'm saying that with absolute conviction. Probability states that that probably shouldn't happen, but Florida man perseveres in ways that you don't understand, man. You don't understand Florida man until you live there, right? Florida man will find a way. Like all Florida will be underwater. There'll just be a house that's anchored, and Florida man will be out there sitting on the porch with his gator friends, you know, with the banjo going dung 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 dung. 13 years. Sorry, no, you're sadly right, dude. Florida will find a way. Okay. It'll just look like Stiltsville in Miami, Denny. Florida finds a way. I posted a really nice eclipse photo from Nova Scotia, bud, in Discord for you under General. Oh, yeah, bud. From Nova Scotia, bud. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Eagle, that's a good picture, too. Damn, son. Damn, son. I'm getting to it, Creeper. I'm trying to get it, but people want to keep talking about the sun getting eclipsed by the moon. No, it's the suppression filter, dude. It doesn't come through. It doesn't come through, but you can hear it right now. Dancing out loud. Have you figured out a way to make your own solar eclipse so you can stop stealing NASA's content? I can't believe that, dude. I can't believe somebody came in here and actually said that. You remember that? That was a good one. That was a good one. Yeah. Yeah. Now, what happened is some guy came in here and was like, your logo is too much like NASA's. You're stealing their content. Who gave you permission to do that? I'm like, NASA did when they came in and said keep doing what you're doing during the Perseverance launch in 2020. I'm pretty sure that's about as close as of an endorsement you're going to get. And then the guy didn't think I would have an answer for it, which is super funny to me. Guy didn't think I would have an answer, so he somehow pivoted to I'm stealing NASA's content because I'm filming the solar eclipse. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah, I can't sleep. Khakis. Yeah, the guy was really mad. I don't think that was a troll, dudes. I think the guy tried to come in with the gotcha, and I was like, reverse Uno card. Bitch. Yeah, actually, it's possible. I reverse Uno carded him pretty hard. It was pretty awesome. NASA actually made the moon. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, Alex, it's all right. It's all right. If you're gonna be, if you're gonna troll, be good at it, please. Put some thought into it. If you come here to troll and I have an answer for it, all right, whatever. Not gonna lie, I do accidentally click on NASA's Twitch stream when we both are live. But I mean to click yours. All right. Huh. Interesting, Nova. Your mom's a troll, got him. All right, anyway. All right. We're reeling it back in. Reeling it in. All right. Polaris Dawn news. This is an update from Rook here. Getting much closer. CEIT, aka test drive complete. Dragon TVAC testing in a week. Crew EVA TVAC testing in 2 weeks. I don't know what TVAC means. EVA suit reveal, about 6 more weeks of the simulation campaign. Then quarantine and then a summer launch. This is for the Polaris Dawn mission, which will be the first commercially funded EVA that should be happening in the summer. Thermal vacuum. Yeah, that makes more sense. Not based on the worm. Dude, I put that logo as my logo. Rain, I think I did that sometime in 2012. 2012. Maybe we should change. Maybe we should change it. Maybe that guy was right. Maybe I should just change it to me going, you know? Would that be good? But will the vacuum bathroom work when it's exposed to the vacuum? They could make a black hole. Nah, it's an institution now. Okay. Are you telling me that this is not an official NASA stream? No, it's not. You know how you can tell? I can say butthole on it and see, we're still here. You wouldn't hear that on this ain't your pappy's NASA stream, boy. I like the logo. It encompasses your content perfectly. Thank you. Butt connector. In your opinion, what are the changes needed to Dragon to support a medium Earth orbit launch in an EVA? Shouldn't be much, dude. There's probably some minor modifications. But yeah, I don't shouldn't be much. Vacuum bathroom in the vacuum counts as dividing your butt cheeks by 0. I don't think that's right. All right. Yeah. Let's just here look at these pictures from Max over at NSF. Oh. Watch out for your butthole math, sir. No, you won't. Prominent. No, you won't. Oh, Complex 34, man. This is where Apollo 1 happened. Chad has reached low butt orbit. You know Space News is good when this has devolved into poop jokes. Yep. What's that, Mason? Oh, geez. I know that if you clean a vacuum, you become a vacuum cleaner. Made a logo mock-up for you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Keep that. Hey, Kender VX, thanks for the Prime sub, man. All right. That's going to do it for Space News. That's going to do it for Space News. I think we're good here. I think we're done. Oh, boy. I think we're done. Have I seen the KSC flyover vid? I'm good. Good. Yeah, maybe hired. Yep. All right. That's going to do it. The Acme Rocket Consultant Corporation. 1-800 doot doot doot. You are done. Yeah. All right. That's going to do it for Space News. Good Space News today. Good to be back. But we do have much more stream. Please don't get up. All right. Thank you, buddy. Love your streams. Greetings from Germany. Dankeschön, mein Freund. Dankeschön. Ist gut, ja? Wunderbar. Like and subscribe and hit the bell. The bell. If you don't like that, you can use this to find the missile to know where it is, so you know where it isn't. Oh, wow. Before you go, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. There's still plenty of stream left. Party's over. Can't be party's over. It's not even 8 o'clock, you dummy. The upcoming ExoMars mission set from the Kennedy Space Center between October and December 2028. Sounds like SpaceX has won a contract to launch ESA's ExoMars mission, likely aboard a Falcon Heavy in 2028. Yeah, that's speculation, but that'd be cool. One more thing. Have you seen Three Body Problem? I made this. People who know. I'm in the people who know category. Also, that's also, Mason, that's clearly not the Panama Canal. There's no point in the Panama Canal that gets that skinny unless it's near a lock, in which case you'd have witnesses. Just pointing it out. That show got really weird. Really weird at the end. And what's this last thing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is what we're going to end this on. This is what we're going to end this one on. Look at that. This is coming from Gav again. What do we got? Look at that. Balls. Fuel is stored there, you know. Fuel is stored in the balls, in the balls. Fuel is stored in the they're radars. They're radomes. Yeah. The Starlink Gateway domes. Yeah. Yeah, but also yeah, Einstein said that. Yep. Radars are stored in the balls. Yes. Mm-hmm. You know what? You know what we're doing? When did Gav post that? All right. Radars are stored in the balls. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Yep. All right. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. All right. That's a good send off there for Space News. Let's switch back over into workers and resources. Oh, in other news, I may have bought a Hemi for the Coronet, by the way. So, yeah, Space News is done, and we will go back to the Chernoblyat Republic. Day 16? Or Monsterfish? Excuse me? You what? A Hemi? No, wait, what? Wait, what are we talking about? Prepare yourself for a sulfide starship. They're hiring engineers for it. Cool. 426 or 440. 345. 345. Good enough. I can't show you pictures, guys. The reason why I can't show you pictures is because it's inside of a truck. So you bought a truck. There has been no monetary transactions yet, but it may have. Yeah, we may have bought another one. Yeah, Bill, I should have a line on a Gen 3. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see. We'll see. Most Dodge trucks are temporary storage for engines. Yep. Yep. We'll see how this pans out. I don't want to confirm anything. Bought a truck, another road trip upcoming. There is another road trip upcoming, but it won't be with this one. It will be with the 87 F350 quad cab long box dually that Ernok bought, and we'll be road tripping that in May, towing a Camaro across the country. Does that help? Does Bree know? Yes. Hello, what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. She was okay with this? Which one? Yes. Both of them, yes. Spoilers? No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right. We'll go back to workers and resources. MSD makes an ignition box for those. Yeah, so one of my buddies, Bill, has a it's a sometime in the mid 2000s Dodge Ram, and it's junk. Frame's gone. So the guy wants to get rid of it real quick. It's bad. So I may or may not in casual conversation said, "Hey, I'll give you like $200 for the truck." And he's like, "Really? You'll take it from me?" I'm like, "Well, you want to pay me? If you pay me, I'll take it off your hands." I was like, "No, 200 is good." So I may have, we may have a line on that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see if he wants to. So I may or may not have a line on a Gen 3 Hemi. It does have a 5.7 Hemi in it, but I'm going to need that whole truck so we can get the wiring out of it. But the engine should bolt to the 904 that's in the Coronet right now. Should bolt to it just fine, which means we don't need to change the drive shaft. Might need a new rear end, though. I'm not sure that 7 1/4 is going to be able to take that. That's a project for way down the road. Anyway. About 2.5 hours from New Orleans yourself, just under 2/5 of the way done. Nice, Eagle. Yeah, your road trip's really cool. Take the rear end from the truck? I don't know what rear ends those things had. We'll see. We'll see. If my buddy does want to scrap it, I'll let you guys. It does want to like fully scrap the thing or just get rid of it. He said he needs to find another truck first. So, but the deal is, if he does find another truck sooner rather than later, I'm the first. I have that thing for like $200. Don't worry. If you start seeing me working on the Coronet and pulling the engine out, you know what happened. I'm not saying, if I did get the truck, I wouldn't tell anybody, but there would be signs. Okay. You have a spare truck, you can sell him. Are you daft, mate? Are you daft? Plans for the old engine. I'm thinking an A-body. Like way down the road. I mean, unless you want a 318, sell it to you for $200 if I get the other motor. Or a Miata conversion. Chat, Tessa seems to want to put the 318 from my 69 Coronet in a Miata. Can we all properly, he already tried to convince me in mod chat, in Modcord this morning. Can we all just sit here and tell him why that's a really, like, dumb thing to do?
Go at throttle up.
Can you guys do that for me? I already tried. I already tried. Just saying. I don't know why you have such a hard on for this. It's very strange. It's a great idea, and you're stupid for saying it's not. Let him do it. I don't. It'd sound awesome. Why? Duster. We got to find a Dodge Duster shell. Okay. Find one of these, and find a shell and put it in there. Right? No, not that one. These guys. Okay? Or BT Cummins in a Miata. I'm firing up workers now. All right? Let me just put the title card up and make a bookmark for the drummer. I love this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it. Yeah, so we'll see. I gotta talk to that guy again tomorrow. See what happens.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, cool. I'm back. Hi, welcome back. Put the 318 in a Reliant Robin. All right. Van Hoybels, 57-month resub. Van, I showed drummer Newark. He wanted to see the roads that I used for reference for in-city skylines, so I drove him to Newark on Sunday. Yeah, I showed him Jersey. Yeah, it was. I've never had anybody ask me to see New Jersey before, ever. Yeah, he got home crownless. Yeah. Moncasteer. Yep. Josh, thank you for the 84. I appreciate it. And you pointed out the lack of dump trucks on the FDR. That's right, but we did get stuck in traffic on the FDR. You were in New York and New Jersey on Sunday, and you didn't visit you? Yeah, I don't visit you because I don't like you. How'd he take it? Drummer was a little bit on sensory overload for a little while. Yeah, I showed him 95 by Newark Airport, the like 20-lane wide double frontage road that's there, and the intermodal terminal and Newark Airport, and we went through the Holland Tunnel onto Manhattan and then went to the Intrepid, and he's got to see a space shuttle and Concorde and stuff. He's I wouldn't visit me either. Well, when you say it like that, it sounds very negative. Next time you got to come down here to the shore. All right. Sure. All right, Sawyer. Okay, let's jump back in. Finish up the night with some workers, dudes. Load up the game. There we go. Boom. Do you think the 318 would fit in an old Dakota? Yes, absolutely. Oh, wow, that was super fast. It's okay, we can.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Ding-a-ling-ding-a-ling. Urban, I missed car talk. You can talk cars anytime. I may have a line on late model Hemi for my '69 Cornet. Yeah. We'll see. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, Urban. So, yeah, modern fuel injected Hemi for in that '69 Cornet would be pretty cool. Or you could piss off both Ford and Dodge and put the 318 in a Capri. What? Cam it to the moon or we riot. How about we get it running first? All right. No excuses, streamer man. Well, let's finish the truck, finish the 97, and then Ernock's car, and then the Coronet after that. I want to put a diesel in your caddy. There you go. There you go. Hey, Badger, what's up? Sorry for the absence. I got hit by the Black Death last week. How's the Republic? Your master grain plan working? Well, uncapping. I'm glad you're alive. Were you here when both the grain silos burnt down and really get that? Yeah, I actually just finished cleaning this thing up before Space News today. Sorry, I just can't stand having the damn grass growing on the tracks. Hey, look, the grain silos aren't on fire. Give it a minute. Shut up. No, I was not so great then. Well, I built out both my grain silos to try and get food and clothing up, and then they both burnt down. So I didn't have enough money at the time to rebuild both of them, so I took out a lot of debt and built out something that would be cheaper to build at the time that would get me better exports. So now we have explosives and chemicals. And then when I finally built up the money, back up more money, I went and got the food in the distillery and one of the grain silos rebuilt. So yeah, my master crop plan failed because both my grain silos burnt down. Yeah, I did end up rebuilding one and I demolished the other. And I think when we logged off, we were figuring out what we wanted to put here. I was thinking a cargo loading platform with some warehouses attached to it would probably be beneficial, yeah. Take it with a grain silo of salt. Well, but either way, uncapping, I'm glad you're doing okay. New vehicle type, all right. Grain is better when it's packed into a cylinder for a rocket engine. Oh, Gremlin, what's up, dude? Seriously, might as well do the Holly with the truck in there now instead of putting it off till longer. Got to do the exhaust. I got to do the pan gasket. Yeah, we could jump on it now. It wouldn't be the worst idea. I got the exhaust though. I got to finish that, and I got to get all the rest of the spray paint off. And I really don't have a lot of time to do it. At least it wasn't fertilizer. Yeah, that's true. Do I need to take a train up there and bring the bandsaw? Nah, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. So do it on stream. I'll think about it. Think about it. Anyway. What did we get done over here? Ah, yes. We got this done. Ah, yes. Look at this nice wall. The wall is lacking red while we keep it nice and clean, so you can better when you see it. Ah! Wait a minute. Hold on. Yes. That's funny to me, man. I gotta build out my supermercado. You're not wrong, though. Yeah, no, yeah, it's fine. All right, we just got to be careful about spending right now. We did start going car-centric, which is cool. So people are actually commuting to work, and it's actually pretty rad. Avoid refinancing. Yep, I do have a little bit of a loan to pay off there, but we're keeping on top of it, so I'm not too worried. Yeah. Crops that we have, 2,300. Yeah, very good. Very nice. All right. We're actually doing good. Look. And having people commute to work is getting them to show up here, and stuff is actually getting repaired, which is pretty neat. A lot of extra cash. I wish those lazy bums would get to work. We need more cars. The factories are very understaffed. After I started going car-centric King, yeah, they started... It shifted my labor, and I'm not exactly 100% sure where they ended up, to be honest with you. That has workers. I think we might need to increase the labor pool. Tourism is getting me some good money though. Yeah, I was actually thinking about building a larger hotel, a much larger hotel. But I'm kind of also wondering where the heck they're driving to, because the bus stations definitely don't have as many people. That was a fuel depot that I was no longer using. Got replaced with that one across the street. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure where these folks are ending up, but maybe check the construction sites. There really isn't many. No buildings, at least. Are the people aging out of the workforce? It's possible. They work until they die. Dude, it's funny as heck they repopulate. There we go. We're gonna need to get that police station built, and then we got to get these sets of flats figured out as well. Do that, and do that, and do that. Assign that crew to there. That crew to there. What was that last one? Alright. I gotta build the supermarket out here. Can they walk to that? Will they be able to? No. Hello, Genesis. What's up, man? Yeah, I haven't done those yet. We gotta get this boulevard figured out. Assign a construction depot there. No, not there. Not yet, at least. Chilling and grilling. You like brats? Yeah. Yo, send me one. I don't know if any of us saw Ewok. Hey cats, what's going on? That bun with students on Monday. Azanku, those look amazing. Now I'm hungry. You, donkey. You butt dumpling. Took them all outside to see the eclipse. Cool! Then went wild until it went dark and the automatic school lights turn on. Yeah. When was the last time you pulled a loan? I refinanced my two $1.5 million loans into one $2 million loan. And that's all the debt I have that's on the ruble right there. That lowered our monthly payments big time. So we're a lot more profitable. And I have a little bit of a dollar loan out because I arbitraged some stuff, some resources to build this stuff. I didn't exactly do it right, so I kind of ended up paying for that, but that's okay. Yeah, people were shooting fireworks off here, cats. Either that or the gun range that's near my house was doing gun range things. So that's how you afford this NASA Command Center. We're going to Arby's. You're near a range? Yeah. So? Go more. Who says I don't? Although it's in Texas. Yeah, I'm not in Texas. Last time I went to Arby's, it didn't go well, bud. Okay. Because you have vehicles and a house to fix. Nice try. Try again. Yeah, I got you, cats. I got you. Anyway. If that's the story, oh yeah. Yeah, it was a good story, man. Great story, man. Armored vehicles are always a good decision, cats. Man, that looks awful. Those are crooked. Chat, why didn't you tell me they were crooked? There we go. Much better. Are you going to recycle your waste to hear great things? Yeah, maybe in the future. Right now, I'm not.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Reaper. 44-month resub. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, King. I'm good for now. Watch the dollar. Yeah. It'll be alright. Is transport set up from food plant to town? Food plant. Yeah, it's set up with the food plant right now, dude. Yeah, I weaned myself off of food imports a good while ago. Oh, yeah. Explosive truck, bud. Oh, yeah. I'm importing electrical on the dollar. Yeah, everything's going okay. What do we rely on, ruble or dollar? Both of them. With all the Genesis, with all the difficulty settings cranked to maximum, it's really, yeah, you have to. You kind of have to rely on both of these things. Tourism. It's good steady income, dude. Nice. How much money can you tell how much the hotel brings in? If you click here and just go down here, tourism last month, 5,300. Look at that. Once I got that culture thing and everything's figured out, yeah, they're spending a lot. Yeah, see, spending galleries, spending playgrounds, spend on hotels. It's good, man. It's just the loan that kicked through, King. It's not a big deal. I'm gonna do one grain train export just to make sure that doesn't go down. It should be okay. You know what? I changed my mind. I changed my mind. I don't think we need to. I just don't want to make sure I don't run out, but the tourism is offsetting my electrical. Well, that just zapped $800 out of there. Thank you. Are you tourists from NATO? Yes. Oil's coming in rubles, Klingbang. Ah. Yep. Yeah, you know what? I changed my mind. I'll just send the train once. One load of crops should be okay. You know what? You know what? You know what? Screw it. Let it ride. Let it ride. Let it ride. I'm gonna stop second guessing myself. That should be fine. The train conductor's like, you told me to go out of the thing and then said no, like right after that, like 4 or 5 times. What the hell, man? I understand that, King. I just don't think we need to. I think we're just breaking even here. Good. Good. Gotta get some labor down there. 1. We gotta get another set of labor here. 2. There we go. Nope. Nope, it's fine. I wish you could just have a chart to see where all the workers are at. It just seems like some are missing somewhere. Yeah, the cars. The cars affected something. And to be honest, I'm not 100% sure what. It could be all these new buildings that I added. The labor definitely got redistributed a little bit. Because like my main bus stop does not have as many people in it anymore. Have you told people in the flats to go to the bus station? No. It also could be that deficit. I honestly think we just lost some workforce. Some workforce got old. So we'll go over here to Herberky and just cool. Do you have a way to check the population stats? Yeah. It's just why? That power going out really screwed me, actually. Yeah, that's good. King, I think that's what happened. I think they all got mad. Because the power went patooey. I think it was just the cars. The cars just were correlation, not causation. I'm kind of mad. Yeah. I don't blame you, man. It'll go back up, Alex. Don't worry. We're buying down that loan. That's the only reason why that number keeps going down. It's the loan. Wait, did we go delinquent on it? Oh. Funkin' waggles. Gotta send the grain train. I don't want to, but we have to. Oh, yes, jobs in... Yeah, that would be a good idea, man. What street lights? The lights are going to be on the wrong side. I dragged the roads in the wrong direction. Whatever. Yeah, it takes a lot, Klingbang, yeah. I like that, though. Like I said, it's just part of what makes this cool. Why do you have a road connection to every apartment? Housing only requires a footpath. Cars? I mean, I have footpaths connected too, for what it's worth. I just think this looks nice. That's not a huge investment, dude. That costs as much as a footpath. It's mostly because it looks nice. I know you don't necessarily need them. I like having them, though. Ambulances can get to it and stuff. How much props did we end up getting here? About 15 Gs. Not bad. That will definitely help. There we go. There we go. I saw the lights go out for a second. I'm like, oh no. Doom, what's going on? You're over in the YouTube channel. Halsey, what did you say over there? Have you thought about raising the education level needed for a car? Let the lumpen proletariat hit the bricks. I want my workers to be able to get to the jobs with cars, man. You know? Car parks are reachable up to max walking distance. Yep. There we go. We're back on track. Ow, that was my knee. I just hope we didn't take too much, you know? Yeah, Genesis, it's not good. Yeah, the interest gets pretty bad. So excited. You're Italian Carcano. Yo, you bought a Carcano Bandit. That's cool. Right on. I can't believe it's gonna put the street lights on the wrong side. I click and dragged from the wrong side, which really sucks, but what are you gonna do? Thank you, Grain Train. Oh, it's a Carcano Carbine. Oh. Cool, man. Just wondering here. I told it to load whomever and unload anybody but workers, and then down here I told it to just unload workers here. No. Why did you not unload workers at that bus stop? That's weird. Okay. That's weird. You have to use resources to transfer Genesis, or either that or use you can go to Arby's. Arbitrage. Arby's. Arby's meats. Ah. Okay, unload workers like I told you to. You didn't. You didn't do that. You did the opposite of that. You know what? Yep. Let's just make it so they don't move those. Okay. We've almost got this boulevard open, and then we'll start our supermarket project here. We are making cash there. And how's the crops doing? Yeah. Good. The time for car factory. I actually just, well, speaking of that, I started doing, we have bitumen and fuel research. We just got to get the refinery design. And then we can actually get that. I'm wondering actually what is oil trading at? 136 a ton. What about fuel? Yeah, fuel is okay. It's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Alcohol is quite good. Yeah, good stuff. Oh, the parking. That's what's killing me. The parking lots for these things are configured for experts only. Oh boy. Well, that should fix that problem. Oh. No wonder nobody was driving down here for work. They couldn't. Now let's see. Is there a copy pasta for settings? Oh no. Did I configure any of these parking lots? So I found your next range toy. Those ones weren't configured. Or those ones? Everything else is. Okay, good. Jeepers. Oh! Ding! Yeah, Wolfie, they should. They should. We need more cars. Cars up in here. Wolfie, there's some Chevy Vegas that people are driving around in. Oh, you said nice cars. Yeah, no. Uh-oh. Big dog! Go get him, big dog! Look at big dog. Put the fire out, big dog. Yeah, I think like it's pretty cool, huh?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh, big dog was not needed. I am the dog, the big bad dog, the highway monitor. I am the dog, the big bad dog, the highway monitor. That's so funny, man. Hey. Man, you space your buildings out so much. So? You space your base out so much. It's inefficient. Not for cars, it ain't. Yatch. Not for cars. Not for cars, it isn't. If you cannot shake hands with your neighbors through window, it's suboptimal. King, you have been demoted to a wall facer. Please look at this nice mural and learn the error of your ways. If you do not look at mural and learn error of your ways, I will make your ways an error. Do you understand what I am saying to you right now? That is nice mural. Yes, it is, right? You currently realize that mural evokes emotions of buildings distant apart from each other. You've never not been wall facer in this chat. Yes, well, that's fine. Face the wall, please, or admit that you have, the wall has inspired you. Do you know that Western song, Brick in the Wall? All in all, it's just another bullet in the wall. Those are the lyrics, right? Face the wall, please. That's a very compelling argument. You will stop crap posting in chat or I will make you face the wall. You don't eat your meat. If you don't do your work, you can't have any pudding.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Give me 1 second. Cornelius Swag Lord. Tier 1, 3 months. Hey Jay, I've been thinking. Elon said they will try for a booster catch on Flight 5 if 4 goes alright, but man, I'm nervous about this because if they break the only Mechazilla they have, then it will be a long time for Flight 7. Cornelius, SpaceX is a lot of things, but I know SpaceX pretty dang well at this point. So think about it like this. Hey, program, over in the YouTube chat, am I profitable yet? I'm getting there. Yeah, we're pretty profitable. I got to get rid of that dollar loan, but then we should be good. Flight 6, sorry. Yeah, okay. I think by the time Flight 5 rolls around, they'll have the second pad more or less operational. Yeah, I agree. They won't risk one pad, but you got to remember, time is of the essence. They need a lander in They need a lander operational in 2026. Got to start somewhere. SpaceX knows good and well that they won't risk a pad unless they absolutely need to. They learned the hard way why you don't want to do testing on a launch pad. Yeah. Losing a pad is very bad for your scaling, for rocket infrastructure scaling. Yeah, having a rut on the pad is terrible. I think SpaceX, if anyone, can speak from experience in that regard. So I don't think they'll risk. Like, if Elon thinks they're going to risk the pad, that means he thinks that's good enough. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to do it unless they're absolutely confident. I know from experience, dude. You know what I mean. No, you don't. Well, not me personally, but a guy I know. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You can imagine what it'd be like if they did, though, huh? Do we still have to face the wall? I don't know. You look at the wall. Is mural nice? If you like a nice communist mural about two men doing work and resources, then yes. No, you do not need to face it anymore. Yeah, no. You go back to work. No, jumping. I'm not exporting grain right now. Negativo. I think we just had a little bit of a death spike, and that's what screwed my labor. I actually don't think it's the cars. Some of those real commie murals look creepy as hell. Yeah, disregard crappy commie murals and acquire Art Deco murals. Art Deco murals are very, very based. The accent gets you, sorry. Yes. Art Deco murals are where it's at, dude. Hell yeah. Look at that. Build stuff. Turn that frickin' wrench, or whatever. Look at that blueprint, dog. Hell yeah. Love Art Deco murals. They're the best. Build stuff. Make things. That's why I like Art Deco so much. Become the master of your domain. Climate change? Not a problem. We'll figure it out. Feed everyone? No problem. We'll figure it out. It's like the muscular doge of art styles. What? We are the master of our domains. Do you think that we are going to be defeated by small insular problems? No. Art Deco's amazing. You're using imperial measurement, so? Why face wall when you can tear it down? Yes, mother, but remember, in order to tear down wall, one must face the wall first. That was from famous Republic philosopher Yuri Chopishlongov. Very smart man. He was number 4 a potassium researcher in all of Republic. Very, very good. He's up there with Stosenitsyn and Dostoevsky and Chopishlongov. What are you currently researching? Refinery right now. Refinery right now. Chopishlongov, yeah, it is. That almost sounded like something really inappropriate. Yeah. Yeah. Have you ever read Gulag Archipelago? Yes. Yes. Can you tell? How unfortunate of a coincidence. Could you say go for you one more time? Yeah, sure, I just did. Can't wait for that debt to be gone. Yep. Perfect pronunciation. Oh, thank you. Just unfortunate is the name of the greatest mind of our time, Professor Hippie Poopy Pants. What? Yeah, that guy. Yeah, that guy was cool. I think. No, why'd you put it on the... Damn it. That's done. All right. Are the car lots in range of the factories? Some of them are, Katra. These guys over here are, yes. I figured they'd just take the bus if they can't get there via car, you know what I mean? Do you use the priority system for building? Wolfie, not unless I absolutely have to. That's kind of a last resort. I am very careful with how I meter my construction. None of this stuff is set to automatically look for any buildings or construction. Only reconstruction and machine replacement. I manually assign everything, right down to the labor. None of these construction depots have labor. Those ones have labor. Hey, Alucard. What's up? Still at it? Yeah, Mercs, I'm still here. Oh, Genesis, this game's amazing, dude. I love it. It challenges me like Kerbal does. So, I'm super into it. Almost time for the harvest. No, Clangbang. These guys, I have these guys set to pick up from this bus stop here. This bus stop is basically my construction pool for the most part. We need gravel. Even if it's just aggregate storage away from the border. Yeah, look at all the cars. All right, let's order a little bit more of ladders. Oh, it's driving all the cars out first. Frick me. You see people running down the road? Yeah, the NPCs are moving around. Have you been watching Shogun? No. I'm gonna wait till the distro office fills that thing up, and then we'll switch. I don't know what's Shogun. I don't know what that is. Is it doable? It's not gonna change much, dude. All that'll do is just prevent it from backing up onto the roundabout, which, I mean, I suppose that's okay, but... The only reason why this got all clogged in the first place is because I zoned too much construction, but... I'm gonna make it so the dump trucks, will just load up here instead, and the distro office will be stockpiling for me. I'm not entirely sure what's going on right there. Oh, that's cool, Alfish. Ah. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, dude. You're Q. Welcome. You're welcome. No, sneaky there isn't. I just need to wean myself off. $1.84. How many workers are needed to get steel up? More than I know off the top of my head. It's a lot, dude. You need a lot of people in the mine. Fallout TV series is releasing early tomorrow at 9 Eastern. Oh. Next big thing after we do the supermarket and stuff is, actually, we should probably get the police working. You're about to have major ruble problems. What? What are you talking about? I am not going down the recycling rabbit hole on purpose, Genesis. Can you despawn traffic? Sure.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, weather guy, 48 months, that's 4 years. Thanks, man. How we all doing? Doing good. How are you? Oh, very nice. Oh, very nice, bud. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, that's really good, bud. So we can just add our little one-ways to it, and then there we go. Then we're good to go there. Might want to get ready to send one more train. It's fine, Genesis. Like half of these trucks in here are exporting resources, and yeah. What are you talking about? Unless you're talking about dollars, in which case, yeah, maybe. Dollars, okay. I thought you were just talking about rubles. I'm like, what? Oh, yeah. That's pretty good, man. That's cool. Oh, you gotta stop and get gas there, bud. I know a problem with it, ain't got no gas in it. Oh, harvest has begun. Yeah, Genesis, that release felt fantastic. Yeah, we're gonna need... We can do another grain train. They've already started harvesting. We should be fine. Just gonna thunder, just gonna thunder, just gonna thunder. Looks like the oil enclave is having some repair problems. Yeah, you might be right. Oh. No. No, not worth it. Just buy new trucks. Can you rotate these trucks to the other depots? It will take them forever to get there, but yes, I can. We do have a road connection. We're just going to tell them to go over there, and we are going to forget about it after that. Because they're going to be there. It's going to take them a while to get over there. Sweet. Grain train and a couple more things should make a short order of that loan. Could they be loaded on a flatbed? I don't think so. I think the T-138s are too heavy. I'll just have them drive over here. I have the Mack truck doing oil export over there, so yeah, it's all good. Yeah, one more grain train should be good. Just one more grain train, bro. Please, bro. I have an idea. Lower the price of the hotel to 2.0. Why, Wolfie? Dude, I don't know what that does, to be honest with you. You can manually send vehicles to repair stations that aren't in range. Oh, yeah? I don't know how to do that. Yeah, we already have. I should. Yeah, like we got to build another hotel, man. And we actually are going to need another school here too. I don't think these things will be. These guys will be able to reach. Oh, shh. Well. Yeah, alright, that's working. The grain train did clean me out. But grain train is leaving now. And that should help me. I basically should pay that loan off from now on. That should be enough to pay it. We have 13 in the bank. We need 22 and we have 14 in grain. Alright, we're good. That'll pay off that dollar loan from the arbitrage. Peepo traffic. Is Peepo traffic even an emote? Wouldn't that be just Monka steer? I don't know. Well, okay. Fiat Pandas. Panda. Oh yeah, look at that avenue. Which one do you prefer more, a Niva or a Fiat Panda, given that they are the same year? You know what, man? I'm not going to sit here and pretend like driving around a Panda right now wouldn't be great. Can you imagine? You'd be getting like 40 miles to the gallon. Yeah, you can't go fast, but, you know, just saying. But the Niva is four-wheel drive. which is pretty cool. I mean, if I don't want a Neva. If we're gonna get a 4x4 that's Russian, give me the UAZ. The UAZ 6469. It's not the fastest truck. It's not the best truck, but it's a tank. It just doesn't. It won't break. Might be one on Gov Auctions. Nope. 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 There might not be one there. Done. No more dollar loan, baby. That's one. Now we gotta nail the other. The ruble loan, which is 1.82. Have you seen the new Toyota Bare Bones truck they released in Taiwan? 13K brand new. It's awesome and so practical. Yes, Element, and I love it. I want one. I don't care if it's a Toyota. That's a truck. That's how a truck should be made. Not a 4-door, 6-foot box SUV masquerading as a truck. I want one, dude. You know how many of those they'd sell here if they made that here? Damn chicken tax. Hey, Facha, 50 and a half months. Or 50 months, halfway to go to 100. Yep. I want to import a fleet of them. I would buy one, Element. I would absolutely buy one. Oh, yeah. I think Ford should make something like that. Yep. Ford should make something exactly like that. Bare bones, simple. Gasoline, no infotainment, no bull crap, no radio, no nothing. You don't need a radio. I'm serious. I've talked about this before. I think if you're going low buck with a car, you don't need a radio. Think about it for a second. No infotainment, no nothing. All you need is speakers and a headphone jack or a Bluetooth jack. That's it. Your phone can play music. That's fine. You don't need a radio. Screw that. Cut costs. Oh, the Ranger? Dude, the Ranger is a fat, bloated piece of crap compared to that thing. Look, that's Toyota's new truck. That's it. It's nothing. Look. It's just a truck. That's it. Ford, Chevy, Dodge, if you're listening, make this. Make this. You will sell it. I guarantee you'll sell a bajillion of these things. Make that. That is what people want. That's it. But chicken tax. What? What do you mean chicken tax? I didn't say fortune. What are you talking about? What is the suspension? Independent front, solid back, Bacha. It's just, yeah, 4-wheel drive, manual. That's it. That's it. It's bare bones. It's not a SUV with a pickup bed like what trucks are now. It's a quarter ton, Bacha. It's a quarter ton truck. So like an old Ranger or an old S10. It's not supposed to look nice, Wazzy. Hey, Desecrate, that's 50 months. Yeah, I know. They'll never do it. They'll never do it. It's... I know what the chicken tax is, Arden. I know. Will someone please think of the shareholders? I hate you. Now I want a new ads. Just go find a CJ. Sea Kraken, go find a CJ7. CJ7s are the same thing, but better. But better. A pickup truck should not cost more than my house. Thank you. Hey, Prairie, any new industry? Not really. No, I've been doing some upgrades over here. Tourism, I guess, if you want to call that an industry. What just cleaned out our rebels? What is cleaning us out? I don't understand what just did that. Why? Yeah, we must have bought steel for something. I don't know what that steel would have been for, though. I saw a truck leaving with steel. It wasn't a guess. Must have been rebuilding something. No, he's not loading much, though. We get a bare-bone car that won't take 6 months to reset a computer. Well, TJ, that's why I think the price of old cars is going to go up. I don't think people want to buy this crap. I really don't. I really don't think people want this anymore. I don't think they want overcomplicated vehicles. Just a thought, though. Didn't the police station need steel? I didn't assign it, Mutter. Got the trains running. The the grain train was running, but not anymore. Oh, there you go, Arsenal. I just want newer car that's closer to 10K. Yeah, man. It's super annoying, dude, because, you know, everybody's on about that climate change and that carbon emission, blah, 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 and all this other garbage. And, dude, you could go buy, in the 90s, you could go buy a Geo Metro that gets like 45 miles to the gallon. Heck, you want to go back even further? Look at a car in this game. Look at that Chevy Vega. The Chevy Vega, if you tune the carb right on that thing, it'll get 40 miles to the gallon. We can make a fuel-efficient car. It's just we insist on loading down cars with all this other bull crap. You know, take a Miata. You could get 30, 35 miles to the gallon in a Miata, no problem, all day. You know? Yeah, Mercs, there you go, man. There you go. Heck, I get 25 miles per gallon in the 97. They're just, all these cars are just so fat. They fat, they thick. I do believe I called this 45 minutes ago. What did you call? The 97 is fat too, that's right. Having ruble problems? Get over yourself. I don't have ruble problems. We're positive cash flow on the ruble. It's just I'm building at the same time. I'm expanding, but we're just doing it slow. Yeah, excessive. It's pretty hilarious, dude. That's why I have, dude. Look at my truck. Got a lot of crap in the bed right now, but see, work truck, man. Work truck. Work truck. We can shut off the location, man. That was for the eclipse. See, work truck. This thing, man. Very nice. I'm not a truck guy, but I would snag a K-truck in a heartbeat. Dude, so would I, Arsenal. I love K-trucks. I don't give a frick if they're small. I don't need to compensate and have some big truck to prove that I like trucks, you know? The K-truck's cool. I drive the piss out of that thing. I would daily that every day. Right-hand drive and everything. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. I love K-trucks. K-trucks are 8-ton pickup trucks. They're these little Japanese pickup trucks that are actually super freaking cool. So check this out. Look at that one. That's a Suzuki K-truck. It's just a flatbed with 2 seats. But that thing is 4-wheel drive. That's cool. Now that's cool. That's a pickup truck. That's what trucks should be. It should be simple. I like it. I love it. That's amazing. That we used to make trucks like that. What the frick? What the frick? What the actual frick? It is the LMTV's little brother. Yes! Yes! Exactly! You wouldn't do well here at Bama. Every other frat guy's a lifted, squatted neon. Ugh, God. Excessive. Not excessive. Arsenal, I don't mind people modifying their vehicles. Don't mind doing that. I get it. The car is your canvas. All right? With that being said, if the car is your canvas, well, guess what? I get to judge. All right? I get to judge. All right? Second part of that, it kills me to see people modify trucks to make them do things that trucks are good at less effectively. That kills me. It kills me. Ugh. I'm gonna buy this $100,000 truck and modify it to make it so the money that I paid for it is cheapened because it does everything that I paid for worse. I know what Carolina squats are. I'm really happy that states are banning that. I'm curious what you would recommend for a smallish light utility vehicle in the U.S. The old Ford Ranger. I think a viewer in chat was talking about old Ford Rangers. Old Ford Rangers or old Chevy S10s. They're easy to fix. They do break a lot, but they're easy to fix. Parts are inexpensive because they made bajillions of them. Get an old Ford Ranger. Won't steer you wrong. Ever. Mercs, dude, ugh, it just kills me. How old is old? 07 Ranger? No. Hold on. I mean, I can't speak to the new Ranger, to be 100% honest with you, but the Ranger is bloated as heck now. Like, what is this? This is an SUV with a pickup bed. Like, that's kind of cool, I guess, but I'm talking about this thing. 2012 and older. Now that's a truck. I mean, it's a Mazda, but I don't give a fuck, whatever. The new Ranger is as big as your F-150 from 2001. Thank you, Apex. Did anybody else not notice this? That's an F-Series. It's bigger than a Ford from 98. Look. What the actual frick? What the actual frick? The hell's happening? Am I going nuts? Carsize.com. Carsize.com. Okay. Carsize.com. I don't think we can get old trucks on there. Yeah, I know. It's stupid, as Brimo would say. Yeah, I don't think they have an old one. But either way, whatever. All these vehicles are fat, dude. They're fat. Happy with the Land Cruisers. Yeah. Canagra, yeah. Dude, old American trucks like pre-1997 are very good, man. They're beasts. They don't break. They're a ute in every sense of the term, dude. They're not fancy. They don't need to be. They're not flashy. They just work. I would so much rather that than whatever that fat, chunky piece of trash was on the screen a second ago. Even a Ford, man. Like, damn. Apex, you got sunburned from the eclipse, dude? Oh no. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, you cracking. No, Mikey, no, no, this is so not right. Michael, no, please. I was in the sun from 10 a.m. until I left the park at around 5. Oh, gosh. It'll be burned into your memory. Yes. Anyway, sorry, truck ran over. Buy an old truck. Excessive. I mean, you're not wrong. All right. The road is finished for the supermarket. All right, cool. So now what we got to do... Before we do that, can we run another? Okay, cool. There we go. Cool. All right, I'm working on my supermarket expansion. Once we get the market up over here, we'll probably need, I need another school and another kindergarten, I think. And then we can build 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We build out more flats to get more labor. But now my dump trucks are pulling from here. So traffic should back up over here instead. How many chemicals are stored in the warehouse? I keep that stock low on purpose. Just found a Cushman. Oh, neat. Hey, G Crusader, what's up, dude? Oh, Clayton, yeah, they're annoying. Alright, this was only a temporary pathway. The Santa Cruz, yeah, hard pass. Even that thing is fat and bloated. Wolfie, maybe. Yeah, see, Kraken, those trucks are cool. K trucks are pretty rad. But my crumple zone. Yeah. You can do that. Never mind. Never mind. You can do that and also do the other things. Okay? Not because they're easy. It is easy. You don't need to make as complicated of a vehicle. It actually is easier. Pay no attention to these simpletons, Neo. To deny our own instincts is to deny the very thing that makes us human. Hey, we got happiness up to 70. All right. Yeah, Apex, it's stupid. I'm just gonna keep my old cars for a little while. I have no intention on buying anything new. Oh yeah, you don't have to trust me with salt. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I know what you mean, man. I don't have to commute, but once upon a time I did. Nice, Apex. There you go. There we go. Have those trucks made it over here yet? Nope, they're out there somewhere. Whatever. It's fine. How's the debt? No debts on the dollar and 1.79. We're buying it down. How many buses are on the town? There's 3 over here and 4 over here. No problem, Klingby. Oh, there they are. They'll get there eventually. I just coughed, and the suppressor caught it. The audio suppressor. Compressor, excuse me. Hey, Retronaut, what's up, dude? Overall, you sound much better with the new mic. I'm freaking better, dude. I got an AT897. This thing, this is a disgustingly good microphone. This is like full production quality. I would hope I sound better. Did you travel for the eclipse? I filmed it from my backyard, Retronaut. We got like 95 partiality, which is pretty awesome. I also look much greener. Thank you. Oh, nice, Apex. There you go. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, fine. We gotta stop building for a little while. All right, Apex. See you, buddy. Retronaut, where did you travel to totality? We drove 30 hours over a 36-hour period to northern Vermont and then back home to catch full totality for 3 minutes. Insane road trip, and I'm exhausted, but worth it. Cool, man. I am buying sewage, yes. I'm buying sewage and dumping it into that pond over there. If you dig to sea level, you can make a new pond. Refinery's unlocked. Yeah, there was a lot of traffic in areas because of the influx. Retronaut, I heard, took some people like 3 hours to get where they were going and like 30 hours to get home. It was a mess, yeah. '91 was stop and go from Vermont almost to New York. Oh my goodness. My parents basically lived on the center line of totality, so just hung out and missed traffic here in Ohio. There you go, man.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
56 month there. Thank you. Put the damn train to use. Wow, sneaky, that's crazy. I'm gonna put a cargo rail terminal in here. we get that thing closer? Yeah, that'll work. Now we're gonna need, well, about as good of a warehouse as we could fit in here. How much? That holds plenty. Can we get a different warehouse? Can we get one that's bigger? That'll fit. What about you? Oh, hello. How much does that one hold? That can hold a lot of stuff. What about you? Nope, too big. You? Nope. That's as good as it's gonna get. I'll put that there, but we won't build it just yet. Is this a city builder? Hephaestus, this is a... Yeah, kind of. Kind of. This game is like if you took City Skylines, Factorio, and Transport Fever and rolled them all into one game. It's extremely difficult to play. That's why I like it. It's a really tough game. Like, I only have a small city here, but this was really difficult. I probably have about 100 hours into this save here. It's just... I have maybe a 2,000 person city. Maybe. Standing by for the fueling pole for Starlink. I'm back. Them robot things are hard to kill. Your poor heart rate. Guys, how do I convince my wife that I need to spend $2,500 or more on a surplus Foster Miller MTR's Talon 4 tactical robot? Buy her something. That's also $2,500 bucks. Like the robot, yeah! Now you're thinking with portals. I'm meaning to get her a new GPU. See? Telling you, man. That works. Maybe I want to see if we can just run a nicer looking factory connection here. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I did flip that a couple of times. Canagra, yeah. Come on. Are those trucks here yet? Hate this load. Hate it so much. The map's gigantic, dude. Yeah, yeah, it goes all the way over there. See where that thing is way off in the distance? I see it. We can buy 458 and sell at 522, dudes. Not bad for alcohols. Clothes we can buy at 24 and sell at 27. Any plans to play more KSP sometime in the future? Can't move. That sucks. It was awesome, Pacha. It was great. That sucks. I had to refinance again. Yeah. I got stuck in a loop where all the cars here were all importers and not exporters. All my export trucks got stuck behind them. So, wasted money because, yeah, what are you gonna do? I put the fuel station up there like an idiot. Figure I'll use some of that to buy some trucks. At least we're not going further into debt. We're just hovering around 2 million. That's killing me. What? Why? What's going on? Can you... Okay, I see what I did. I fixed it. Hey, Kuro. Kickstarter goals for the crust have been met and will include extra story content and a combat system. Cool. I have no idea what's going on with this hospital. They will with an ambulance, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Miff. What's going on, buddy? How you doing? How you doing? Give it a second, Wolfie. It'll come back around. Oh, hey! Nice. You gotta give it a second. The heat plant needs time to reprime the lines. Really, man? Damn. That sucks. Yeah, Wolfie, that's right. Yeah, you gotta add it in. Yeah, see? It rebounded. Oh, the Scirocco. Cool. You wanted a Scirocco one time? Scirocco's are cool, man. You want an R32? Have you looked at the cars available in the Steam Workshop? Yeah?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, look at that on 5 months free sub. Thank you. All-wheel drive turbo zippy and built by the jump and oh no. Alright. Let's build the police station. Get her done. $2,000 imports. What the hell, man? Jeez. Riding the frickin' struggle bus here, man. Damn. The electronics are this. I lowered the percentages on all this stuff, dude, from the distro. I don't know what pulled all those electronics, unless it was maintenance. Could have been maintenance for something. Was it all the lights? No, those are electrical components, not electronics. Electronics are like the retail good, like radios and televisions and stuff. JD, I can make the radio station. The thing is just the radio station is expensive. What the heck is it? I always forget what this damn thing is. Oh, thanks, man. WSLV, your best and only source for amazing hit music and the latest from our fearless leaders. So listen. No, do not listen and face the wall. Nice. Just playing RimWorld soundtrack. That's. You're playing RimWorld in this. Yep. Yeah, this noise sucks. I don't know where I'm gonna get the resources to make that, or the money to make that. Let me put it to you like that, but. Worthwhile investment. If you build it. Let me get the supermarket ready to go and then we'll roll from there. Okay, supermarket's ready to roll. $384 tons of steel. I think it'd be better to build the school and kindergarten before that. That works. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit better cracking, but yeah. Not ideal, man. Yeah, it's gonna cost me 200 G's in steel, just steel, to make that thing. But, I mean, the radio station does have benefits, right? Like... Hey Kaiser, what's going on? Just got a little bump right there. That's really mean, I gotta finish the police station, King, and the supermarket over here, and then we gotta do the school and the kindergarten. So we got a little ways to go before we, you know, belt out the radio station. We'll see where our funds are at by then. I've noticed I've been hovering around 195 right now. What the hell is that thing? Stink bug again. It can make me jump. Give me 1 second. I gotta kill this guy. There we go. Problem solved. Ah. Well, I figure if I get the crime out, we get rid of the crime, that's 2.4%. That's a pretty easy thing. Where's the courthouse? I know this conversation. I don't have a courthouse and I don't have a prison. I know I need them. Give it some time. Oh my gosh, they actually made it. Is one of them here? The crude oil truck? Where's the other one? There he is. Yeah. Good. Truck must have gone out with 37 tons of steel. Oh yeah, look at that. We need them to face the lots of walls. Face lots of walls. There we go. Nice. What the dog doing? What's up, 95? Can I pet the dog doing? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. We've been going for a while. For a while. Time is the launch. Oh, they moved it to 12:44. We gotta get up in the morning. Pop a pick. I'm done with those toothpicks, dude. I had a bad experience. Dang it. I'm deaf. How much grain did we get from that yield? Dude, 4,200 and still going. Wow. That one still has a lot. That one still has a lot. Dude, that was a huge yield. Excellent. Oh, nice. You got a lot of trains? I like trains. Good. Nice. We got a great yield of crops there. That was awesome. Don't worry, it's just because it snowed, dude. They're between shifts. Ah. It's not snow. I'm using the grain train, just not so much. I replaced one of the grain silos after we cleaned it out with a warehouse and a train cargo loading station. But it's just on my list of things to do. Big old police station. I was gonna buy a bunch of cheap snow plows, but I chose the fast ones instead. Because the fast ones look cool. See? Yeah, they're Tatras. Yeah, it's basically a military truck. What the pavers doing? What's going on here? Oh, stuck behind the plow. Can relate. Don't need chemicals, don't need crops, don't need fabric, don't need alcohol. We need food, we need clothes, we need electronics. And then over here, well, that's gonna be meat. Okay. Go. The meat projection chain was fairly easy to build and didn't take up too much space. Okay. Yeah, they got a convoy. Police station finished? Whoa. Like, I know you said only do half, but I'm not doing that. I want the courthouse and I want to do this right, okay? Hey Jacobs, I was gonna go to the Starlink launch, but they moved it an hour back, and I don't want to screw up my sleep schedule any more than it's already screwed. So. We're gonna need bigger distro. Higher the education level, the better the solve rate. Yeah, got it. Build the city. Gonna cry? Build the city lately? What the dog doing? What's up, man? What is thine canine doing? Streets are getting plowed, that's for sure. Good. I hate that my highway isn't plowed, but hey, whatever. Build some debt, maybe? Come on, finish the supermarket. Oop, supermarket. Not super. Damn it. Shut up. Excuse me, when Counter-Strike? Why do you want me to play Counter-Strike? Stop it. I like the rage. Oh, we need that courthouse, don't we? Boo bar. You know what? Screw that house of culture. We don't need that. The law is our culture. Please fit. The garbage container already got freaking overfilled, man? Alright. What are you guys doing in there? Jeez. Nope, can't go up there. Not close enough to anything. Crap! I didn't think my cops would be that freaking good at solving these problems, but they are definitely solving them. I don't know if they're solving, just blaming. I mean, they're basically just grabbing people, arresting people, saying, don't do that again. And then just, that's it. Crime is going down, though. They're just revenue raising with fines. Is that what they actually do, Kenegra, or are you making a joke? We watched the entire Starship presentation. Joke. I was gonna say, yeah, RJ, we watched the entire Starship presentation. It was fun. Yeah, there was one that was basically last week, dude, and we watched it. There's some crazy new information in there. Dude, SpaceX showed an animation of how they're going to catch Super Heavy. So first of all, if their soft landing for Flight 4 goes well, they're going to try to catch on Flight 5. And they showed an updated animation of how Super Heavy's going to land, and guess what it does, dude? Sideways. Sideways. I freaking called it. I called it. Sideways landing. I said that on NSF Live and everybody disagreed with me, dude. Can you believe that? I freaking called it, man. Sideways landing. Right into the winds. Just like I said. Yeah, catch on 5, man. Can you believe that? I also said that SpaceX would be attempting catches sooner rather than later. We would see a catch attempt this year. I said that too. And oh God, man, I'm tired of being right. What happens if they have to abort the catch though? Landscaping. I wanted the landing go sideways. To go sideways. Yes. Wait. Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
RJ, I know that's you. But thank you. What was the update? What did you say? You got lucky, you punk. Nice. When the man's right, the man's right. Gods, I freaking called it, man. I said that. I said that. I seen it. I seen it. How do you know it's me? Because you're here. How much you got paid off? We're at 1.9. No dollar loans. I hope you brag on NSF. I mean, should I though? Because they were like, no, I don't think so. And I'm like, I don't think I'm gonna say, I'm just gonna say I called it. I'm not gonna be a jerk. That's messed up, dude. You absolutely should. fellas, I'm pretty sure I said they're gonna catch this year, and I think everyone disagreed with me. So I think they need to shut the frick up. That's what I would do if I said stuff and I was wrong. I would shut the frick up. Shut the frick up. Please be a jerk. Wait, why? I don't want to do that. Those guys are cool. I don't mind those. I don't mind the NSF guys. Jack and Sawyer are cool. I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna be mean to them. They're my buddies. I might be give them crap maybe, but I wouldn't be mean. Called what? Super heavy. Ready? Oh, that's maniacal. You savage. Oh, Wazanko. Ooh, spicy. Let the spicy meet the bow. I'm gonna go check on the oil. How are they doing over here? Damn, dude. What's the name of this truck? LZ100? Buy another one of those. Gotta move that oil. Oil. Trying to move that. Earl. Did Starlink move to? Did it move further? It was at 1244. Yeah, okay. 1082.2, a relatively new booster tonight. Oh, yeah. Alright. We'll stop in a little bit, guys. Yeah, I'm not gonna go start. I don't want to screw up the sleep. I'm actually pretty much screwing it up already at this point, but, no, whatever. right. Just for making a robotic arm, RJ. So we got another grocery store up and running. Can we put a transparent on this? Get food here. Sweet. Happiness is going up. So what happens when they solve these crimes, dudes? Like, if they do solve it, or investigate the case, right? Like, I mean, do you, like, what happens if you, let me rephrase that. What happens if you do that and you don't have a courthouse? Crushed by wall. Okay. I'm not sure. I am thinking dumpster. Oh. Your city will die just like no heating. That doesn't make any sense, but alright. Ding. Whoa, thought it was live feed cam. What? Who's the live feed? 67. Yep. Looks like the NASA logo, so I thought it was a live feed cam. No, no. My logo looks like NASA's. But yeah, don't worry. It's not. Yeah. Not the same thing, man. Stand up for Falcon 9. It just got pushed a little bit, Mark. Criminals will just stay in jail until the crime gets solved. Oh, okay. I think NSF just went live and they just pushed it back a little bit more. Unless, T-Man, what's going on there? What do you mean we'll see it could happen? Where are you, never mind. Never mind. They are adding magnetic boots to KSP2, like walking on your own ships. KSP2 already had magnetic boots. Yeah, Joe, it is pretty cool. All right. Guys, we'll play again tomorrow. I gotta stop. I gotta go check on Bree. She's not feeling too good. Yeah, we're doing good, man. We're doing real good. But anyway, that's gonna do it for me for the night. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, real quick, I'm just gonna disconnect us off from the YouTube stream here. Real quick. Yeah, YouTube side of things. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for watching. And